Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Leprechauned by Jolie Sue Burkhart. Narrated by Megan Kelly. Chapter 1. Life with the 4 Irish treasures wasn't going to be all rainbows, pots of gold, and lucky charms. Barely a week ago, I'd woken up in bed with a stone gargoyle statue, and my life had not been the same. Now I sat in a leprechaun's bar with 5 gorgeous men at my beck and call. Great, right? What more could a girl want? For one thing, a bed. For sleep. I'd been painting for days, trying to find clues to Doran's whereabouts so we could break the curse. I hadn't slept much at all. I'd almost died in Lake Taneycomo. We'd freed Doran, and the 4 treasures had brought me back to Shamrock for some incredibly hot sex on top of the bar. I wasn't complaining, far from it. Though after what seemed like hours later, they were still drinking, still laughing and catching up on all the battles the other 3 men had been in while Doran laid trapped. And I was falling asleep slumped against the bar. I could go home, except my current home was only a room at my best friend's house. Viviana had taken me in when I'd left my ex-husband. I didn't have my own place, and I sure couldn't bring 4 or 5 men home to her guest room. Bleary-eyed, I propped my chin up and turned to Warwick behind the bar. "Do you have a place where I can sleep?" A gentle chime rang through the bar, cutting through the laughter immediately. Doran, Aidan, Ivar, and Keen immediately set their drinks down on the bar and gave Warwick their full attention. "Last call, gentlemen." He tipped his head my way. "Most Dor needs her beauty sleep." I almost cracked my jaw yawning so hard. Sorry to end the party. "It's sorry we are that we lost ourselves in tales rather than seeing to you." Doran came closer, pulling me gently into his arms. He was still gigantic even in his human form. His massive hand cupped my entire head, and his body was just as hard as the stone statue. "Let's be off to bed, lads." Ivar gave a sheepish glance in Aidan and Keen's direction. "She won't be wanting any part of our loft." "Fuck." Aidan grimaced, the formidable crack he always had between his eyes deepening into a Grand Canyon crevice. "No way can we take her there." I yawned again, snuggling up against Doran's mighty chest. "Where do you live? It can't be that bad." "Above the tattoo parlor." Keen tugged on his gloves, preparing to step back out into the real world. No one ever went away from him unsatisfied, which meant his touch was orgasmic. Every muscle in my body shivered with the delightful memory of his touch and kiss. But yeah, I was too tired to even think about round 2 now. "It's a place where a bunch of men sleep in between battles," Aidan added. "Not just us, but the rest of the Demon Hunter's men who don't have a place of their own. It's a motherfucking dumpster heap." "The warehouse?" Warwick offered. "It's mostly empty, plenty of space, and there's a bed she can use to rest." Doran's chest rumbled beneath my ear like distant thunder. "Rhiann needs to rest in comfort and safety, not in a war camp or an empty cold warehouse, for fuck's sake. What have you bleeding idiots been doing with yourselves all these centuries? Have you no gold or property accumulated to accommodate most stir for even one night?" "We invested everything in weapons," Aidan retorted. "You were gone. The treasure keeper, dead or lost. Cycle after cycle after cycle. We focused on killing as many of the fucking demons as we could and called that good enough until we were slaughtered to start anew." I was so tired their words started to blur, and I could barely mumble myself. "I'll just sleep here. Even though you're as hard as a rock." Doran shifted me in his arms, cradling me like a baby. Have you no mortal bed here, Greenshanks? Only the bar, sorry to say. I blinked fiercely, trying to pry my eyeballs open. How about the summer isle? No one said anything. For a moment, I thought I really had gone to sleep. But no, they were staring at me. Very be a dangerous place, Mostar, Warwick said. I frowned. You said you'd love to show it to me someday. Why not now? Damn me traitorous tongue. He smiled apologetically at the other men as he wiped the bar and removed their drinks. Sorry, lads. I didn't mean to put that bee in her bonnet. At least being confused helped me wake up a little more. Not to mention, hurt. Maybe he'd just thrown out that offer earlier, not ever intending to take me to his home. A polite lie thrown out casually in a conversation. He hadn't meant. Never. He whispered in my head. I meant every word. Then why? I whispered, blinking back tears. My eyes were gritty. I wanted a bath. I wanted to sleep for a week. Most mortals never set foot into Fairy at all, Doran said. This here bar be fairly safe. I sat on the shelf watching Warwick's trade for centuries, and only a handful of humans ever found their way inside. They all went home after a pleasant pint. But this place is on the fringe of Fairy, 1 foot on either side of the veil, so to speak. It's understood to be neutral. Aye, so it is, Warwick replied. I've served Fae both dark and light, though mark my words, if ever I asked for a pint, I'd throw him out, his terrible eye be damned. There be rules, Aidan said with a grim slant to his lips. Fae be fucking dangerous at any time, but in their own land, it's not but trickery and illusion. It took a few minutes for my exhausted brain to finally read between the lines. They don't trust the leprechaun, even though we just fucked on top of his bar. Warwick had helped us free Doran, and in the beginning, he'd been the only one willing to help me. I'd had to fucking steal Aiden's motorcycle to get his attention. All I'd had to do was walk into Shamrock accidentally, and Warwick had been on my side, eager to help. Too eager? Why didn't they trust him enough to allow me to go to his home? I lifted my head, forcing my bleary eyes to focus on Warwick. The sexy bartender who'd been my first introduction to Fairy. The leprechaun who'd started growing his hair down to his waist and swore it'd be to the floor if I wanted it, simply to please me. Why don't they trust you? It's complicated. Let's just say my reputation precedes me. Doran looked down at me, his eyes narrowed. What is it, Mostor? And it dawned on me. They don't know that you can talk in my head. No, Warwick answered. They cannot hear our conversation despite their own spokes in your mind. Why? I asked again. How is that possible? You're Mostor. Remember that, no matter what happens. You be treasure for me too, Rianne Newkirk. Which wasn't an answer at all. Chapter 2. I really had to sell a painting soon, because I was going to owe Viviana a fortune after all this was said and done. I had to use the credit card she'd given me to rent a hotel room for a few nights. I knew she wouldn't mind in the slightest. I did text her first, though I wasn't surprised when she didn't answer right away. After we'd freed Doran, she'd ridden off into the sunset on the back of Hammer's motorcycle, her glorious red hair blazing like a banner. She probably would have told me just to take everyone to her house, but that would have been awkward as hell once she came home. She hadn't said how long she'd be gone, but I imagined at least the weekend. She made a fantastic salary and had always been frugal with her money, though she did have a weakness for designer clothes. I knew she could afford it, but I still felt like shit for using her card again. Growing up poor had affected both of us, though in different ways. I still wondered if part of why I'd fallen into marriage so quickly had been a desire for financial stability. I'd even given up my painting to work a job that I hated because it was the sensible and financially smart thing to do. Vivi had made it her life's goal to become indispensable wherever she worked. She was certainly indispensable to me, my only friend, my rock that had gotten me through the horrible divorce. A place to live while Jonathan dragged me through court over and over and over. Money for an attorney I couldn't afford, even at a fraction of the price I'm sure she would have made on anyone else, likely as a favor to Vivi or her boss. She loved the challenges that came with working for the best defense attorney in Kansas City. Perhaps even the state. I'd certainly hire him if I ever got into legal trouble, though I didn't currently have 2 pennies to rub together. I was running on fumes by the time we got checked into the local Comfort Inn. At least we'd have free breakfast in the morning. I couldn't even muster amusement at watching Doran react to modern technology. Sitting on a shelf in a Leprechaun's bar, the gargoyle hadn't seen many motorcycles, elevators, or cell phones. I'd managed to get a suite, so we had 2 queen beds and the couch pulled out into a full-size bed. Hopefully, that would be enough surface space for anyone who didn't want to share a bed. I zombie-walked my ass into the bathroom to take a shower, while Aiden, Keen, and Ivar played rock, paper, scissors to decide who got to sleep with me, and Doran, because evidently they thought there'd be enough room for another unreasonably large man's body in addition to the massive gargoyle. A queen-size bed had never seemed so small. Standing under steaming hot water, I tried to wrap my brain around everything that had happened. In a matter of days, I'd begun painting again like a mad person, driven mercilessly by Doran to find him and break the curse trapping him as the gargoyle. Before that, I'd been pretty alone in the world, other than my best friend since childhood. My ex-Jonathan certainly didn't count. I didn't have much family, at least not that I remembered. Most of my childhood was hazy, as if I'd blocked it out for a reason. I'd never felt like I fit anywhere. Vivi was my only family. Now I'd suddenly gained 5 lovers. Who was this person? Not boring, geeky Rianne, that was for sure. I'd rarely ever had boyfriends growing up. At least, I didn't remember any before my ex-husband. I suppressed a shudder as I turned off the water and toweled dry. I was free of him, and my new men were nothing like him. But are you sure? A tiny part of my mind whispered. What did I really know about them? I'd only met Doran in person a few hours ago, though he'd been haunting my dreams. I couldn't deny the intense pull I'd felt for all 4 of the treasures from the very beginning. Going so far as to grab Aiden's junk the first time I met him, simply because he was being an arrogant ass. So unlike me. It was unlike me to do any of this. Paint like a maniac again, go off on adventures, fuck some men I'd just met on top of a bar. My cheeks blazed as I looked at myself in the steamy mirror. I'd asked them to come on me while Doran fucked me. Even the leprechaun. I'd enjoyed being ravished on top of that bar, of having come from 5 men on my skin. Me, the plump, short, mousy, unemployed, broke painter. Now they waited for me outside the flimsy bathroom door. I didn't have a change of clothes, no money, no job, no place to live. Plus, there were undercurrents between the 4 men and Warwick that I didn't understand. It made me feel uneasy, as if something important was unsaid between the 5 of them, and I didn't have a clue what it was. Other than Vivi, Warwick had been the only one to help me. If they decided they needed to try and force me to choose them over the leprechaun? No, Doran had welcomed him into the fold, so to speak. I wasn't going to doubt their dedication to me the very first night we were all together. But we aren't all together. I couldn't help but think as I stepped back out into the room clad only in the basic hotel terry cloth robe. Warwick wasn't here. They hadn't wanted me to go to his homeland and ferry, though surely it would have been more comfortable, certainly more spacious, not to mention free.
"It's decided,"
Dorn said as I paused at the foot of the bed.
"We have a plan."
Ivar lay beside him on the bed, bare-chested, but still in dark boxers. Evidently, he'd won the right to join us. Good. I hadn't had a lot of interaction with him yet. Of the 4 treasures, I knew the least about him. His black skin contrasted with beautiful amber eyes that glowed with his brilliant light when he smiled. Taller than the other 3 men with a lanky, lean frame, Ivar was the sword of light, from which no one could escape. When he'd helped Aiden with the giant kelpie in the lake, a golden beam had shot out of his chest. He'd flown toward the battle on nothing but light. Beside him, Doran seemed to take up 2/3 of the bed. A big man, both wide and tall and thick. Giant platter-sized hands and feet. Crooked hooked nose, hulking shoulders. Very much the gargoyle from my dreams, even in human form. I glanced over at the other bed, and Keen sent a smoldering look at me. He had the sheet pulled up over his lap, so I guessed he didn't have a stitch of clothing on. Also, no gloves. Gulp. Though I couldn't blame him in the slightest for not wanting to sleep with tight leather on his hands. That put the grumpiest man of the lot on the couch. Despite the comfortable temperature in the room, Aiden had retrieved his leather jacket that I'd borrowed. Rather than pull the bed out and take up all the space in the room, he'd chosen to simply kick back on the couch with his head on the armrest and his still-booted feet propped up on the opposite end. His eyes were closed, his face shadowed by one arm over his forehead, but I didn't buy that he was asleep.
"After a few hours' rest,"
Doran continued in his deep floor-rattling rumble,
"we'll sort out our resources so we may secure permanent living quarters that are both safe and comfortable."
Sort out resources? I couldn't help but frown. Does that mean you all have to sell some of your weapons and stuff?
"Aye,"
Aiden replied in a flat, bored tone. I really didn't know any of them too well yet, but Aiden was never bored. Never not sarcastic with a bite to his voice. It sounded to me like Doran was making him sell off some of his equipment to fund a place to live for me. I'm sorry. Vivi was helping me list some of my paintings to sell, too. One icy baby blue eye cracked open in the shadowed recesses beneath his arm.
"Why the fuck would you be sorry? I don't give a rat's ass about mortal weaponry. We have a conduit now. We shouldn't need an extensive human arsenal to push out the demon horde."
Oh. You sounded not mad. I took that to mean you're upset. He huffed out a laugh and slammed his eye back shut.
"Only that I am denied the pleasure of tucking that glorious ass back against my dick while you sleep."
Now it was my turn to let out a laugh, though it came out more like a strangled groan.
"That's my pleasure tonight,"
Ivar drawled, sitting up to offer me his hand. It was both an, oh shit, and fuck yeah moment. Did I take the robe off, or keep it on? We'd already fucked. Well, Doran had been inside me after treasuring me on the bar, which meant he'd driven me insane with his tongue. All of us had climaxed, thanks to Keen's wicked talent. But it was one thing to have sex, and another to actually sleep in their arms. Like looking into their eyes, breathing the same air, relaxing enough to sleep, safe and secure. I did trust them, obviously, or I wouldn't be here. I'd almost died to free Doran. I had no doubts whatsoever that they'd always take care of me, if for no other reason than to keep their magic intact. I was their conduit. I was the hub at the center of the wheel, 4 spokes spinning around me, casting out powerful magic to drive back the forces of darkness. They wouldn't risk that, especially after losing the treasure keeper before, when Doran was cursed. Deciding to keep the robe on just for my own peace of mind, I took Ivar's hand and let him help me crawl up into the middle of the bed. Both he and Doran turned on their sides, giving me a little more room, but it was still wall-to-wall muscle. Heat, rock-hard temptation all around me. I ended up facing Ivar, so it was Doran against my back, his gigantic hand splayed across my abdomen, snuggling me back against his heat. With his arm around me, I was almost completely encased in muscle. He was just that big. It made me feel like a baby bird tucked under her mother's wing. No safer place in the world than under Doran Stoneheart's mighty arm. Curling our clasped hands against his chest, Ivar just looked at me with those beautiful golden eyes.
Such a treasure. We are truly blessed, Doran. Aye.
That single word rumbled through me, vibrating me from head to toe. How could he say that when he'd been trapped for hundreds of years, a giant gargoyle statue forgotten in a root cellar near a church? He rubbed his mouth against my ear.
I'd suffer the curse another 1,000 years just to hold you again, Moster.
Blinking back tears, I curled my other hand around his wrist, holding them both. No more curses, please.
What was your life like before you heard Doran's call?
Ivar asked.
If you're not too tired.
I was feeling less like a zombie after the shower, though I didn't think the alert brain would last long after the week I'd had. I lived with Vivi. She took me in after I filed for divorce. His eyes flared, and he glanced up at Doran.
You were wed before?
Shame tightened my throat. Yeah, for 5 years.
Did you love him?
His question shouldn't have startled me. People got married because they fell in love, right? But I honestly couldn't remember being happy with Jonathan. I must have been once. Before he hit on Vivi, before he made me feel so small. I guess so? At least in the beginning. Doran lifted his hand to my chin and turned my face toward him, leaning back to make room for me to turn enough so my neck wasn't strained.
I detect unpleasantness in your voice, and your mind is nothing but thick tar when you think of him. Does this man yet live? I will be only too happy to pay him a visit.
Aiden growled.
Let's each collect a body part from this wanker.
No, I said hurriedly. I don't want anything to do with him ever again. The divorce was bad enough. Doran's eyes glittered with malice.
Tell us, Moster. I want to know this story.
My stomach churned, my eyes burning with tears. I don't like to talk about it. His stony face softened, and he brushed his lips against each of my eyelids.
Very well, Moster. We will talk of it another day, but talk we must. If this man broke your heart, we must take care to heal it and not injure you further.
Relieved, I turned toward him and buried my face against his chest. His big fingers stroked my hair, trying to take away some of the hurt. But he couldn't soothe that pain away. I was scared, terrified actually. Once they heard my story, they'd think less of me. I certainly did. Why had I married such a jerk? Deliberately? Especially when I couldn't remember a single good time? When I couldn't remember if I'd ever even loved him? Chapter 3. I slept so hard and long that I woke feeling a bit like Rip Van Winkle. Sunlight streamed in through the windows, but I couldn't tell if it was morning or afternoon. For a moment, I didn't remember where I was. Then I turned my head and found gleaming golden eyes shining back at me.
Good afternoon, sleepyhead,
Ivar said.
Feel better?
I stretched, groaning as blood started flowing through my lethargic muscles. Ouch. I'm actually pretty sore. I feel like a herd of horses trampled me while I slept. His lips quirked, a dimple popping up in his cheek.
Thorn does tend to have that effect.
Heat flooded me. Embarrassment, yeah, a little, but also desire. The memory of him thrusting deep inside me made my breath catch on a soft, ragged sigh. I couldn't recall feeling such overwhelming pleasure before. A twinge of unease nagged me. Not that I wanted to dwell on my ex-husband's skills, or lack thereof, in the bedroom. But when I tried to remember...
What has put that look on your face, Moster?
Ivar asked. Nothing, I said brightly, sitting up enough to fluff the pillows up beneath me so I could see the entire room. Where is everyone?
They went to give Doran a tour of their weapons cache to decide what to keep and what to sell. They've been gone a few hours.
I was vaguely surprised to find myself still wrapped up in the hotel robe, though it was gaping open a bit after sleeping. I didn't really care to put the corset top back on, but the rest of my clothes were at Vivi's. While I'd certainly felt sexy in the green velvet that hugged my curves and made the girls look fantastic, it was an outfit to wear to a club, not something you wore during the broad daylight at a cheap hotel without feeling like you were taking the walk of shame home for some new clothes. Though that did make my lips quirk. Me, Brienne, the geeky painter, taking one hell of a walk of shame back to get some clothes. Oh yeah.
Aiden grabbed some things for you from your friend's house,
Ivar added. Eyebrow arched, I watched him get up and fetch a bag to lay on the foot of the bed. How did he even know where she lives? I never took him there. Ivar snorted.
Aiden is part bloodhound. He could track you to the coast and back now that he knows your scent.
Maybe. Though he could have asked Warwick where Vivi lived. Would he have stooped so low as to ask the leprechaun? Warwick had whisked me home that first night, and then I'd called him for help to secure the warehouse and move all my painting supplies so I could work on finding Doran's location. Either way, it was a very considerate thing for Aiden to do. Even more so because he generally wasn't the warm and fuzzy kind of guy.
I can nip downstairs for some coffee if you'd like,
Ivar offered.
It's not as good as what your friend made, but it's better than nothing.
That'd be great. Thank you. He leaned down, bracing his forearm on the headboard.
My pleasure, Mostor.
His eyes gleamed with soft golden light that seemed to flow into me, filling me with sunshine and warmth. It felt incredible, like an internal hug and 1,000 compliments all wrapped up into an exquisite chocolate candy that dissolved on my tongue and sweetened my entire body. I cupped his cheek, tracing my thumb along his jawline, enjoying the roughness from his stubble. You really are incredible. He closed his hand over mine, moving my fingers so he could kiss each fingertip.
Nothing compared to the treasure of your heart.
I tipped my head back, offering my mouth silently if he wanted a kiss. He did indeed. His soft lips nibbled against mine, and the sense of glow intensified, as if I was swallowing a warm, thick glob of honeyed sunlight. So good. I could feel that heat spreading through me as if I'd thrown back a shot or two of fine Irish whiskey. He lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with faceted rays of sunlight. Wow, I breathed out. Too bad I hadn't brushed my teeth yet. I would have gladly opened up for a deeper kiss.
You give me that power, Moster. My light had all but died out before we found you. I'll be right back.
Warm sparks danced through my blood as I watched him leave. Double wow. His ass filled out his jeans just as spectacularly as his kiss had lit me up. Shaking myself out of a dazed stupor, I got up and dragged the bag into the bathroom. Aiden had even thought to grab my toothbrush. Bless his grumpy heart. At the very bottom of the bag, I found the worn gold coin that had allowed me to step into Shamrock the first time. Did I still need the coin to enter the pub? Or would it look like the old run-down abandoned house again? As long as I was with the guys, it probably didn't matter. They were the lost magical treasures of Ireland. I was just the human lucky enough to be their conduit. The holding Warwick's gold coin made me feel a little more magical and less like a basic human. I slipped the coin into my pocket, determined to carry it with me as a good luck charm. Hopefully, more of that magic would find me. Freshly scrubbed and dressed in my favorite faded paint-streaked jeans, I found Ivar waiting for me with the promised cup of coffee.
I wasn't sure how you liked it, so I brought some packets of creamer and sugar.
I ripped open some packets of the dried creamer and stirred them in, but they did little to help the bitterness. It was still caffeine. What's on the agenda today?
I called Aiden while I was downstairs, and he said they're going to be another couple of hours. What would you like to do in the meantime?
I'd like to head over to the warehouse and get some of my paintings listed for sale. Vivi got me connected with an online art gallery. I just need to finish uploading the pictures. Then, if I still had time, I'd see if the muse had anything new to say. Chapter 4. We grabbed some fast food on the way to the warehouse. Munching on salty fries, I got the first canvas loaded to the gallery's site. I chose to sell the painting I'd done of the gargoyle in the creepy church graveyard, but I couldn't bear to part with the portraits of each of the guys. I put an insanely high price on the church one, thinking it probably wouldn't sell anyway, but if it did, it would solve my immediate cash problems. I definitely needed to prepare something new to sell. Painting for myself was one thing. Painting for profit? I wasn't sure what would sell anyway. In a perfect world, I'd paint whatever I wanted, and it would sell like hotcakes. I snorted, shaking my head. A fairy tale for sure. To warm up and get my creative juices flowing, I started by painting Ivar. The way he sat so casually and easily, a warm light in his eyes, a ready smile on his lips, golden energy rising up like a nimbus around him. Nice, but I wanted to go deeper, something more challenging. Would you take your shirt off? He winked at me as he tucked his t-shirt over his head without hesitation. I painted him sitting, facing me. Turning away, the long lean lines of his back. His graceful, gentle fingers, the black flap of his coat rising around him like wings as he flew out over the lake to help Aiden. The heavy longsword held in both of his hands over one shoulder. His light pushing back the imps in the cellar, shining, always shining against the darkness, slowly dimming. Until he kissed me, which led me to thinking about his mouth, the delicious rounded curve of his ass.
No fucking fair.
I jolted at the vicious tone near my ear, whipping my head around to see that Aiden had joined us, along with Doran and Keen. Hello to you, too. He scowled at me, even as he leaned in and pressed a hard, searing kiss to my lips.
I'm next.
For what? Eyes narrowed, he tipped his head to the canvas.
I want you to paint me next.
I turned to look at the painting and squeaked. Oh shit, heat scorched my face. When had I asked Ivar to take his pants off? Or had I just painted him from a place of imagination? I peeked over at the bed, and another wave of heat flooded my cheeks. Just as in my painting, he lay on the mattress, stark naked. The long, beautiful, lean lines of his body on full display. His cock erect, his fingers wrapped around the base. Eyes burning like twin suns. Shoulders and neck corded with muscle, as if I'd been tormenting him for hours. Maybe I had. Shit. I dragged my gaze up to his lips curled in a sensual smile, not frustrated or angry at me for tormenting him in the slightest. Only that shining sensual heat promising to fill me to bursting with all the light and energy of the sun. "Sorry," I squeaked out again. "I don't remember asking you to, I waved my hand vaguely in the general vicinity of the bed. "When I paint, the muse takes over."
My pleasure as always, Moster.
He chuckled softly, releasing his dick as he sat up. Casually naked, dick out, even with his friends now in the room, as if it was the most natural thing in the world.
Any luck, Aiden? Not as lucky as you.
He huffed out, scanning the other canvases.
You did all these this afternoon?
I turned, surprised to find 3 other canvases, all featuring Ivar in increasingly fewer clothes. Most of them didn't have his face or his eyes, just the glorious lines of his body and the same warm golden tones against his shining ebony skin. I guess so. I shrugged uncomfortably when Aiden turned another piercing look on me. When the muse takes hold, I don't remember much. I just paint. Keen let out a low whistle as he looked over the canvases.
Very impressive. I agree. I want to see what your muse thinks of me.
My cheeks were pretty much on fire at this point. Though, yeah, I wanted it too. Now that they were all here, close to me, I could feel a pulse in the air, as if the wheel needed to spin, magic needed to be released. Oops, not a good word choice with one gorgeous man naked and 3 others wishing they could join him. Doran let out a low rumble that made my blood heat even more.
We brought food, though now I'm not sure that any of us wish to eat dinner.
I met his gaze, not surprised to see his eyes heavy and dark. What are the, rules? Like, how does this all work between you? His eyes narrowed, creating a chasm in his forehead almost as grim as Aiden's.
There are no rules, Moster. What you want, you take, whenever and however it pleases you.
Chapter 5. Such a novel concept. The thought flickered in my brain, but for a moment it felt like someone else's. Someone who had not had much of a say in what happened, especially in the bedroom. Not me. Though the sense of unease rolled back through me, churning my stomach, as if there was a trap buried ahead, just waiting to swallow me up. I hadn't been happy with Jonathan. In fact, I'd been miserable. I didn't remember having great sex with him, or even good sex, or even bad sex. Why can't I remember? Aiden seized my arm and dragged me over to the table. Only he didn't sit me down in a chair. He picked me up and plopped my ass down in the middle of the table. Then he planted his palms on either side of my hips and leaned down into my space.
Who am I going to kill tonight?
Startled, I leaned back a bit to gain some space. I'm sorry. What? Doran sat gingerly in one of the chairs, as if expecting it to explode into 1,000 pieces. His head was still higher than mine, and the snarl on his lips told me this was very serious.
I feel the unease spiraling through you, Rian. We all do. So you'd best start spilling some truths to your treasures so we may better protect you.
Evidently, it was serious enough that Ivar scooped up his boxers so he wouldn't distract me further. He and Keen both came closer to the table, and though it was rectangular and not circular, I could feel the wheel flaring to life with their nearness. Magic spilling through me, spinning out with ever-increasing power. The 4 Irish treasures and me, their treasure keeper, the conduit for their magic. It had been so beautiful feeling them all come together around me, both for their magic and when we'd fucked at Shamrocked. I couldn't bear to lose that sense of belonging and rightness so quickly. My eyes burned, but I didn't want to cry. I didn't even know why I felt like everything was crumbling away. They'd done nothing to indicate they were upset or unhappy. I guess I'm having some PTSD from my marriage.
Tell us about him.
Aiden's voice softened, all the hard edges and scowl gone from his face. That shocked me more than him picking me up and dropping me onto the table. He wasn't ever soft or gentle or kind. Was he? That made my eyes swim even more.
Start with something easy, Mostor. What's the fucking bastard's name?
Jonathan, I whispered. Blake. Aiden pressed a gentle kiss to my forehead.
And where did you meet Jonathan Blake, Mostor?
It wasn't a trick question. It should be easy to answer. But it was like pulling open the drawer in a filing cabinet and finding only empty manila folders. The spots were there, perfectly labeled and organized, just empty. I gave him the most likely answer. College, I think. Vivi went to UMKC and I went to the Kansas City Art Institute. I think I met him at an event.
You think?
I closed my eyes, scanning those mental folders again, concentrating fiercely. I don't remember exactly.
Where did you go on your first date?
Doran's low rumble made me shiver. I didn't date much. I was busy painting or hanging out with Vivi. All true. I didn't have a lot of experience with guys. Aiden's mouth brushed my ear, his hot breath making my hair tickle my skin.
I didn't ask you about guys in general. I be asking about Jonathan Blake, the man you married.
I honestly don't remember. I must have blocked it from my memory. His hand came up around my nape, pulling me against his chest.
Or those memories were taken from you.
I breathed in his scent, the fresh, clean scent of his cotton t-shirt, dark, luscious leather sprinkled with the bite of gunpowder. So good. I couldn't be upset or scared with the slaughterer on my side, surrounded by his friends, my lovers. Then why did my stomach clench on another pulse of dread? Who would have done such a thing?
Describe him for us,
Doran said.
What did he look like?
He's about 5'10". He always called Vivi an Amazon because she was taller than him. Brown hair, brown eyes, average build. It dawned on me that he'd asked what he'd look like, as in the past. He's still alive as far as I know. In fact, he finally signed the divorce papers after fighting me for nearly a year. Doran shook his head slowly.
I'm sorry to say that the man you might have loved is dead, Rian. He is no more.
How? I whispered numbly. How could you know that? Surely someone would have called me. Aiden heaved out a heavy sigh.
Changeling.
I searched his frosty blue eyes, surprised by the hint of regret in his tone. What's that?
Sometimes a fae swaps himself out for a human, whether baby or adult. One sure way to identify a changeling is a suddenly ravenous appetite.
I tried to laugh, but it sounded like a choked sob. I don't remember him eating that much.
He didn't eat food.
Aiden leaned closer, pressing his forehead to mine, his grip surprisingly gentle on my nape.
He ate your memories. That's why you can't remember meeting him, falling in love, even bad memories. They're gone, destroyed by the fae who stole your husband's life.
I jerked back away from him, forcing another harsh laugh. You must be mistaken. I didn't know about any of this fairy stuff then. I hadn't found Shamrocked or met Warwick. I didn't even bring Doran's statue home until a week ago. When did this fae supposedly take Jonathan's place?
You won't be able to remember."
Keen's usually sultry voice was somber, echoing with grief. For me. For the memories that I'd lost.
"We'll have to ask Viviana if she noticed a particular event or time when the man you married suddenly seemed different."
"But I remember certain things," I protested, still unable to wrap my mind around the idea. "We were married for 5 years. I was so unhappy, hating my job, hating my life. I wanted—" Bits of flimsy, wispy images fluttered through my mind. Tattered and worn and thin. I'd been going to the Institute. I'd always intended to be an artist. I'd worked really hard to get accepted into the program on scholarship because I sure didn't have the money for tuition. Jonathan would have known that I wanted to be an artist. Yet that was the first thing I'd given up. He'd never come right out and forbade me to paint, but he'd ridiculed and belittled me, or implied I was hurting our future together by neglecting a real career, slowly making me feel worse until I gave in. Until I gave up my dream, the one thing I had always loved. Tears trickled down my cheeks. Vivi had tried to tell me early on in our relationship that something was wrong. But after he hit on her, I hadn't wanted him around her again. I hadn't trusted him, and I hadn't wanted to expose her to any more of his bullshit. In my own stupid way, I'd been trying to protect her from the man I'd married. The man I was stuck with. Evidently, he hadn't been a man at all. Warwick said he was in the city, and that I had to be careful. I swiped at my cheeks, determined not to break down. Was he trying to warn me about Jonathan even then? Aiden's baby blues darkened at my mention of the leprechaun's name.
"When did he warn you about him?"
When Vivi went with me to find the bar. She was worried that I'd been roofied because I couldn't remember how I'd gotten home. But the bar wasn't there, only an old falling-down house. I thought I was going crazy, but then Warwick was there. He told me to come back that night and to be careful.
"That's one thing I've been meaning to ask you, Moster,"
Dorn said.
"How did you get into Shamrock in the first place?"
I accidentally found one of Warwick's gold coins on the sidewalk in the snow. It was in my pocket. I couldn't see Keen and Ivar behind me, but I had the feeling they were all four looking at each other with the same suspicion as the glances Aiden and Doran shared. What? He said he'd been leaving his coins all over town, hoping that I'd find one. Aiden snorted.
"A leprechaun has never parted from his gold. I'd sooner believe that Doran gave up his gargoyle to shift into a pink unicorn than Warwick accidentally on purpose dropping a single coin for you to find." "I wouldn't have minded a pink unicorn,"
Doran rumbled.
"They have beautiful sharp horns on their heads." "Did Warwick say how long he'd been trying to reach you with his coins?"
Ivar asked. The sick feeling increased in my stomach. "About 5 years. I thought it was strange at the time because that's how long I'd been married to Jonathan. But surely it was just a coincidence." Aiden dropped down into one of the chairs with another disgusted sound.
"Did you ever wonder where the word conned came from, Mostor? Leprechaun. He conned you. He conned us all."
Chapter 6. I didn't believe him. Warwick hadn't conned me. He couldn't have. Not after he'd helped me, saved my life, and then participated in that decadent scene on top of his bar in his pub. That hadn't been fake. It hadn't been a lie. I wanted to reach out to him and ask, but with all 4 guys watching me, I didn't want them to leap to any conclusions. I sure wouldn't be able to hide that I was talking to someone else, and the last thing I wanted was to imply that I trusted Warwick more than I trusted them. I trusted all 5 of them. I didn't believe for a moment that Warwick had anything to do with me being hurt in any way.
"I hope for the sake of your heart that the trust you've placed in Greenshanks isn't misplaced."
though the heavy skepticism in Doran's tone told me he sided with Aiden.
You were marked, and much earlier than any of us suspected. A changeling has damaged your memories for years. That you were able to distance yourself from the creature and still manage to find the rest of the treasures and break my curse is nothing short of a miracle. Let's eat first, but I'd like as much information on Jonathan Blake as we can find. Agreed.
Keen rummaged through the bags of Chinese takeout and started passing containers around.
Give me a few minutes on a laptop, and we'll know what color underwear the gobshite's wearing.
Aiden helped me down off the table, and I sat between him and Doran, a little numb, a little heartbroken, but also oddly relieved. I'd known something was wrong with the marriage. I hadn't felt like myself in so long that coming to Vivi's was like being reborn again. Finding parts of myself that I'd forgotten or had lain dormant in those years, waiting for a little sunlight to blossom again. I only partially listened as the guys filled Ivar in on whatever equipment they'd sold to raise cash. Instead, I focused on the leprechaun. Warwick?
Aye, Mostor? Are you needing me despite having the treasures at your beck and call?
I had to be careful. If Aiden's suspicions were right, then I didn't want to accidentally betray us to Warwick. But I refused to believe he'd betray me, not after what we'd been through. What do you know about my ex-husband? I ate several bites of cashew chicken before he answered.
There be restrictions placed upon me that I must abide, though it distresses me greatly.
His voice whispered through my head, trembling with anxiety and emotion.
You're on the right track. Keep pushing for answers, Rianne. That's all I can say.
Confirming that something fishy was up, but not necessarily something Warwick himself had done. Aiden said Doran would sooner give up his gargoyle than you'd give up your gold.
Sometimes there be greater treasure than gold at stake. Remember what I told you last at Shamrock. You be treasure for me too.
I blinked fiercely, trying to keep my emotions under control.
Hold on to that, love,
Warwick whispered.
Be wary. I cannot say more. Have you a place in mind to live, Mostor?
Doran's deep rumble shook me back to their conversation. Not really. I'm happy anywhere.
We could travel,
Keen said wistfully.
I'd love to see the homeland again.
That's one thing I still don't understand, I said. Why are the Irish treasures here in Kansas City, Missouri, of all places? I would have thought you'd be reborn only in Ireland.
We go where the war dictates,
Aiden replied in between mouthfuls of noodles. He ate like he hadn't had a meal in days. Maybe he hadn't. I couldn't remember seeing him eat until now.
Before Doran was cursed, we had long periods in Tir na Nog, and we were only reborn to Ireland. But once we lost him, we kept getting spit out to your world quicker, over and over and over. We haven't been back to Ireland in centuries. The demons be here, so this be where we return.
You've been fighting them a while this time? He had an even bigger mouthful of lo mein, so Ivar picked up the conversation for him.
Time is a funny thing when you've been reborn so many times, but near as I can remember, we've been back 6 or 7 human years.
So close to when I'd come to Kansas City and married Jonathan. Another coincidence? I didn't think so. Why had Vivi and I been so set on coming to Kansas City? She was so smart that she had scholarships to go anywhere. She'd chosen UMKC because I had finally gotten a full-ride scholarship from the Kansas City Art Institute. Another coincidence? Or divine magic at play to bring me where I needed to be? What were the chances that I'd grow up near Doran's hiding place? That I'd have wandered the hills around the lake looking for a lost prince? That I'd come to Kansas City to study art, the very thing that helped me find him? The talent that Jonathan had immediately squelched as soon as we married. To prevent me from finding Doran?
I wasn't always in the same location,
Doran said, startling me out of my reverie.
I believe I was sent to that cellar because you were near. Right.
Aiden mumbled around a mouthful.
The last time I physically saw your gargoyle was in a dead-end closed subway tunnel in New York City in the 80s.
I couldn't help but rub my temples, trying to follow. Wait, you're saying that you weren't physically placed in the church cellar until...
Until you were there,
Doran replied.
My prison was not of this earth, but in an immortal plane similar to Tir Nanog, the land beneath the sea, or over the waves, or countless other names for fairy. My prison appeared physically wherever the treasure keeper was, but then faded away until she could be born again.
So are the demon things here only because I was born here? Aiden pushed away from his empty container, though his eyes narrowed on mine, as if he'd snagged the rest of my cashew chicken if I dared leave a bite uneaten.
Not at all.
I felt a little better, until he added,
The demon fae be everywhere now. Your world is nigh overrun with them.
I pushed my container over to him, and he didn't hesitate to dig in. But that can't be possible. I've never seen any of these creatures before. How can they be everywhere?
You were married to one,
Doran said.
Yet you did not know. How many times have you passed a changeling on the street and not noticed?
Ouch. Blow straight to the heart. Had I really not noticed that Jonathan wasn't human? Could you live with someone, share a bed with him, and not realize the truth? If so, we're fucked. Aiden flashed the biggest smile I'd seen from him.
Exactly so.
But do you see the imps and pukas here in the city? Or are they all these changeling things? He shrugged.
All of that and more. Fae cast a glamour so mortals can't see their true nature. You might see a cat on the street, but it's an imp. Or a tall muscled man dressed in a suit headed to the office, but it's actually a puka. They can mask their ravenous nature until they accomplish their goal.
And their goal is? He shoved another huge mouthful of cashew chicken in answer. I winced. Eating. That was their goal. If we'd failed to free Doran in the cellar, the imps would have eaten us. Well, Aiden had supposedly arranged for Warwick to get me out of there if things went badly, but I would have been furious if he'd whisked me away while the rest of them died.
Aren't you finished yet?
Keen shot a frown across the table at Aiden.
Axel is sent to meet us at the shop for some reconnaissance.
Aiden grumbled around the last mouthful and pushed away from the table.
Why didn't you say so? Call if you need us. Otherwise, we'll meet you at the hotel later tonight.
I would have asked for a goodbye kiss from them, but he was still chewing up that last mouthful, and a kiss from Keen would have sent me into a screaming climax. Though he did give me a sultry wink, promising to bring that magic to play later at the hotel. Oh yeah, I was going to need to do some in-depth painting of him next. I looked over the table at Ivar with a questioning lift of my eyebrows. Sorry you had to miss out on their fun to stay with me all day.
Hardly a punishment, Mostor. I loved every minute with you, though I do have one request.
My cheeks heated, remembering every graphic detail of his body. Yeah?
I want to watch you paint Doran next.
Chapter 7. I set up another canvas as Doran stripped down to his skin. Ivar already sat on the bed, propped up with pillows like he was getting ready for a really good show. At least he'd kept his boxers on. The sight of two beautiful, powerful, naked men would have been my undoing.
I can't remember ever posing for a portrait before.
Doran grumbled, more like Aiden.
Are you sure you want my hulking beast on your canvas, Mostor?
It dawned on me that the gigantic man was nervous. He thought it highly unlikely that I'd find him as attractive as Ivar. Granted, Doran's body shape was completely different, even when he wasn't shifted into the gargoyle. His shoulders were massive, his barrel chest huge, his arms too long, his hands and feet massive, his thighs like giant pillars of cement. Even his facial features were large in proportion to Ivar's, and the busted nose certainly didn't help disguise the heaviness of his brow. Add in all the scars and cuts to his big body, and I was spellbound. I'd thought of him as a majestic lion before, an aged king who'd fought off dozens of challengers over the years and had the battle scars to prove it. He wasn't handsome in the traditional sense, but there was a definite sense of royalty in the proud tilt of his chin. Grace in the way he moved despite his size. Even more telling, in my opinion, was his gentleness. He had never handled me in a way that made me afraid. Aiden could grab my arm and haul me around like the impatient asshole he was, but Doran would never handle me that roughly. He didn't dare because of his size. Aiden's harshness was all a bluff anyway. I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that he wouldn't ever hurt me. Doran's gentleness wasn't a bluff. He would never fail to guard his actions and movements around me to ensure my safety. He was just too big and strong to ever forget his own strength. I grabbed the blank canvas I'd put on my easel and took it back to the others stacked along the wall. I needed something bigger for Doran. I wanted to capture his full majesty, like a king on his throne. The gargoyle on his perch. If they had perches, I really wasn't sure. I came back with the largest sized canvases that I'd purchased, one in each hand, because once I got started, I didn't think I'd be happy with only one painting. Unless I ended up leaving one of them unfinished so I could get into bed with them. Because, yeah, just staring at the two of them, so different yet so similar, waiting for me, in bed, this would be some of my fastest painting ever. I cocked my head to the side, envisioning what I wanted to do. You know how gargoyle statues are on the tops or sides of buildings, watching for evil? That's what I want you to look like, only on the bed. Doran cast a concerned look at the bed frame, as if afraid it wouldn't hold his weight. It wasn't anything fancy, but Vivi had insisted that I should have a comfortable place to rest in between paintings. She never would have bought something cheap and flimsy, so I was pretty sure whatever frame the mattress sat on would hold up. Climbing on the foot of the bed, he crouched down over his feet. Knees splayed wide, those big hands gripping the edge of the mattress like it was a roof of a building. Braced on the very edge, his forearms immediately caught my attention. All that strength, the corded lines of muscle and sinew and ligament drawing my eyes up the length of his arms to massive bulging shoulders and his thick muscled neck. Gulp. I picked up my brush and sank into that image, capturing every muscle with loving detail. With Ivar in the shadows behind him to adequately reflect exactly how large Doran was. Ivar's eyes began to gleam with his golden light, casting more of Doran's face into shadow. Though I caught the gleam of his eyes, the flash of his white teeth in the darkness, sharper than I imagined, more like a wolf. Or a bat, maybe? His? Or the gargoyle's? Or just my crazy muse? I wasn't sure.
May I ask for something myself, Mostor?
Doran's rumble deepened, rattling the very foundations of the building. I nodded, though I didn't look up from my work.
Paint yourself into the next one, and when you're done, put yourself here with us.
Chapter 8. I couldn't remember painting myself before. When I looked at myself, I didn't see anything interesting enough to capture on a canvas. But I wanted to be in this picture. I could see it so clearly. Me standing in the gargoyle's shadow. dressed in something white, flowy, and elegant despite my short, curvy body, reaching my palm up to the gargoyle's cheek, pressing my lips to his, watching the stone flow away to reveal the man beneath. The bed frame groaned as Doran shifted his weight. I focused on him rather than the painting in my head. Instead of perching at the foot of the bed, he'd moved up to the headboard and reclined against it like a throne. One knee up, his elbow casually braced on it, his other leg bent slightly, his hand casually on his knee, his thick cock jutting up in silent invitation. I stared a moment, captivated by the memory of him inside me, filling me up, pushing me higher than I'd ever flown. Had I ever climaxed so hard before? I couldn't remember. But maybe those memories had been destroyed by the changeling too. I couldn't dwell on that thought without making myself ill again. I had no idea when Jonathan might have been replaced, when I might have had sex with my ex-husband versus a changeling fae creature that had devoured my memories. My brush moved over the canvas, seemingly with a mind of its own. I was there in that painting, the white gown flowing around me, my head falling back with exquisite pleasure as I lowered myself onto his cock, his big body a fortress, a place of safety that I could always turn to, my mighty protector. Golden light flowed through the vision, shifting my perspective. Ivar's beautiful body curled around mine, his arms supported me as I rode Doran. The light in the darkness, the truth cutting through the lies. With Ivar's light, I would always see through any illusion. I would know. My eyes closed, holding the thought close like a secret in the depths of my heart. I would know if anyone lied to me, even Warwick. Tension bled away from my shoulders, softening the heavy sense of dread in my stomach that I'd been trying to ignore. I didn't doubt Warwick's honesty in the slightest, and I refused to believe that he'd conned me. But now I would have that confirmation if I ever needed it. I painted in long, broad strokes, hurried, throwing paint onto the canvas with abandon. I wanted to finish it quickly, so I could slide into that vision and bring it to life. I dropped the paintbrush with a clatter. I didn't wear a flowing nightgown, but when I pulled the shirt over my head and wriggled out of my jeans, I didn't hear a single word of complaint from the men waiting for me on the bed. Doran lifted me up effortlessly, setting me on my knees between his splayed thighs. He didn't ask anything of me, choosing to sit and wait for me to decide how quickly I wanted to proceed. As soon as I focused on Ivar, he rose up slightly from his reclined position beside his friend, though he, too, simply waited for my direction. My pace, my rules. It was so shocking to me, which unsettled me all over again. It made me suspect there were dark things in my head that the changeling may have feasted upon. Horrible things he'd done to me just so he could devour those dark memories. They knew it, reading the slight waver on my face, or sensing the unsettling pit in my stomach.
If Greenshanks had anything at all to do with that sickness swirling in your stomach, I'll see him drawn and quartered.
Doran's grim rumble pushed back some of the uneasiness threatening to overtake me.
Though I hope for your sake that he be as innocent as you believe.
I moved closer to Doran, reaching up to cup his heavy head in both my hands. When you first started talking in my dreams, I didn't believe you. I didn't believe in you. But I do now. I believe in you, in all of you. And I believe in Warwick, too. Doran leaned his mighty head down against mine, resting his chin on the top of my head.
Then I believe in him too, Mostor, because I, more than any of we four, have been saved by the incomparable strength of your heart.
I leaned forward and pressed my lips to one of the deep grooves in his shoulder. He had so many scars, so many battles. I couldn't comprehend how many times they must have died to save the world that didn't care about them in the slightest. He wore the impact of all those lives deep in his flesh, physical proof of all the times he'd fought and died to save the world. His skin quivered against my lips, a soft sigh escaping his lips. I raised my head, stunned to find the scar had smoothed away. His flesh looked whole and unmarked once more.
"Such power,"
Ivar whispered.
"You truly are magical, Rian."
"It's not me," I replied, shaken. "It's your magic. I'm only the conduit."
"A conduit can change the flow through it,"
Doran said.
"Transform it into something else. It's been so long since we all four reunited with our treasure keeper. Methinks the Fey magic is so relieved and excited to be used again that it's expanding your ability."
"Me? Magic?" I certainly felt magical in their arms, especially when they looked at me with such burning desire. Vivi was the beautiful woman who drew men to her like bees to honey. I'd never been magnetic like her. I was the quiet, geeky artist with paint smeared on my cheek. Too shy and awkward to even think about dating much. But they both looked at me like I was a miracle. That certainly felt magical to me. I rose up over Doran's hips and slowly began to take him inside. His big hand settled on my waist, supporting me while I worked him deep. He was a big man in all ways. Sweat beaded on my forehead when I rocked my hips. I didn't try to take him balls deep, not yet. I'd entertained the possibility of having Ivar inside me at the same time, but I didn't think I could bear any more sensation. Though he pressed his lips to mine, the gentle glide of his palms over my back and arms brought my skin to life. His heat warmed my back, just like in the painting I'd been working on. Solid muscle everywhere. Safe. So safe. Climax rippled through me, a wave that started gently like their touch, but built to a crashing crescendo, shattering me up against a crystalline ceiling that exploded into a million stars. Doran's guttural sigh pushed me higher, his big hands squeezing me harder against him. His hips thrusting, lifting me up, driving me into a higher level that made me claw at his shoulders. Panting, I sagged against him a moment, trying to catch my breath. "No offense, big guy, but I'm going to need to start with one of the other guys next time, so they get a turn before I'm unconscious."
"I'm not complaining."
Ivar nuzzled my neck, still curled around my back. Soft golden light shimmered all around him.
"Your pleasure always pushes me over the edge, though I'd love to be inside you too."
It hadn't really dawned on me until now. I had 4 men in my bed. No, 5. We'd been intimate. They'd come on me, yet only Doran had ever actually been inside me. As Ivar said, he wasn't complaining, but I was going to have to come up with some kind of system. No matter how eager I might be after so many years, I was only one woman after all. Human, even, compared to supernatural Irish treasures and a fucking leprechaun. Doran rolled slightly onto his side, letting me settle between him and Ivar.
"Flip a coin next time, though not Warwick's gold. Aiden'll never trust it not to favor the leprechaun with every toss."
The bed was too small to get very comfortable between 2 large men, one of which resembled a massive stone gargoyle, even in his human form. "Is there bad blood between them?"
"Not that I know of,"
Ivar replied.
"Aiden isn't the trusting sort to begin with."
I huffed out a sigh and closed my eyes. That was the understatement of the century. Chapter 9. Freshly showered, I sat on one of the hotel beds while the guys argued over who was getting the bathroom next. I hated to keep spending Vivi's money, but maybe we should have gotten a couple of rooms. One shower for 5 people, especially large rowdy men, was a challenge. I hadn't seen many cars in the parking lot, so hopefully there weren't a lot of guests that'd be filing noise complaints. Aiden and Keen had brought several bags of fast food with them, as well as what looked to be the entire whiskey selection from the liquor mart on the corner. As long as they kept the noise down to a dull roar, I didn't mind them drinking, though I couldn't help but dwell on the fact that we could have gone to Shamrock for all the alcohol they could want. Except that was where Warwick was. Absently tracing the coin in my pocket, I played back scenes from before we'd freed Doran, trying to tell whether Aiden had been so suspicious of Warwick all along, or if his distrust was more recent. Simple jealousy, the same trouble that had befallen their former treasure keeper, ultimately leading to Doran's capture? Or something deeper? But they'd lived for thousands of years. Surely even Aiden wouldn't hold a grudge that long. He flung himself down on the bed beside me with a vicious scowl.
No couch for me tonight, or I'll be ripping new assholes in all of you.
Ivar winked at me, sultry golden heat shimmering in his eyes.
Fine by me. She painted me earlier today.
Aiden snorted.
Is that what you're calling it now?
Blushing, I elbowed him hard in the ribs and concentrated on my phone. I did paint him, and Doran, too. And more, of course. I texted Vivi. Are you free to talk? She replied back almost immediately. Sure, give me 5.
So?
Aiden drawled, waiting until I met his gaze.
Jonathan Blake, you ready to hear what we found?
My stomach immediately quivered with dread. If you can tell me in 5 minutes or less, I need to call Vivi. Aiden held up his hand and started counting off his fingers.
Born in Kansas City 37 years ago. Lived here all his life. Everything about him checks out until you guessed it.
He arched a brow, waiting for me to finish his sentence. Until 5 years ago. He nodded.
He job hopped around town off and on for years. Never anything substantial, but basic and expected for a loser of his caliber. One day, he was an assistant manager selling shoes, and then the next, he started a business named Solobrex worth 100 times more than he ever made in his life, coincidentally around the time you and he must have started dating.
Solobrex, I said slowly. Even the word tasted bad on my tongue. I never was sure what he did there exactly. He owned it?
Nobody's sure what Solobrex does.
Sitting in the rickety office chair, Keen gingerly scooted closer to the bed.
That's what makes it a good front.
A front for what? I asked. Jonathan was a lot of things, but I wouldn't call him a smart, brave, or strong man. He wouldn't have been smart enough to be involved in money laundering, let alone anything illegal or risky. Aiden let out a low grunt.
Exactly. You just described the man to a T. I still can't.
Keen broke in.
Didn't you say you needed to call Vivi? It's been 5 minutes.
Yeah. I stared down at the phone screen, trying to get a grip. Keen might have interrupted him, but I knew exactly what Aiden had wanted to say. How could I have ended up with a man like Jonathan? If he wasn't smart, brave, or strong, what had ever attracted me in the first place?
I'll walk you down to the lobby if you want,
Keen said.
If you want some quiet for your call.
Doran was humming in the shower, but it sounded like giant boulders rolling down a mountainside. Ivar, acting as bartender, started a discussion, a.k.a. argument, with Aiden about what they were going to watch on the television, which had to be at maximum volume. Yeah, that'd be great. I started to get up out of bed, and Aiden's hand clamped down on my forearm. I expected him to boss me around, tell me to be careful, demand I return to bed, and him, as soon as possible. Instead, he leaned up from the stack of pillows against the headboard and kissed my forehead.
Forgive me, Mostor. The thought of you being unhappy or worse for a single moment makes me want to commit mass murder on a global scale.
Blinking back tears, I leaned against him a moment, soaking in his heat. I don't know why I married him either. I'm hoping Vivi can tell me. My phone rang, so I picked up her call as Keen opened the door. How are the lovebirds? She laughed, and I couldn't help but smile with her. Her joy was too contagious. Tall, brilliant, and drop-dead gorgeous, she'd always had her choice of men. Yet a bearded thick bear of a man on a motorcycle had won her heart rather than the slick men in suits that she worked with. I didn't know much about Hammer, other than he was a member of Demon Hunters, the motorcycle gang that rode with my guys. Absolutely delightful. And you? Great for the most part. Keen led me over to a set of chairs that looked like museum pieces from the 70s. Just a few things I wanted to go over with you, if you have a few minutes.
Sounds alarming.
What's wrong? I sat down in the avocado green chair. Keen, bless him, moved away closer to the front door, giving me a little privacy while still remaining close enough to protect me if needed. Nothing's wrong exactly, just... I'm trying to remember about Jonathan. Oh, she said softly. Before I tell you what the guys suspect, was there ever a point where you thought he was an okay guy? And then he changed to be the asshole that we both hated? Silence weighed heavily between us while my heart thudded heavily. Finally, she said,
I didn't understand what you saw in him, but I thought I was being too harsh. No man would ever be good enough for my best friend.
I slumped in the chair, my heart sore and bruised in my chest. See, that's just it. I don't know what I saw either. The guys asked me about him, and I couldn't answer. Why did I marry him? Why did I think I loved him? Did I ever really love him at all? I don't even remember how we met.
You had this whole story about how you went to get sneakers and the salesman was teasing you about having paint on your hands. You mentioned you were a student at the Kansas City Art Institute, and then later that day you ran into him on campus. He was dying to see some of your work. Seemed sketchy to me, but you were charmed. You honestly don't remember?
I don't remember anything, I whispered, blinking back tears. The guys think that... Well, do you know what a changeling is?
No.
She drew the word out.
Something involving fairy?
Yeah, like he was human and then something fey took his place.
He seemed human to me, but I guess Warwick looks human enough too.
Exactly. They think Jonathan the human was swapped out at some point for a creature of fairy. But if you never noticed a difference, maybe he wasn't ever human.
Surely you would have suspected something right away then.
I blew out a shaky sigh. Would I, though? I didn't have any experience dealing with men. I never had a boyfriend. I'd resigned myself to always being your kooky friend with too many cats. Some creepy fae in a human suit shows a little interest in me, and I'm in over my head. You'll always be my kooky friend, though I don't think one can ever have too many cats. I laughed a little. It was better than crying. When did you have concerns? She hesitated before admitting.
When you introduced him to me? There was just something about him that set my teeth on edge. I told myself that I was being too overprotective, but there were a lot of red flags right away.
Like what?
The way he talked to you versus everyone else. He oozed snake oil charm when talking to me, but then casually told you to go make him a sandwich, or to get him a drink, or to stop talking. The first time you did what he said, I could only stare, my mouth hanging open in shock.
I grimaced, my stomach churning. Really? Ugh.
Again, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe you were into being told what to do. Not my kink, you know. But you didn't enjoy it. You weren't smiling. You weren't laughing. The light in your eyes started to die, and it was horrible to see. Her voice thickened as if she was in tears, which made my lips wobble too. I tried to get you alone to see if you were okay, but he was always there at the house. He never let you go anywhere alone. School was crazy, and then I started working for Boss Man. You know how demanding he is. Time slipped away despite my best intentions. I even stopped by your job a few times, but the energy there was even worse. I hated that place. It sucked the air out of me every time I went inside. I hated the thought of you working there every single day. My eyes widened. I worked there too. Solabrex, I mean. Jonathan insisted that I needed a regular full-time job rather than indulging in my little hobby. I'd forgotten how awful that place was. You didn't remember that you worked there until just now? How is that possible? I whispered the ugly truth. The changeling was feeding on my memories. Oh, honey. I swiped my tears away. That's why I can't remember dating him, how I fell in love with him, or our wedding. I don't remember anything specific, only generalizations for the most part. For the most part? She repeated softly. I swallowed hard and forced myself to say the words out loud. I think he may have hurt me sometimes, on purpose, so he could feed on my pain and then later feed on my memory of it too. A kind of perfect crime, I guess. Hurt me, cause damage, and then destroy my memory of that damage. Where's the proof? Your body remembers. I shivered, my eyes closing. Yeah, sometimes, like an invisible fog that I don't realize is there until I'm in it and feel how cold and nasty it is. It sneaks up on me. Ree, honey, make sure you're communicating with at least Doran. They might trigger you unexpectedly and not know how to handle it. Yeah, my throat tightened, but I nodded, even though she couldn't see. I will. They've been great so far. That's how I started to realize that things must not have been right at all with Jonathan. Simple courtesy, asking my opinion, making sure I'm okay. That shouldn't surprise me. Arms closed around me. Keen leaned down over the back of my chair, his cheek to mine. He didn't say anything. He didn't have to. I'm so angry. Her voice vibrated with low, quiet fury. Not only did he sexually assault you, but then he took away your memory of it so you couldn't even work through the trauma. What can I do to help? Make a list of therapists? Drive around the city until I can find him and run his ass down? Hire a hitman? I couldn't help but laugh. I love you, but I'm pretty sure I've got 4 hitmen more than eager to hunt his ass down. I love you too. I'm so sorry, Rianne. I wish I could have done something as soon as I suspected things weren't right. It's not your fault. How could you possibly know what we were dealing with that long ago? We had no idea any of this existed. He targeted you from the beginning. Keen's voice carried a sinister edge, though he didn't increase his volume. That you survived long enough to find us at all is a miracle. Doran said I was marked by Fairy. I thought my first interaction with anything Fae was at Shamrock, but Jonathan marked me years before. How did you finally break free of his hold? Vivi asked. And what kept him from forcing you to come back? Chills raced down my arms. Shivering, I pressed back against the chair, tugging Keen's arms around me tighter. I have no idea. Chapter 10. More than a little shell-shocked, I said goodbye to Vivi. With cold fingertips, I fumbled to put the phone back in my pocket. My hand didn't seem to want to work. Keen closed his fingers over mine and gently took the phone from me. I'll take it for you, Mostor.
"Thanks," I whispered, my throat aching. I didn't want to cry. I wanted to scream, break things, punch Jonathan's smug face into a bloody smear and light his house on fire, smash his windows, slice his tires. I wanted 5 years of my life back. I didn't want to remember all the horrible things he might have done to me. I just wanted those wasted years spent hunched over a computer in a grim, dim cubicle, rushing home to cook his dinner and wash his clothes and clean his house. And worse. My mind flinched away. Shh. Keen swept me up against his chest.
"I've got you. You're safe now and always."
I burrowed my face against his throat and breathed in his scent. Warm, spiced rum with a thread of something smoky winding through it. A hint of pipe or smoldering peat. In a flash, I sat beside a cheery fire on a cold, snowy night, wrapped in furs and sipping my hot drink. Not cold at all. Because the heat of his eyes promised to keep me warm forever. Aiden threw open our room's door.
"What the fuck happened?"
Keen carried me inside and leaned down to place me on the bed, but I clung to him, hiding my face against him. He finally shifted around to sit on the bed and hold me across his lap.
"Some of her memories returning."
A large, very gentle hand settled on my back. I knew before he spoke that it was Doran.
"What do you need most, love? What can we do this very moment?"
I tightened my fingers in Keen's shirt, clenching my jaws, fighting to keep my rage controlled. My mind leaped from thought to thought like stray sparks lighting up a bone-dry forest. All the chores I'd done around the house, while my husband did absolutely nothing. The cooking, cleaning, laundry, errands, grocery shopping, everything that a household needed done. Plus work, the job I'd hated so much. No time to paint, no time to see Vivi, no time to do anything but slave for him. Work. I needed to tell them. "Solo bricks," I ground out. "I worked there too. It was awful. I didn't remember until Vivi told me." Doran's giant hand smoothed up and down my back. The bed dipped, and another man pressed against my side, enveloping me in the rich scent of leather. Warm golden light bathed over me, trying to take some of my hurt away. But this hurt couldn't be soothed. Not this time. In fact, the golden light of truth only made me see more clearly. Everything was gray. The cubicles, the carpets, the walls. All very modern and expensive, I'm sure, but uniformly gray. Like a prison. I didn't know Jonathan owned the place, and I can't remember exactly what I did. Only that I hated it. We weren't allowed to hang any kind of artwork or personal items in our cubicles. I made the mistake of taking in a plant that Vivi had given to me when we got our first apartment in Kansas City. Just a common pothos, but it thrived in our dinky basement apartment. As soon as I took it to my cubicle, it started to shrivel up. The tips of its leaves browned and blackened. The roots rotted, even though I didn't change the watering schedule. I laughed, but it sounded harsh to my ears. I hated everything about the place, but the pay was great. Too great to leave, he said. I had to make my car payment and help with the rent on the new condo. I'd never cared about money before. I didn't care about investments or retirement accounts or any of the other stuff he told me to do. I just wanted to paint. My voice broke. The one thing I'd given up. Resolute, I lifted my face from Keen's throat. I was that fucking plant. I rotted and withered every moment in that place and with him, yet I couldn't leave. I didn't even know anything was wrong. I just felt so bad all the time. I was trapped but couldn't see the bars and chains. Not until it was too late.
You did know.
Doran knelt on the floor between the two hotel beds, yet he still managed to tower over us.
You fought every moment to stay alive, love, so you could find and free me. Do you think a normal human could have survived a changeling's appetites for so many years? Only a survivor would have made it out alive, and you did, Rianne. You broke free of something that should have been impossible to escape.
Rage bubbled up inside me. It shouldn't have happened. Not to me, not to anyone. I'll never be the same. I'm damaged and hurt, and he's still out there, unharmed, untouched, probably laughing his ass off about how much he got from me. I'll never know everything that he stole from me. How can I when I can't remember? Did he take memories of my childhood? What if he'd destroyed my memories of Vivi? She's all I've ever had.
Then let's go get him.
Doran's voice rumbled the floor.
Let us bring his head on a platter. Or is it other body parts you'd rather have?
I wasn't normally a vindictive person. That was Vivi's area of expertise. She hadn't been joking when she'd offered to find Jonathan and run him down with her car. She'd never done anything illegal, to my knowledge, but she'd deliberately chosen to work for the best defense attorney in town, and not just because the pay was great. But staring into Doran's dark eyes, I wanted nothing more than to take him up on his offer. He swept me against his chest. The hallway outside our room blurred with his speed. He pounded up a flight of stairs, following Ivar's golden light, threw a door open, and carried me out into the dark. His chest heaved, his back arching, his head thrown back, neck and shoulders straining. His body quivered as the gargoyle erupted. Black leathery wings swept out from his back. His skin thickened and grayed, turning into the weathered granite. Clutching me against his chest, he ran toward the edge of the roof and leaped off into darkness. For a moment, we dipped, falling, my stomach tumbling in a queasy roll. Then his wings caught air, and we soared into the sky. Cold air stole my breath, but I was too exhilarated to care. Cars moved below us like little toys. Someone shouted and pointed up at the giant black thing streaking across the sky. Ivar's golden light soared ahead of us, probably drawing even more attention. But I couldn't find it in myself to care.
Not to worry,
Ivar said cheerfully in my head.
I'm blurring our images with my light. They see us, but they can't tell what we are.
The roar of a motorcycle drew my attention back down to the road. 2 bikes wove in and out of traffic, following us along the ground. Aiden and Keen raced ahead, turning back to the north. It took me a few minutes to realize where they were leading us. The grocery store on the corner, the gas station where I'd filled up my car on the way to the job I hated. The 2-story condominium buildings arranged in a horseshoe facing concrete pond. The fountain had been shut off for the winter, though the water wasn't frozen. I recognized the giant ugly cement toad in the center. I hated that thing. It reminded me of Jabba the Hutt. Why anyone had thought it deserved to be displayed in public was beyond me. I'd been forced to see it every day going to and from work. The frog was even visible from the kitchen window, so every time I did dishes, I had to stare at the ugly monstrosity. This was our old neighborhood, when I'd been Mrs. Jonathan Blake. I hadn't been back here in a year, even to get the rest of my stuff. I didn't want it. I didn't want anything that reminded me of my old life. Not the year-old SUV I'd been paying for, or the racks of business casual clothes I'd worn to work. Doran rumbled in my head.
The fountain is a portal to the other world, right outside your door. How did you escape him, love?
I swallowed hard. I don't know. I remember getting out of an Uber at Vivi's. I was barefoot and in my pajamas. I had my wallet, my phone, and a couple of changes of clothes in a bag. My old clothes from college. Nothing I'd gotten in the last few years. I left it all behind.
Fuck.
Aiden's voice clashed like swords.
The portal's wide open. Stay clear until we can disable it.
Wide open? Like for creepy-crawly creatures to start pouring into Kansas City? I suddenly had visions of giant green pukas and those nasty rat imps swarming the streets. What does that mean? Doran spun away from the fountain in a slow, wide circle.
Even humans could accidentally stumble through an open portal.
Ivar swooped lower, casting his golden light over the bulbous creature's face. My heart pounded with anxiety, terrified he might get sucked through.
Some of the Dark Fae use portals like this to lure in food. One way in, no way out. From the fat frog, I'd say there's some kind of bog on the other end. Is it warded?
Armed with both of his short, curved swords, Aiden circled the fountain, testing how closely he could get without triggering the trap.
Yeah, it's so heavily warded that I can't feel where it starts. It's going to take all of us to shut it down.
Sighing, Doran swept lower, looking for a safe place to deposit me.
I'm sorry, Mostor. I meant this to be a quick and satisfying resolution to your dismay, not yet another battle that may risk your safety. We dare not leave such a portal unguarded and open.
What can I do to help?
Nothing, he said firmly. Let your treasures handle this threat.
Lightly, he set me down on my feet in the parking lot beneath a streetlight. Okay. I fell. Something jerked my legs out from under me. I grabbed at the lamp pole, but it was too late. I skidded across the pavement on my ass, feet pointed straight at the damned fountain. Not again. I don't want to nearly drown. My feet slammed against a parking curb. Something popped in my lower right leg with a sickening crunch. I screamed, my stomach clenching with the pain. I flung my arms up, reaching for Doran. I couldn't see him, but I heard the flap of his wings. He seized me, talons digging into the waistband of my jeans. Another hand in the back of my sweatshirt. He heaved with a loud roar, but it was like I suddenly weighed 10,000 pounds. His wings pounded the air, his talons screeching through the ground, leaving deep grooves in the concrete and grass as we tumbled closer to the fountain. Not even the mighty Stoneheart could lift me off the ground. Chapter 11. If Doran can't fly me out of this... I couldn't even finish the thought. Aiden and Keen grabbed hold of Doran's left arm, Ivar on the right. Every impressive muscle straining, all four of them fighting to keep me out of the fountain. Yet nothing could stop our slide toward the circular pool. I closed my eyes, trying to relax and let the magic flow. I was their conduit. They couldn't lose me. I couldn't bear to lose them either. The wheel spun in my mind, pouring out streams of gleaming, sparkling light. The spokes were balanced. Magic flowed, thick and free despite my terror, though I couldn't help but notice the absence of Warwick's green power mixing with ours. Aiden's magic clashed like swords with the force of thunder. Ivar blazed like a captured sun. Keen blazed with all the might of immense hunger, fueling our will. Doran's wings pounded the air, his big body straining, but it wasn't enough.
It's no good,
Aiden said.
I tried smashing the center, but the magic just bounces off.
Same. Normally, Ivar's voice flowed like honey through the magical wheel, but now he rasped, hoarse and strained to the breaking point.
We'll have to disable it from the other side.
The spinning wheel squeaked. No, that was me. What's on the other side? Grim silence echoed through the spokes. Great. Ivar thought the frog fountain meant a bog. That wouldn't be too bad, surely. Famous last words. Doran managed to lift me up a little so at least I didn't crash feet first into the decorative ring around the pool. My breath oomphed out, my body bending over the concrete edge. I gripped the ledge, straining to stay out of the icy water. Don't let go!
Never,
he swore. My arms quivered. My leg throbbed so badly I was afraid I'd broken it. I stared down at the water, dreading the shocking cold. A thin sheet of ice ringed the outer edge, but the rest of the fountain was still open water. I couldn't see my reflection in the cold, dark murk. How deep was it? My hand slipped. I pitched forward, even though Doran threw his considerable weight backward, trying to haul me back. My clothes tore. Hands gripped my arms. Aiden's forearm locked around my throat, his breath panting in my ear, straining. I hauled in as much air as I could. Icy cold bathed my face. Shards stung at my skin like shattered glass. Everything rolled and pitched, my head down, my feet up. But then the world was upside down, too. Head spinning, I fell up. Panting, I stared up at a gray, stormy sky. Cold and wet, it took me a second to realize I wasn't underwater. The fountain was gone. So were my guys. I jerked upright, my heart in my throat. Doran! I twisted around, looking frantically for any sign of them. He swore he wouldn't let go. Where are you? Silence echoed in my head. The magical spinning wheel was gone. I couldn't feel them. Anywhere. Panic tightened like a noose around my neck. Panting, I looked around for anything familiar. The condos and fountain were gone, too. I sat on a small grassy island, though I could feel water seeping into my jeans. Everything was wet and muddy. The ground squelched beneath my hands and knees as I shifted my legs beneath me, panting with pain. I could move my toes, and my knee was okay. Hopefully, I'd just sprained my ankle. I didn't think I could walk, but I couldn't sit here either. Waiting for whatever dark fae had set the trap to come along like a spider and feast. Waiting for my treasures to show up and save me. Waiting. My whole life had been spent waiting. I'd spent 5 years waiting for something to change. For something to wake me up, shake me out of the stupor I'd fallen into once I married Jonathan. I'd waited 5 years to make my escape from him, though I still couldn't remember exactly what had finally rattled me enough to wake me up. I wasn't going to sit here waiting to die. Though I had to be smart, too. Smarter than I'd been when I married Jonathan. Smarter than when I'd let my rage sway the guys into heading back to the home I'd shared with my ex. What had I hoped to gain? Sure, it would have been great fun to watch Doran tear a new hole in his hide. I'd love to see Aiden pound my ex into a bloody pulp. Instead, I'd ended up separated from my guys in some kind of swampy trap. Gingerly, I crawled closer to the edge of the grassy island. Muddy water circled the knoll, and as I got closer to the edge, my hand sunk deeper into the sludge. Up to my elbows in thick slime that smelled like a sewer backup. A thick gray fog stretched out before me, muting the landscape. I couldn't tell if there were more little islands in the swamp. I couldn't see dry land, a house, nothing. I crawled forward another inch, and this time my right hand kept sinking. There wasn't anything beneath, no mud or roots that I could feel. Perilously close to dunking my face into the swamp, I reared back, struggling to pull my arm up out of the sticky muck. My hand finally popped free, and I carefully backed up to the more solid grassy area. Trying to stay calm, I spun around slowly, straining to see beyond the fog. A way out, a path, anything. I closed my eyes and concentrated on sounds, but it was strangely silent. I didn't hear any insects or birds, just the frantic pant of my breathing. This wasn't a natural swamp at all, or I'd be eaten up with mosquitoes. I'd hear chirps and croaks, not silence. Shaking with cold, pain, and exertion, I crawled back to the highest point of the little island. I pushed up, keeping my weight off my sore leg, wavering as I hopped around, trying to see if a higher vantage point would help. The same gray fog encircled me, as if the cloudy, overcast sky stretched down to the water in a thick, gloomy dome. I started to lose my balance, so I dropped back down to the ground, crying out as my other foot bounced awkwardly on the ground. Pain shot all the way up above my knee. Not good. My shoe felt too tight. A little ice and some ibuprofen. A sob slipped through my lips. I had to get back first.
Rianne.
My name drawled out like that. I instantly knew who it was. My stomach heaved. If you can hear me, he's here. Jonathan. The changeling. My ex. He's here. Chapter 12. My stomach heaved, and a chill sweat broke out on my forehead. Torn between fight or flight, I wasn't sure what to do. Squeeze my eyes shut so he couldn't bespell me again? Or keep my eyes wide open so I could protect myself? I had no idea how I'd fallen into his control before, so how could I protect myself now? Shiny black tips of his shoes appeared in my line of vision. Like driving past a horrible car accident, I was compelled to look at the carnage. Black dress pants speckled with mud. He wouldn't be pleased about that. He'd always been very particular about his appearance. Vivi said it was because he was an average-looking man with a receding hairline. He thought by always looking like a bigwig that he could fool people into believing he was important and powerful. He had been powerful. He'd managed to keep me from leaving for 5 years, even when I was miserable. A heavy gold watch glittered on his wrist. He wore a tasteful blue-patterned silk tie, impeccable white dress shirt, beautifully tailored jacket that looked like something Vivi's boss man would wear into court. Bracing myself, I looked up into his face, terrified, but also weirdly eager to see what happened. If his eyes would glow with magic, or if there'd be something outwardly visible that would betray what he really was. But no, he looked the same, like a basic, boring businessman. Well-dressed, but not particularly remarkable. His brown hair was trimmed short on the sides, longer on the top, carefully swept to the side to disguise his growing forehead. His brown eyes seemed human enough. He didn't glow with power. In fact, he managed to look sad, pained, as if he truly had missed me. Lying bastard.
It's been so long. How are you, Rianne?
I blinked, trying to figure out his angle. How should I play this? Maybe he didn't know that I knew he wasn't human. Did he know about the treasures? That Doran was free? Fine, I finally said, trying to play dumb. What happened? He grimaced and brushed at a speck of mud on his thigh.
Well, it seems as though you returned to our previous home.
Yeah, I was going to key your car. How did I get here? His eyes flared, his lips curling with amusement. A break in his careful mask. Jonathan Blake would never have been amused at the thought that someone might damage his Porsche.
I think you fell and hit your head on some ice.
Playing along, I frowned. Really? I don't like it here. I want to go home.
Of course, honey bun.
Instant revulsion washed over me. That horrible pet name struck a raw nerve that jangled from my injured leg to the top of my head. I couldn't believe that he'd called me that for years, and I hadn't immediately run for the hills as fast as I could go. Absolutely ridiculous. Unfortunately, I'd betrayed myself. Rianne Blake wouldn't have looked at him with that kind of instant disgust.
Ah.
His smile changed, somehow managing to look regretful.
I see that we have a bit of a problem after all. How much do you remember, honey bun?
I tipped my chin up and crossed my arms over my chest. Everything, Snookums. Which was a lie. We both knew it, though he twitched at the equally dumb pet name I threw back at him.
Excellent. I'm relieved to know that you'll cooperate fully.
I arched a brow at him. I never said that.
Oh? Well, I'd hate to wake up the guardian of this little oubliette I set up for you. But I will if I must. I'm sure he's extremely hungry. I'm surprised that he hasn't already woken, but I did want to ensure I had time to question you before he feasted.
I resisted the urge to look around the grassy island in search of this guardian. Maybe it was out in the water? Some kind of swampy tentacle thing, like that disgusting kelpie in Lake Taneycomo? Great. What I wouldn't give for my treasures to suddenly fall through a magical portal with their swords and blazing light ready to tear off the horse creature's head. Hairs prickled on my nape, and my spine itched with the urge to jump up and defend myself. Even though I couldn't walk, I didn't think Jonathan knew that. Yet, I gave him a suspicious glare. What do you want?
You have certain information that I need. Despite my best efforts, you've been able to hide that knowledge from me.
Is that why you destroyed so many of my memories? He swept his hands out before him, his shoulders shrugging.
Staying on the mortal plane takes a great deal of energy. Your memories served me well, and yes, I enjoyed flipping through the mental scrapbook of images and events from your past. Worthless little bits, granted, but amusing just the same. You won't miss them.
I swallowed hard, my eyes burning. I did miss those memories. I barely remembered my childhood with Vivi, playing in the hills looking for the lost prince. If I'd been able to remember those summers when I first found the gargoyle statue... You knew, I whispered, my voice shaking. You knew about Doran all along.
Of course. That's why I found you in the first place, treasure keeper, and why those memories were destroyed first.
He squatted, his brown eyes warm with entreaty.
You have the knowledge buried inside you.
I swept away angry tears. What knowledge?
How to defeat Evil Eye once and for all. The key to his ultimate defeat is written in your very soul. That's why he's always so determined to kill the treasure keeper as quickly as possible. Why Stoneheart was captured and imprisoned. Not to weaken the treasures, to weaken you.
Me? That's ridiculous. I don't have any power.
Compared to the original treasure keepers, yes, that's true. Very little of the original magic is left. But there is power in you. It calls to every fae in this bloody city. Why, I did you a favor.
Give me a fucking break, I snapped. Feeding on me was no favor. Keeping me miserable and unable to figure out why for 5 years. His deep-throated chuckle cut through me like a razor-sharp knife, revealing the true creature hiding beneath the human suit. His eyes glittered with mirth at my suffering. Sharp white teeth flashed. Outwardly, he still looked the same, but chills crept down my arms.
Oh, honey bun, truly, I forgot how amusing you are. Of course you were miserable. Misery makes for a delectable feast and doesn't leave a single scar.
I have scars, I whispered, each word tearing my throat.
Indeed.
He licked his lips, making me shudder.
It cost me a great deal of effort to keep you hidden, honey bun. Do you honestly think you could have survived on your own in this city without me? Evil Eye's minions roam the city at will, sniffing the wind, looking for any sign of you. They would have dragged you kicking and screaming down the nearest portal, and your beloved Stoneheart would still be lying in the bottom of some forgotten cellar prison. Or worse, the meddling leprechaun would have finally tracked you down.
Warwick? My voice shook. What does he have to do with any of this? Jonathan threw his head back and laughed again, holding his stomach as if I'd told the funniest joke he'd ever heard.
Oh, that's rich. So sweet, little honey bun. Have your treasures not warned you about a leprechaun's true nature? It takes a special breed to play the game of neutrality between dark and light fae.
I drew a shuddering breath despite the ache in my chest. I didn't want to believe Warwick might have been capable of hurting or betraying me. He'd said himself that Shamrock was a neutral place. He'd served fae both dark and light, though he'd sworn he would throw Balor out. Could that have been a ploy to make us think he was on our side? Fae couldn't lie, right?
You be treasure for me, too. Hold on to that, love.
Something rumbled through the ground beneath me, making the whole island quiver.
Ah, time's up. Frog awakes.
Jonathan slapped his thighs and stood, though he bent down, offering his hand to me.
Come along, honey bun.
Where? I won't go back to my old life with you. Nodding, he sighed regretfully, though he couldn't disguise the sharp glint of his teeth, his tongue flicking out to taste my scent on the air.
Does it matter, as long as you're not devoured by Frog?
Yes, I want to know exactly where you're taking me.
This time, I'll take you to my true home.
The grassy knoll rocked, making me gasp. It was almost like breathing. Where's that? Hell?
Once he awakens, even I can't stop him.
Jonathan looked at something behind me and grimaced.
We must go now.
I wasn't falling for that trick. Of course, there was a horrible frog creature coming. I wasn't going to take my eyes off the monster in front of me. What are you? Was Jonathan ever human? I need answers, or I'm not going anywhere with you. Especially not to some unknown place you won't even name. It's probably even worse than this nasty swamp.
I said I would take you to my true home, where you'll even be safe from Evil Eye's minions.
Sure, until he decided to kill me himself, or worse. What if he started feeding on me again and managed to destroy the memories of my guys? If he made me forget that I was the treasure keeper? I can't lose them again. He took a step back, lifting his hands palm out before him.
Stand up slowly, Rianne. He's not fully awake yet.
A horrible squelching sound behind me tightened my shoulders. I had to look, even if it was some kind of trick. Ever so slowly, I swiveled my head around. 2 gray, muddy lumps had pushed up out of the soggy grass. Maybe 2 or 3 feet tall, fatter at the bottom where they sat on the ground, but generally rounded at the top. I didn't see any limbs or eyes or mouth. That's not too bad, right? One of the lumps moved, slinging droplets of muddy water that my mind registered on my cheek and arm. It opened, blinked. The 2 lumps were eyes. Red eyes with vertical black slits, looking at me, almost like a frog or crocodile submerged in water, except for the very tip of its eyes. 3 feet apart or so, which would make the creature's mouth. I distinctly felt the ground moving beneath my hand. No, it wasn't ground at all. Grassy roots and mud that covered a giant frog head.
When his mouth opens, you're dead,
Jonathan whispered.
Not even I can save you. I don't know how long it'll take for you to be digested, but I guarantee it won't be a pleasant way to die.
And having you devour my memories and hurt me for years is such a better alternative? I retorted in a low voice, slowly backing away from the creature's eyes. How far away was his mouth? Frogs had long, elastic tongues. I needed to be as far away as possible.
My pillars still stand on the plain where Evil Eye was first defeated. You'll be safe enough there until you can tell me how to kill him once and for all. You know that Fae can't lie.
Though that doesn't mean you always hear the unvarnished truth, either. Warwick had said so himself. The ground started to collapse inward just feet away. The mouth, a thick pasty pink worm wriggled beneath the muddy grass. Die inside a nasty frog hole, Or go with my ex-husband changeling to his home somewhere in Fairy? I was under no illusion that he'd simply let me go when he got what he wanted, even if he was right that I possessed some secret knowledge he needed. I had to assume it was a protected place in the other world where even Warwick couldn't find me. How would he even know where to look? I didn't know who this asshole was, let alone where he was taking me. Desperate, I glanced back at Jonathan. He offered me his hand. Impatient, perhaps even nervous, he snapped, "Hurry! We must go! Now!" Why didn't he just grab my hand and whisk me away? Warwick could have snapped his fingers and we'd be sitting at his bar, waiting on Doran and the guys to show up. Warwick! Of course! I jammed my hand down into my jeans pocket, fumbling to find his coin. Cold metal against my fist. "I need you." A thin curtain of green suddenly flared around me. Jonathan's mouth sagged open, jagged teeth clashing with fury. Warwick's arms close around me. I smelled his lush, flowery scent, his long black hair tumbling around me like the finest silk.
Bloody hell, Rian. I thought you'd never call me.
Chapter 13. Green and gold fireworks flashed all around us. Clutching Warwick, I didn't even look around. I didn't care where we went, as long as it was away. With his arms around me, all my suspicions faded away to nothing. This was right. Safe. I felt as safe in his arms as I did in Doran's embrace. I didn't care what they thought about leprechauns in general. I didn't care what Jonathan had tried to imply about Warwick's neutrality. He'd come to my aid exactly as he'd promised when no one else could. "Thank you," I whispered, lifting my head from his chest.
"Greenshanks at your service, Mostor."
He leaned down to gently kiss my forehead.
"Welcome to the Summer Isle."
His home in Fairy. Color assaulted my senses, so bold and vivid that I could hear and taste what I was seeing. Pink sky tasted like cotton candy, sweet and melting on my tongue, but it sounded like high sweet flutes trilling a gentle melody above the noise all around me. Purple and red flowers tumbled in a crashing crescendo that tasted like pops of cayenne and curry against the sweetness of the sky. Giant yellow platters sang a deep bass melody and tasted like lemony sunshine. They looked like sunflowers, only with white centers instead of brown. Even the white seared my eyes with intensity, as if a 1,000,000-watt bulb burned in the center. I dragged my gaze back up to Warwick's face. A glimmering green aura hung about his head, tasting and smelling like fresh herbs plucked from the garden. The sweetness of mint, the bite of rosemary, brightened with lemongrass and grassy parsley. His long black hair flowed like ribbons of silky night through the green. His eyes glowed like golden suns, casting enough heat and light that I could feel the warmth of his gaze on my cheeks. Wow. His lips quirked, and he entwined his arm with mine.
"Allow me to give you a tour, Mostor."
I took a step, and my leg immediately gave out, pain shooting up to my knee again. He caught me, sweeping me up against his chest.
"Lady, forgive me. I didn't know you were injured."
My whole leg throbbed from my foot to my knee, making my breath catch in my chest. When Doran set me down in the parking lot, something caught me and started dragging me toward the fountain. My lower leg jammed into a curb. I hope it's just sprained. My voice broke on the last part. Now that I was safe, I couldn't hold back the tears. It hurts pretty bad, though. I'm afraid it might be broken. At least I didn't hurt both legs. He carried me toward an archway covered in flowery blue vines that added a deep bass trombone-like sound to the cacophony. Though as we neared, I realized the flowers were butterflies, wings fluttering gently. They didn't fly away as we passed through.
"The fountain was a trap keyed to you alone. If you'd driven there, it would have activated as soon as you stepped out of the car. Anyone could have been able to cross the portal unwittingly, but the magical trap engaged as soon as it sensed you nearby. Naturally, it was set to refuse access to anyone else once it caught you, in case you had assistance nearby.
Immediately, I thought of the guys, my treasures, left behind, helpless to reach me. They must be frantic and furious. Warwick laughed softly.
They are indeed, but have no fear. Time slows to a faint crawling, fairy, almost non-existent in the mortal plane. There's no rush to get you back to them.
One moment we were in a garden, the next he was striding across soft white marble with vivid green and gold veins. The assailing noise and colors from outside faded away, leaving me drifting on a soft, fluffy cloud of peace. Bending down, he set me on a velvety green chaise, carefully lifting my sore leg up to slide a pillow beneath. A small round table held a crystal pitcher that glistened with some kind of liquid, cups, a plate of what looked like cookies or little finger sandwiches, and a silver bell that tinkled when he gave it a quick shake.
Let's see what ails thee.
Kneeling beside me, he loosened the laces and gently worked my shoe off, though I still hissed with pain.
What questions do you have while we wait for assistance?
If I didn't have your coin in my pocket, would you have still been able to come?
Aye, though having the coin made it infinitely easier for me to penetrate Frog's lair. It also ensured our effortless escape before the changeling could interfere without a need to expend all my magic. I could have reached you either way, but lucky indeed that you had me gold on your person.
I thought a moment, wincing as he carefully tried to roll my pants leg up. There were other questions I wanted to ask him. Hard questions. I wasn't sure that I wanted to know the answers. If he had conned me, I didn't want to know. Did I? He looked up from my leg, his face grave.
Before we explore your further questions, I must make it clear that your thoughts be loud in me head as the sounds outside be to you, even more so than on the mortal plane. Summer Isle be me lair, so to speak, in fairy, as that bog be created for frog. Everything here works its magic for me. If you'd rather have privacy for further conversation to protect your thoughts, then I recommend we wait to discuss your concerns back in the mortal realm.
Before I'd managed to free Doran, he told me that he wouldn't lie, unless I wanted a lie of omission. His silence, rather than the truth, if it was too painful for me to hear. I didn't want his silence. How much did you know about me before I walked into Shamrock the first time? Emerald green fire bursts flared in his eyes, and he laughed softly, shaking his head.
Even now you managed to surprise me. Not the question I expected first. I knew the treasure keeper was nearby. Those of us with any access at all to the mortal world felt your ceaseless pull. But nary a one of us could find you. A curtain covered you, shielding your image and location from all eyes, even though we could still smell your scent and feel your magic. It wasn't until he came into me pub and threatened me that I knew exactly how imperiled you be.
My eyes widened. Jonathan threatened you?
He did indeed, and I was bound to accommodate his wishes to a point. In that regard, you'd be wise to heed what others have told you about leprechauns.
I opened my mouth to blurt out a denial, but the words wouldn't come. I hadn't expected him to agree with everyone telling me to be wary of him. Surely not. He'd just saved me. But had he been in on it from the beginning? No, I refused to believe it. A chime sounded, and Warwick stood, smoothing and straightening his clothing. I hadn't noticed how nice he looked. He wore a shiny silk emerald tunic with long flowing sleeves and black pants that looked like plushy velvet. Chunks of polished emerald and gold decorated his hair and throat, and yes, This time, his hair hung down to lightly sweep the marble tiles as he turned. He bowed low as a woman stepped through the garden archway. Airy layers of gossamer silk floated all around her, robe, cape, and maybe even wings glistening with opal droplets. A bit shorter than Warwick, she seemed to glide over the marble without taking a single step. Her skin looked like polished copper, and a matching thick braid hung down her back and trailed the floor behind her like a train. Her face was starkly beautiful. Hauntingly high cheekbones, delicate nose and mouth, wide shining eyes sprinkled with light and power. As if I stared too long, I would never be able to look away. Her eyes gleamed like captured stars, but I couldn't tell a color. All colors of the universe sparked in her gaze. Still bowing, Warwick said,
"Thank you for coming, Your Majesty."
"Of course, cousin. You've done all of Fairy a great service in helping keep our treasure keeper alive and well." She glided closer, a smile flitting over her perfect lips. "I'm Morgan, and you must be Rianne, who managed to free Stoneheart from his long imprisonment." I caught myself still staring at her, a queen from the way Warwick answered her. I flushed beet red and quickly started to swing my legs over the side of the chaise. Should I bow like him? Or kneel? Or fucking curtsy? Did people kiss her hand? Her laughter tinkled through the room, and she quickly lay a hand on my sore leg, stilling me. "Lady Rianne, please don't attempt to rise when you're injured, and please, no kissing of hands is required." She winked at Warwick, a dimple appearing in her smooth coppery cheeks. "Unless it's your hand being kissed, my dear." Unsure, I settled back on the cushions, trying not to be awkward while she examined my leg. With my jeans rolled up, I could see the swelling. My foot looked like a balloon, and I'd developed an impressive black and blue cankle. No wonder I hadn't been able to walk on it. Queen Morgan stared intently for several minutes, long enough that I dared a quick glance at Warwick, trying to understand what was going on. I didn't feel or see anything happening, but I had no idea how magic might work here. "It's very much the same as when you work magic." She straightened, brushing her palms off as if she'd gotten something on her hands. "That was some nasty work. You should drink as much honeyed nectar as you can take. That'll speed healing from the inside out." Flushing, I looked back down at my nasty foot. It was still swollen and bruised. "Oh no, dear one." Shaking her head, she lightly touched a fingertip to my forehead. "I spoke of the lingering taint from the changeling. It was like a stain on your shining light and made you more susceptible to any dark fae influence. With Evil Eye running amok, you need all the magical protections at your disposal. Your foot will be as good as new once you drink some of Warwick's nectar." "Oh, thank you. For everything. Both of you." "I ask only one thing." Holding my gaze, she leaned closer. Her eyes spun rainbows and diamonds through my mind. "The changeling's name, if you please." Chapter 14. My head spun. My stomach flip-flopped. A cold, clammy sweat broke out on my forehead. "Jonathan," I croaked out, shivering. "Blake." The spinning rainbows flitted through my mind, dancing and bouncing like colorful fireflies. "Not his human name." Morgan's voice fluttered through me delicately. "His fae name. True names have power. Which one of our people did this to you?" "I don't know," I said aloud. The dizzying rainbows and dancing butterflies faded away. I blinked up at her, my breath coming in soft pants. She brushed her fingertips lightly over my cheek and straightened, turning to Warwick. I had the sense of silent communication flowing between them, but I could barely keep my eyes open. Everything kept spinning. The marble room, copper skin, rainbow eyes, emerald green and black silk. Warwick. He cupped my cheek and pressed a cup to my lips.
Drink, love. This will help.
My brain shrilled something about never eating or drinking anything in Fairy, but it was too late. I'd already swallowed a mouthful of the sweet, cool liquid, and suddenly my body demanded more. All of it, as if I would crumple into dust if I didn't drink the entire pitcher. With every swallow, my body felt heavier. I couldn't hold up my head. I couldn't keep my eyes open. I must have slept, though I had no sense of elapsed time. Only the steady drum beneath my ear and Warwick's fresh, bright scent of green. His hands smoothing my hair, his lips against my forehead, his voice flowing over me, though I couldn't make sense of the words. It almost sounded like singing. A whole orchestra. Notes rising and falling around us like birds on the wind. All the colors humming with vivid, pure notes, with a clear high tenor rising over the top. His voice, singing about... I couldn't quite understand, but it felt like love. I opened my eyes, and his lips quirked.
There you are. Feel better?
What happened?
The Queen of Fairies has that effect on mortals. Just being in her presence can make you lose track of everything you ever knew or thought. On the bright side, that gave the nectar time to heal your leg.
I looked down at my very normal-sized foot, no longer black and blue and puffed like a balloon. Wow, I feel like I'm going to show up back on Earth and 100 years will have passed. He smiled, but it didn't quite meet his eyes.
Aye. It's possible to get lost in Fairy.
I reached up and twirled a lock of his dark hair around my finger. I can see why.
Would it be such a terrible fate to be lost with me?
Not at all. I lay my head back on his chest, turning my face against his throat. Not if you're here.
The never-ending temptation.
He sighed against my temple.
Though you would never be complete without the treasures. I can't do that to you, even for an eternity of bliss, just you and I.
Is that why the guys were worried about me coming here? He huffed out a laugh.
Indeed, many a mortal has stepped into Fairy and refused to go back, and for much less than such a magnificent catch.
I laughed, too, though my chest felt tight and I wanted to cry. Especially with a changeling laying traps for me and those nasty creatures. Having Greenshanks all to myself sounds like paradise for sure.
Now, love, even Aiden isn't nasty.
Grateful for his teasing, when he could have made me feel miserable, I play-growled and fisted my hand in his hair. Not to hurt him, but to never let him go.
I love, never.
He kissed my temple.
When you're ready, I'll take you back. Though I want to show you something first.
I lifted my head, still clutching his hair. What? He stood, pulling me up to my feet with him. I held on to him, testing my injured leg, but it wasn't sore at all. Wow! With a snap of his fingers, my shoes and socks were back on my feet, my jeans dry and clean, and all the dried, caked-on mud disappeared. He tucked my hand around his arm and led me toward a stone wall covered with lush ivy.
I'd love to give you the complete tour, but I'm afraid the treasures be pounding on the door at Shamrock, demanding entrance.
My eyes flared with surprise. Really? Why would they go there? Warwick waved his hand, and the ivy parted like a curtain, revealing a darkened hallway. The scent of rich black loam filled my nose. Rather than stone or wood, the walls looked like a hand-carved tunnel with bits of roots and rocks caught in the dirt.
They can't access the portal. so they came to the next best thing. And, of course, they suspect that I'm a villainous traitor in your abduction."
I refused to ask. I knew his heart. Everything would make sense when we all sat down to discuss what had happened.
"This is the safest place in all of Summer Isle, perhaps even in all of Fairy."
We paused in what felt to be a spacious room or cavern, though it was still too dark for me to see the ceiling.
"No one knows I have this, even Her Majesty. I keep it in the dark as much as possible, though I can't help but come and stare at it every chance I get."
I had no idea what he was talking about. Some kind of animal that only lived in the dark? A bat? He lifted his palm, and light slowly brightened around his hand, illuminating an easel holding a canvas. It wasn't large, perhaps 16 by 20. Most of the canvas was dark with shadow, but in the center, a bright doorway gleamed with opalescent light that spilled over a girl standing in the center. She wore a bright green coat, not quite lime, but brighter than Warwick's emerald. A silhouette stood behind the girl, dark against the pearly light streaming through the door. The shadowed shape of clothing was feminine, as if the person wore a floor-length formal gown. I love the light treatment. I leaned closer, trying to make out details of the girl, but she faced the darker, larger woman in the doorway. "Who's the artist?"
"You don't recognize it?"
Warwick asked softly. I jerked my head around, searching his face. "Me? I did this? But when? How?"
"This canvas was my first solid lead that you were near. I saw it on a student display in Crown Center and immediately brought it here to keep it safe."
Stunned, I turned back to the painting, trying to see my hand in its creation. I did tend to pull on gothic or strange elements, and the darker color palette was my style. But I felt no resonance when I looked at it, no sense of ownership or pride of creation. When would I have created it?
The display was for the Kansas City Art Institute. I immediately tried to find you there, but the trail was cold. My guess is that I must have just missed finding you right after the changeling made his connection. You don't remember creating it?
I shook my head. I don't recognize it as mine. It could be, certainly, but I don't even have a faint memory of the concept, let alone the execution. I was only at the Institute a month or two before. My heart ached, stealing my breath. Before I'd given up on my dream and walked away from a full-ride scholarship at an art college. I couldn't remember any of the paintings I might have completed in that first semester. So where had this painting come from? Had I done it before I got to Kansas City? But then, how did it end up on display? "How did you find it?" I finally asked.
The magic called to me.
Magic? What magic? I looked at the painting again. It was good. Captivating, sure. I loved the play of dark and light, and even the light had an otherworldly quality. It wasn't yellow or even white, but seemed to carry light like a prism. Amazing work, but not magical. Not like colors so bright they touched my sense of taste and hearing. Not like a fairy queen who could dazzle my mind, or a drink that could heal my injured leg, or turn a man into a gargoyle. Warwick moved his hand closer to the painting so that more light spilled across the canvas.
Look at the wonders you have wrought.
As the canvas brightened, the shadows seemed to swirl and move. The light pouring through the doorway had movement, as if the woman was shooting rainbows through the doorway. In the dark silhouette of her dress, I could suddenly make out the flow of layers, very much like the gown that the queen had been wearing. Even a hint of tucked wings behind her back, though her hair flowed loosely like a cape over her shoulders and down to the ground. In the inner folds of her gown, a large cat blinked at me. Black cat, green gold eyes as large as the girl in the painting. For a moment, I could hear purring, not from the painting, but inside me. A memory, perhaps. A cat curled on my lap, a thunderous purr rumbling through me. The eyes winked out, but the rainbow still flowed from the doorway, an active flow of light spreading through the shadows in the border, bringing to life more shapes in the darkness. Dark creatures with sharp teeth, red eyes, black sweeping wings, and razor-sharp claws clattering on stone. Curling deep purple tentacles writhing in the light. Flinching away from the rainbows, but still trying to reach the girl. She held something in her hand, lifting it up toward the woman in the doorway. It glowed with golden light. A candle, maybe? Though as I bent nearer, trying to see through the swirling rainbows, I realized it was a paintbrush. Me. It had to be me. Even though I couldn't see myself in the girl's features or remember painting it. Warwick's light dimmed, and the swirling rainbows faded. The writhing shadows quieted. It was still a lovely painting, but the motion, the magic, stilled. "Imagine seeing this in broad daylight," he whispered. Even humans stared at it in wonder, though I doubt they could see the same magic flowing through every stroke. It still captured attention. I nicked the canvas immediately and brought it here to keep it safe, hoping I could find you before it was too late. But I couldn't see your face in the painting. I had no idea what you looked like or where you were. Only that you must be found and protected." He sighed heavily. "I failed to find you in time. Your light was already stifled. I had to settle for leaving the coins throughout the city, hoping that you might still have enough magic to find one and break through to Shamrock before they could kill you." Stunned, I couldn't seem to form a coherent thought. Staring at that painting, that I had evidently created but couldn't recognize, had broken something in me, or at least derailed me. That wasn't me. But it was. I didn't paint that. I couldn't have. But I did. "I admit I fell in love with the creator of this painting long before I ever saw your face. There's so much of you in this painting, Rian. Every stroke sings of the beauty of your soul. The way the light falls on your skin and sparkles in your eyes. Magic hums all around you, even though you're unaware. I was obsessed with you, but I didn't know where to find you, until you walked into me pub." I swallowed the giant lump in my throat. "And then I saw the gargoyle on the shelf." He laughed softly, though it broke my heart. "I knew you were the treasure keeper, so it was no surprise. But I felt the weight of Stoneheart's glare burning a hole in the back of me head as soon as he saw you. It's grateful I am for even a wee corner of your heart reserved for me." I turned toward him, wrapped my arms around his waist, and leaned against him. Staring up into his eyes, I let him see exactly how much he meant to me, the way my heartbeat surged whenever I was near him. "You helped me when no one but Vivi believed a word I was saying, even though that meant we were able to free Doran. Instead, you could have whisked me here to your summer isle forever, and I would have loved you without ever knowing about the treasures. Which only makes me love you more, Warwick Greenshanks." Bending down, he cupped my face in both of his hands. Arcs of green sparked around him, a magical aura that warmed my skin. "And I love you, Rian Newkirk. I bring all the powers of the Summer Isle to assist you in any way possible." He slid one hand up into my hair, tangling his fingers in a firm grip that made my lips part on a soft sigh. Desire coiled through me, sparked by his magic and the fiery green light in his eyes. He slanted his lips over mine, his other hand turning my head just so. pinning me for a soul-searing kiss that stole my breath and my heart all over again. His tongue stroked over mine, his grip fierce, as if this might be the last time he was able to kiss me, at least without Doran or one of the other guys watching.
Brace yourself.
I wasn't sure what he meant. Breathless, I clung to him, sinking further into the glowing green magic that flowed around him. Something crashed. Deep bellows and shouts echoed in my head. I opened my eyes, but I already knew where we were. The dark cave and my forgotten painting were gone. I sat on top of the glossy wooden bar at Shamrocked, and 4 very angry men tore at the front door of the pub, determined to reach me despite whatever protections Warwick had on the place. Aiden roared,
"There's the bloody bastard! Your head is mine, Greenshanks!"
Chapter 15. Frozen in horror, I watched Aiden barrel toward Warwick, a sword in each hand. Then it dawned on me. Aiden couldn't see me. I was behind Warwick. Even now, he was protecting me. I jumped down off the bar and ducked under Warwick's arm, sliding around in front of him. I'm okay. He saved me. Aiden didn't slow his charge. Maybe he couldn't. He was the slaughterer, the mighty spear of Lug. Once he was revealed, there was no escape. I threw myself at him, trying to slow him down. Distract him. He would never hurt me, so if I could get in his way... Smoothly, he hooked his arm around me and swept me behind him, throwing me backward so hard I lost my footing. Doran caught me up against him, his big hands cradling my face, turning me this way and that to make sure I wasn't hurt. Then he crushed me against him so hard I couldn't breathe.
"I died 1,000 times while you were gone,"
he growled against my ear.
"I fucking hate being so helpless. What happened, love? How did you get away?"
I'll tell you, I finally gasped out. But stop Aiden from hurting him. Aiden swung both swords, hacking at the bar and knocking over bottles as his quarry dodged and rolled. Warwick chuckled, a bright, cheerful sound that reached me over the thuds and crashes.
"Don't worry about me, Rian. High Court Fae are nigh impossible to kill on the mortal plane, even for the treasures."
His last few words were strangled. I pulled out of Doran's arms enough to see that Aiden had his forearm pressed hard against Warwick's throat, bending him backward over the bar. The other sword flashed in a downward arc toward Warwick's face. I flung out my hand, instinctively reaching for him. To stop the sword... Somehow, I couldn't bear for him to be hurt. Ever. Especially not now. The sword spun out of Aiden's hand, flipped around, narrowly missing his face, and shot over his shoulder toward me. Reflexively, I closed my fingers over the hilt as it thumped into my hand. The sword was surprisingly heavy. My arm trembled under its weight, forcing me to wrap my other hand around the hilt. Aiden whirled, a fierce scowl gouging his forehead.
"What the fuck are you doing?"
I stared at the sword, his sword. My mouth opened, but no words came out. Doran closed his fingers over mine, carefully removing the vicious blade before I dropped it and cut off my own foot.
"I've never heard of such a thing. Nobody stops the slaughterer."
Still glaring, Aiden stepped closer and took back his sword.
Evidently, she does."
Shaken, I stared at him, not sure what to say. I refused to apologize for taking his sword away before he could hurt Warwick, though I had no idea how I'd done it or what exactly it meant. I was supposed to be the treasure's conduit. I didn't have any power of my own. But I'd just taken the slaughterer magical weapon from his own hand. I hadn't meant to cause any harm. Neither had Warwick. He'd fucking saved me and then been attacked by a sword-wielding maniac. Just as smoothly as he'd thrown me to safety, Aiden hooked his arm around me and dragged me up against him into a full-body hug. Keen and Ivar joined him, holding me as tightly as Doran had earlier.
I thought for sure that you were gone for good.
Aiden's voice was hoarse and rough with emotion.
I couldn't bear it. I lost my mind, Rian. All that matters is your safety, and if he saved you, then I'll give the leprechaun 3 wishes. No offense, but I'll not take you up on that deal.
Warwick straightened his tunic and shook his hair loose about his shoulders.
'Twas wishes that got me into trouble in the first place. Why don't you all sit down, and I'll tell you what I can, though I'll warn you now that I'm still under geisha.
Grudgingly, the guys let up their death grip on me, enough to help put the bar back to rights, though Doran didn't release my hand, as if afraid I'd disappear again. Already behind the bar, Warwick pulled a round of beers. Doran lifted me up onto a bar stool, but stood behind me, his big body caging me protectively in front of him.
So, love, tell us if you will what happened once you passed through the portal. If I may,
Warwick broke in.
Let me begin the tale as I know it, because the events at the fountain were set in motion long ago.
At Doran's nod, he continued.
As you know, we're on the fringe of fairy, and so it's easy enough to move Shamrock at will. With your statue on me shelf, I found that the pub would manifest near the treasure keeper when she began to come into power.
Wait, what? I gulped. I never came into power. Aiden grunted.
You say that when you just yanked a sword from the slaughterer?
I turned toward him, peering around Doran's beefy biceps. Okay, so, yeah, maybe that was power, but I got that power from you. The treasures are reunited, right? So that makes us powerful. Warwick shook his head.
A treasure keeper calls the treasures to her side as her power grows. Granted, that power has been failing with Doran's capture, but you were calling them to you. It was no coincidence that Shamrock was on this corner when you were nearby, or that the demon hunters just happened to set up shop nearby. We were all pulled by your ceaseless tide to be where you needed us. Then I found the painting, and I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that you were in danger. What painting?
Keen asked.
A painting of the treasure keeper opening a door to fairy.
Warwick replied softly.
It screamed of magic, power, and danger all around. I took it to the Summer Isle for safekeeping, but failed to find its creator. I followed the breadcrumb trail to the Kansas City Art Institute, but I was too late. She was gone.
I don't remember painting it, I whispered. I don't even recognize it as mine, though I agree it's done in my style. We're guessing that Jonathan must have gotten to me just before Warwick was able to track me down. Ivar sighed heavily.
Of course. The trail disappeared because the changeling was already feasting on your power. No wonder Warwick couldn't find you. I did what I could,
Warwick continued.
I tossed me gold around the city, especially around the pub, hoping against all odds that she would find her way to us. One evening, a mortal man found his way inside with one of my coins. He took note of the Irish theme of the bar and jokingly dropped the coin on the bar, asking if I would give him 3 wishes. Me, a fool, I agreed, only to learn the man was no mortal at all.
My eyes flared with sudden realization. It was Jonathan, wasn't it? The changeling Jonathan. Warwick nodded. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and I detected a faint quiver in his hand as he lifted his heavy mug for a long swig of beer.
He got his wishes. You can guess much of what he demanded of me. You couldn't warn her.
Dorn's chest rumbled against my back.
You can't say who he be. You can't take any action to stop him.
Warwick thunked the empty mug down on the bar.
Close enough.
I did what I could without violating his geisha, but it wasn't enough. Year after year went by, driving me insane with worry and helplessness. I could do nothing but wait, hope against hope, even as the magic died a little more each day. I went to every art fair and display I could find, hoping to stumble across another canvas, a clue to her identity. I had a vague notion that if I could point the other treasures in her direction, that they'd be able to circumvent the changeling where I couldn't. But it was too late. The ceaseless tide of power that had called us here to Kansas City faded away.
You said nothing,
Aiden growled.
all these years. You could have told us something, surely, if I'd known.
He slammed his mug down on the bar and bowed his head.
I'd like to say that I would have found you, Rian. I would have done something, but I fear that I would have been the same bull-headed idiot who refused to help you until you stole my ride.
Doran clamped a hand on his shoulder and dragged him closer so I could hug him. You don't know that. You did what you could, all of you. You had no idea that I was in trouble.
But I did,
he mumbled, his voice cracking.
The treasure keeper's always in danger. I pretended that if I didn't know, you would be all right. If I kept you away from me, you couldn't be harmed. Meanwhile, you were raped and tortured by a changeling that you couldn't escape.
I shuddered. I had a problem with that word. My brain immediately rejected the idea. That wasn't me. I hadn't been raped or tortured. I'd been miserable, sure. I'd wanted to divorce Jonathan, and even though I'd wanted to leave, I somehow never could. It made sense now that I knew what kind of hold that he'd had on me. My mind had created scenarios and excuses while I lived with Vivi, because I hadn't wanted to remember the truth. Some of that had been damaged memories, yes, but some of it had also been avoidance. I had never been in love with Jonathan Blake because that man didn't even exist. Any vague idea of a normal relationship had been me trying to survive while the changeling reeled me deeper into the trap I couldn't escape. Closing my eyes, I leaned against Aiden, grateful for both him and Doran supporting me. I didn't think I could sit upright without their help. I'd just melt into a sobbing mess on the floor. Ivar stroked my back. Keen held my hand between both of his gloved hands, gently kissing my knuckles one by one. And Warwick stood on the opposite side of the bar, a sad little smile on his lips. I pulled my other arm free of Aiden and reached across the bar, offering my hand palm up. Warwick lightly danced his fingers over my skin, but didn't immediately take my hand in his, as if he didn't have the right, or he didn't want to upset the guys, especially Aiden. He saved me, I said out loud. Jonathan was there on the other side of the fountain.
What happened, love?
Doran asked. When I opened my eyes, I was on a muddy, swampy island. Jonathan came almost immediately. It was his trap. He said he needed something from me, something he hadn't been able to find out in 5 years. Lifting his head from my shoulder, Aiden searched my face, a heavy scowl creasing his brow.
Did he say what?
He wanted to know how to kill Balor once and for all. Keen snorted.
Like Warwick said earlier, it's nigh impossible to kill a High Court Fae on the mortal plane. It's even harder to kill one in Fairy.
Balor's High Court Fae? I asked. I'm not even sure what that means.
All the Tuatha and Fomorians are High Court,
Keen replied.
Most Tua are light, and most Fomorians are dark, but they intermarried thousands of years ago, so it's much more complicated than that.
Evidently, I looked as confused as I felt. Tuatha are the ones who brought the 4 treasures to Ireland, right?
According to the legends, aye,
Doran replied.
Though it's not as simple as that. Much has been lost over the lifetimes we've lived and died. I used to think that we were merely mortal warriors who were gifted magical powers by the Fae, but maybe we were Fae once upon a time, or a mix of human and Fae. The Queen might remember, but that was long before even her time.
Queen Morgan? Ivar's golden eyes flared with streams of light.
So not all the old legends have died.
Sheepishly, I lifted my shoulder in a bit of a shrug. I didn't know the legends. I met her when I was in the Summer Isle. With a grunt, Aiden gave his empty mug a slight push toward Warwick.
Sounds like I need another drink for this tale.
Warwick refilled the mugs, but not with his normal light-hearted wink and tease. In fact, he avoided meeting my gaze entirely. "It's not your fault," I told him.
Aye, but it is. I failed you.
"Never. You did what you could." Out loud, I said. Jonathan wanted me to go to his home in Ferry. He wouldn't tell me where it was or what his true name was. I knew that if I went with him, I'd be dead as soon as he got what he wanted. But the alternative was to stay and wait for Frog to wake up.
Bloody hell,
Aiden growled.
He put a trap on top of Frog's lair? That's some underhanded nasty shit that I'm not even sure Evil Eye would do.
The island wasn't land at all, I whispered, shivering at the memory. Frog started to wake up. His eyes popped up out of the ground, and a giant hole started to open up before us. Jonathan said that if the mouth opened all the way, that even he couldn't save me. Ivar's eyes burned like lasers.
It's a fucking horrible way to die because Frog doesn't kill you right away. He's magical. He can digest you while he keeps you alive, some say for centuries.
My stomach quivered with dread. I guess Jonathan wanted me to suffer if he couldn't get what he wanted.
That's what I don't get.
Keen shook his head, his brown eyes almost as icy as Aiden's.
What could you possibly know that he hadn't already been able to get out of you? What's so important that he'd risk exposure on the mortal plane for 5 fucking years? Though I suppose that's but a blink of an eye for any Fae.
He said the key to defeating Evil Eye was written on my soul. That's why the treasure keepers always captured or killed as soon as possible. Doran rumbled.
What else did the bastard say? Anything that will help us identify him?
I closed my eyes, trying to remember exactly what Jonathan had said. He'd been shielding me, both from Warwick and from Balor's minions. Then he said something about pillars. A low, sweet chime rang through the pub. My eyes flew open, and I looked up at Warwick. Though his lips were firmly clamped shut, and he didn't shake his head or give me any other clues, a light danced in his eyes.
Can you remember exactly what he said?
Aiden asked. The scene played back through my mind. The widening hole, something bubbling up inside it. Likely a giant sticky tongue. Jonathan's urgent voice.
My pillars still stand on the plane where Evil Eye was first defeated.
The chime rang again, longer, making goosebumps race down my arms.
Holy fuck,
Ivar whispered. The other guys just looked at each other. Even Keen's sultry lips were in a harsh slant. What? I asked. Who is it? Casually, Warwick picked up Aiden's mug and pulled him another draft.
I've been much more careful with me wards since that unfortunate encounter, especially now that the treasure keeper walks among us, in case you're worried that some unsavory fae might overhear. Eat your breath.
Doran's voice rattled the heavy mugs on the bar.
High King Mage Turid, better known as Pillars on the Plain.
A resounding gong-like chime rang through the pub for several seconds. Once it quieted, the silence seemed to echo and pulse with tension. Who's that? I whispered faintly. Aiden glowered at his mug. Ivar shook his head. Keen tapped leather-clad fingers on the bar, but didn't answer. I couldn't see Doran's reaction, but from the grim tone of his voice, I figured it must be pretty bad. Warwick leaned down on the bar in front of me, his lips quirked with a wry chuckle that didn't reach his eyes.
Only one of the most powerful Fae kings to ever cross the veil.
Aiden grunted, shaking his head.
Not quite as hated as Evil Eye, but a close second.
Great. Just fucking great. Chapter 16. Usually when the guys drank, the mood shifted to laughter and teasing. This time, nothing could shake the grim weight hanging over our heads. Doran still clutched me, refusing to let me go for a moment. At least Aiden wasn't trying to chop off Warwick's head any longer. Definitely an improvement. Though I didn't think they'd be pals anytime soon.
You said you met Queen Morgan earlier,
Aiden said, pulling my attention to him. She came to heal me. Evidently, I still carried some of the changeling's dark power. He grimaced and gulped another long swallow of his beer.
Fucking bastard. Was he still feeding on you?
Shuddering, I met Warwick's gaze. I don't think so. He kept trying to get me to come with him, but I was able to refuse. I don't think I would have been able to keep my wits about me if he was still feeding on me.
A changeling plants a sort of tether in their host, a connection that they use to feed on energy and emotions,
Warwick said.
I could feel the darkness still in you, but his geisha forbade me from interfering with his magic in any way, or even warning you that it was there.
What activated it in the first place? He shrugged.
I have no way to know for sure, but usually it's something very small. A minor favor or request that gives the Fae a foothold in your will. A sense of obligation that they take advantage of, though it could be as easy as giving the Fae your full name.
My eyes flared. He held his hand out to me in the oubliette, but didn't touch me. I thought it was weird, though of course I was relieved. If I'd taken his hand... Doran's arm squeezed me tighter to his broad chest.
He'd have likely reactivated his link, and you would have been gone forever.
I couldn't breathe, but I couldn't bring myself to care. How did I get away from him in the first place? Everyone looked at Warwick. He even made scowling look pretty.
I have no bleeding idea. I wasn't there, remember? I was forbidden from searching for you or interfering with him in any way. I had to wait for you to find me.
I wish I knew more about your legends and histories, or how fairy works. I rubbed my temples, trying to ease the brewing headache. I'm so confused. I'm just a human, a mortal woman. Yet I'm supposed to have some secret knowledge to take out this powerful dark fae? How? Who's Brez anyway, and why would he want to stop Balor?
Keen's the best storyteller,
Aiden said.
Though we'll be here all night.
Keen huffed out a laugh.
I'll keep it short. 5 minutes or less.
Ivar thumped the bar.
I'll take some of that action. No way you can keep it under 5. Done,
Aiden said.
The leprechaun can mark the time. Luck you,
Warwick drawled.
Time it yourself.
I couldn't help but snort. What did you say? He winked at me.
Luck is better than any F-bomb.
Aiden rolled his eyes and pulled an antique watch on a chain. He flicked it open.
Go. When the Tuatha Dé Danann first came to Ireland, Nuada was king.
Keen began in a gentle sing-song voice, not rushed at all.
He lost his hand in battle against the Fair Bullag and was forced to step down. They chose Brez to lead as king because he was half Tuatha Dé Danann and half Fomorian, and they thought he'd bring the best of both sides together. But they were horribly wrong. Brez allowed the Fomorians more and more power. As their darkness increased, they began to enslave the Tuatha Dé Danann, destroying their light, until all the light courts banded together and demanded that Brez step down as king. He did it once, But he secretly went to Balor and began to raise an army with the goal of wiping out all the courts who opposed him, even if that meant selling out the evil eye. With Balor's help, Brez returned to retake pillars on the plain. Nuada had been magically restored to health, and with Log's help, they killed both Balor and Brez. Ireland's future was secured for the light, until the Tuatha Dé Danann were later forced to retreat to the land beneath the waves. Time?
Aidan grunted sourly.
3 minutes. Not fair,
Ivar retorted.
He skipped all the good stuff, like how Balor locked his daughter in the tower to prevent her from filling the prophecy about his grandson killing him, or how Balor's eye worked in battle.
I held up my hand, stilling their argument. If they died in battle, why are we still having a problem with them now?
Oh, that's easy,
Keen replied.
Fae never really die. They may leave the mortal plane, but they're immortal. They come back, just like we treasures come back in one shape or another. It's their power that brings us back.
I rubbed my temples harder, trying not to wail. Then how are we supposed to stop the changeling from taking me again? Or stop Balor from trying to capture Doran or one of you? If they can't actually die?
Like I said earlier,
Warwick said.
It's nigh impossible to kill a High Court Fae, let alone an extremely old and powerful Fae like Evil Eye. Even other Tuatha Dé Danann couldn't kill him for good. Our best bet is to weaken their power so much that they can't easily return to the mortal plane for centuries. Chopping off his head, putting out his eye, or even magically poisoning him won't actually kill a Fae. It just slows him down. Are you saying that if the slaughter cuts off your head that you won't die?
Aidan asked in a soft, flat voice, more menacing because it wasn't his normal growl.
Aye, that's exactly what I'm saying. It'll hurt me power, sure. Shamrock would wink out of existence for a time. Summer Isle might sink beneath the waves, but I would still exist, and I will build my magic anew.
Aidan's hand reached over his shoulder toward one of the swords crossed on his back, as if he was going to test out the leprechaun's words. My heart pounded desperately, and I locked my fingers around his wrist. Not to stop him exactly, just to hopefully calm him. To remind him that I was here. That my heart was invested in all of them, not just him. Aidan sighed and dropped his hand to the bar, my fingers still on his wrist.
I'll test your words another time. Don't be a bleeding idiot,
Doran growled.
You know his words to be true. I've vague memories of chopping off Evil Eye's head myself a few times. Yet here we are, back on the mortal plane, battling him again.
I fought to keep my emotions under wrap, but my voice quivered and my eyes burned. There's so much I don't understand. There's no way to win this. I'll never be free of him. Doran rested his chin on top of my head.
I know, love. We've dropped a lot on you, and you've been through hell and back again in a matter of days. Some sleep will set you to rights. You will be free of him. We'll find a way.
I nodded, though inwardly I groaned at the thought of going back to the hotel with the small rickety beds. Or the huge cold warehouse. Or Vivi's. I was bone-deep weary and soul tired. Tired of being homeless, of being in danger. Of not being able to remember who I really was. What my life was supposed to be like.
We've got you, love.
Doran picked me up, cradling me in his arms.
The lads worked some deals earlier, and when we were rushing over here, we got the final notice that the sale went through. We have a much better place lined up for us now. A home, if you like it.
I lifted my head, searching his face. Really?
Absolutely. It's a bit of a drive outside of the city, though. Unless Greenshanks would be so kind as to whisk us there.
Warwick inclined his head.
I would be honored to assist Mostor in any way possible.
He waited a moment, his eyebrows rising expectantly.
I merely need the location.
Keen opened his mouth, but Aiden cut him off.
I'll do the deed.
Aiden leaned over the bar, his eyes fiercely intent. Slowly, he held his hand out to Warwick. Holding my breath, I wasn't sure what was happening. Visions flashed through my head, Aiden seizing Warwick's hand, dragging him across the bar, and trying to bash his head in. Swords clanging, shouts, and broken glass. Warwick closed his hand around Aiden's. Silence hung between us for what seemed like an eternity. I wasn't sure what was happening. Some kind of silent arm wrestling match? No, they weren't straining. The bar disappeared in a dizzying flash of green and gold. My head spun a moment, and I blinked furiously, trying to refocus my vision. Crisp nighttime air stung my cheeks. Stars dotted the velvet sky. I hadn't seen stars in forever. The city lights made stargazing impossible. Doran strode up a few steps, and I caught a glimpse of a wide porch with double doors swinging open. The interior of the house was dark, but evidently he could see exactly where to go. He carried me through a few rooms while the guys flipped on lights behind us. He paused, waiting for a moment for Keen to catch up with us. He turned on the light, and I realized we were in a spacious bathroom. Scratch that. A dream master bath with a huge tiled shower that 2 or 3 of the guys could use at the same time if they didn't try to kill each other. A dreamy soaking tub with jets. All done in expensive-looking creamy marble, though the gold-toned faucets were too ostentatious for my taste and outdated. Doran set me on my feet.
Take a nice long soak, love. There are a couple of other showers in the house, so no one will bother you, and there's no rush. When you're ready to sleep, there's a bed just outside this door.
Keen winked at me.
It's the biggest bed I've ever seen.
Now that sounded promising indeed. Chapter 17. I wasn't sure how the guys had managed to buy a house so quickly, let alone one that was furnished, but I was too tired and grimy to care. I stripped out of my clothes and took a nice steamy shower, though I did spare a longing glance at the tub. Another time, I'd light some candles, maybe add some salts or a bath bomb. That sounded heavenly. I wrapped a fluffy towel around my head. A thick terry cloth robe hung on the back of the door. It looked brand new. Maybe this place had been an Airbnb before the guys had bought it. If so, it was a high-end place. A pang of guilt struck me. It must have cost them a fortune. I had nothing to contribute. I hadn't been to my job in weeks, and I'd only made a few lousy bucks in tips. Without Vivi's help, I didn't know what I would have done after leaving Jonathan. Disregarding the changeling complication, just leaving him had left me penniless. I'd made good money, I thought, but I'd been buried in debt. Just another way he'd been controlling me, I supposed. A way to keep me dependent on him and my job in case I ever did think about leaving him. I kicked my dirty clothes into the corner and opened the door to the master bedroom. I froze, taking in the scene. Keen and Aiden made sense, for the most part, but they were both naked, which short-circuited my brain. Both of them were covered in tats, which made me want to push them down flat on the bed and lick every single one of those ink marks. Ivar and Doran were also in the room, though they were both at least partially clothed. Or I really may have spontaneously combusted. Ivar stood with his back to me in the corner of a large window. He glanced over his shoulder at me, a warm golden light flickering in his eyes, but he quickly turned back to staring outside into the dark. Bare-chested, Doran filled up the doorway, one shoulder casually leaned against the doorframe. He gave me a slow once-over, his heavy dark gaze hot enough to singe the terry cloth. But it was the sight of Warwick sitting at the foot of the bed that made my throat tighten with emotion. They'd brought him, or allowed him to join us at least. He wasn't excluded. Rightfully so, he was here, with us, with me. Dorn made a low rumbly sound that drew my gaze to him.
No expectations or pressure, love. If you want to sleep, you'll sleep as safe and snug as a bug in a rug. Ivar and I be on guard duty tonight. We've had time with you already, and they have not.
He pinned that formidable stone gaze on each man one by one.
What she says goes. Don't make me come back in here and knock heads together, or I'll bar you from the bedroom until she specifically asks for your return. Understood?
Aye, each man replied. Aiden, of course, wore a formidable scowl. He sat propped up against the headboard, arms crossed over his chest. Though he didn't spare a single glance at Warwick sitting so close. A few minutes ago, I'd been afraid they'd try to kill each other. Now they sat on the same bed, waiting for me. A squeak escaped my lips, which made a huge grin soften Doran's stony features.
Indeed, love. Call me if you need assistance.
Before I even thought about my next move, he shifted into his gargoyle. Impossibly wide, thick shoulders, broad chest, heavy brow, a large crooked beaked nose. Talons clattered on the floor as he turned and headed down the hallway, black wings brushing the ceiling and walls on either side.
I'll be outside if you need me.
Ivar ducked out of the window and shut it before I even felt a draft. My gaze hopped from Aiden's scowl to Keen's sultry smile, to Warwick's innocent aw-shucks dimples. Not that I'm upset at all, but why are you here? Casually, he slung a long silky curtain of black hair over his shoulder, drawing my attention to the heavy weight of his hair, making me think about how incredible it would feel gliding over my skin.
Aiden and I have come to an understanding.
I dragged my gaze back to Aiden. Is that true? He rolled his eyes.
I'm a right bastard, aye, but I wouldn't keep a man you love away from you. Besides, he saved you when we failed you.
I swallowed the lump in my throat and moved closer to the bed. You didn't fail me.
Aye, we did. You were in danger. Your treasures were unable to penetrate the trap. You were alone and vulnerable. Without the leprechaun, you'd be worse than dead.
His words rang with fury, his voice cracking with emotion. I crawled up onto the bed and slid up against him, dropping my head to his chest. I'm okay. I'm safe. Aiden rubbed his mouth against my hair.
Only thanks to him. So Warwick Greenshanks, be welcome wherever you are, as long as you care to have him.
I pulled back enough to look up into his face. I love you too, you know. I don't want you to be uncomfortable or upset. He huffed out a breath and reached up to loosen the towel holding my hair up.
I'm wrapped around your pinky finger, Rian Newkirk. Twist me into a pretzel, put my balls in a vice, whatever it takes. What's left of my heart, be yours. Aiden. I twirled some of her damp hair around my finger, and I couldn't help but think that my worst fear had come true. The latest treasure keeper had come into my life and wrecked it all to hell. She stole my ride. She drove me to take a risk, to try and find Doran one last time, to free him against all odds. But worse, she made me fucking care. She made me fucking love her. Then she disappeared through that fucking fountain, and I'd gone insane. Something broke inside me, letting out all the rage and fury I've been carrying through each lifetime. The hopeless battle raged on, life after life, generation after generation. Our light went out a little more each time, while the darkness only got stronger. It wasn't fucking fair. None of it was. We'd lost Doran for centuries. It wasn't even worth us coming back to try again to push back the dark. Not without him. This slip of a mortal woman traipsed into my life and demanded I let her into my black, withered heart. She'd taken up residence in my every thought. She was my breath and the beat of my heart. If I lost her... Grimacing, I forced myself to let go of her hair before I dragged her against me and demanded she let me inside. At least until this storm passed. Just once, a moment of safety, a moment of peace, before the battle claimed my soul again.
"Something's not right,"
she whispered. My worthless heart shriveled up and died all over again.
"Remember what you promised?"
Eyes narrowed, I stared back at her, not sure what the fuck she was talking about. She glanced back over her shoulder at the leprechaun.
"Do you remember?"
The bastard gave me a devious, underhanded look that I fully deserved. Fucking hell. If the leprechaun had his way, I'd end up in a meat grinder. Warwick snapped his fingers, and her hotel-style robe was replaced with my favorite leather jacket. And nothing else. My jaws clenched, my teeth grinding together as I fought to keep myself under control. When we'd had a taste of her on top of the bar, I'd demanded that she wear my jacket the first time she let me fuck her. She'd agreed.
"Ah."
Her lips quirked, and she ran a hand over the opposite sleeve.
"There's nothing like the smell and touch of leather on my skin."
I jerked my head at Keen. You heard the lady? Her eyes widened, her gaze darting over at the other man as he slid closer. Keen never took his leather gloves off, at least not until he was ready to finish his partner. Once he touched her with his bare hands, she'd climax so hard and long she'd be done for the night. Fuck me, I couldn't wait to see her writhing between us, gasping and crying with release. Keen cupped her cheek in his leathered palm. Are you too tired, Rian?
"No, not at all. At least not now."
How would you like us, then? She looked back at me, a shy, fragile question in her eyes that damn near made me crack my teeth with shame. That I had ever made her doubt herself or how much she meant to us, to me. You want him? You got him. I regretted the harshness in my tone, but I couldn't seem to keep my edges under wraps when I was with her. She exposed my weaknesses and regrets, making me throb like a rotten tooth or a shattered bone.
I don't...
I seized her chin and jerked her close. Don't you dare fucking apologize or make excuses for how you feel, ever. You want him? You got him. If I wasn't such a sorry bastard, I would have invited him to the shitty hotel in the first place. Warwick chuckled. Better yet, I could have whisked us to the finest hotel in town, though Evil Eye probably owns it. What? Balor actually owns properties? Of course. He needs streams of income and jobs for his minions to blend in among the mortals. Most Fae have stakes in human properties. You've probably noticed some in the past. They especially love grand old mansions with overgrown, riotous gardens and massive ancient trees. Or patches of thick forest in the middle of town where no forest should be. All the wild places that remain, caves and places of darkness, bottomless pits in the oceans. Different courts tend to buy and invest in different technologies or industries. Evil Eye prefers mining and mining equipment, which is how he's able to move so many imps and pukas into human spaces without anyone noticing. My dick was going to explode in agony if we didn't get busy. I fisted my hand in her hair, bunching up my fingers at her nape, pulling, just a little, while I watched her reaction. Her pupils blew wide, her mouth softening on another one of those squeaky sounds that almost made me nut on the spot. Now you see why I was reluctant to bring the leprechaun along on this ride. I tightened my grip, twisting my hand tighter. Do you want a history lesson on the economic impact of fake quartz on the mortal plane, or would you rather fuck? She bit her luscious bottom lip.
The latter.
I leaned into her, putting my face right up against hers with my meanest scowl and deepest growl. Say it out loud.
Fuck me, please. Chapter 18. I couldn't be sure, given my Swiss cheese memory, but I was pretty sure no one had ever manhandled me in bed before. Not in a way that I enjoyed it. Doran and Ivar had been extremely gentle and tender. Even the first time on the bar, everyone had been so careful with me. 5 men were a lot, and they'd handled me like I was delicate china that might shatter into 1,000 pieces. Aroused, Aiden was way more, like 1,000,000 times more. Doran's rumble echoed in my head.
Tell him if he's too much, and he'll rein himself in. I won't allow you to be scared or uncomfortable a single moment. I'll throw his ass out on the curb first.
Evidently, Aiden heard his friend's words too. His eyes narrowed to slits.
If you're ever scared of me, really scared of me, I'll fucking slit my own throat.
I scowled back at him. I'm not scared. Don't you dare hold back. He looked over at Keen, who immediately gave him a subtle nod. I wasn't sure what Keen would be able to do if Aiden lost control of himself. I didn't want to find out. Aiden gave that same look to Warwick. Surprised, I started to glance back over my shoulder to see how he responded, but Aiden's grip kept me from turning my head. He'd demanded the leprechaun get me out if things went bad when we went to free Doran, so it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest if... Black hair tumbled down over my shoulder and a hard, muscled body loomed over me. His hands jerked my wrists behind me into the small of my back, effortlessly pinning me.
That isn't our plan at all, love.
All the breath left my lungs in a rush. Wide-eyed, I watched Aiden release me and lean back casually against the pillows and headboard. My scalp tingled where he'd gripped my hair, and my heart galloped 90 miles an hour. Hovering between a hell yeah and, oh shit, my body didn't know whether to jump off the bed and race for the door or turn into a quivering melted puddle on the mattress. My breath came in shallow, soft pants that echoed in the room. Thoughts exploded and dissipated rapid-fire through my mind. Aggressive Aiden wasn't a surprise. Aggressive Warwick was. What role would Keen play? From his sultry eyes and luscious pouty lips, I'd always pictured him as a flirt, taking his time as he lazily kissed or stroked. A tease, but not dangerous. But the molten heat blazing in his eyes threatened to obliterate me to dust.
Yeah, that looks damned good on you,
Aiden said.
Let me see more.
I wasn't sure what he meant. Take the jacket off? How could I when my arms were trapped behind me? Warwick pushed my wrists up higher, lifting me into an awkward scramble on my knees. His other palm slid up to squeeze the front of my throat, arching my shoulders back against him. His fingers encased my neck, letting me feel the strength in his hand, making me work a little harder to breathe as he applied more pressure. The subtle threat that all he had to do was squeeze, and I'd be done. I wouldn't be able to breathe, not if he didn't allow it. All very calm and controlled. I wasn't hurt. I wasn't scared. In fact, I felt just as safe as I had with Doran and Ivar, beneath Stoneheart's wing with Ivar's gentle, warming light. I was safe then, and I was safe now, even with my hands pinned and my throat held captive, safer than I'd ever been in my entire life. My lingering uncertainty and tension melted away. Unlike before when I was with my ex, I would remember everything from this moment. Every precious second was unforgettable. The deep grooves in Aiden's forehead from his usual scowl, the burning lust in his eyes. the light teasing stroke of leather between my breasts as Keen stroked me. The slide of Warwick's silken hair against my cheek, smelling of the flowers and lush trees of his home in Fairy. They weren't going to hurt me, and then wipe my mind later. Despite the blazing heat in their eyes, they weren't going to feed on me.
Are you sure?
Keen drawled as he stretched out beside my knees, close enough that I could feel his breath tickling my bare thighs.
Because I'm ready to feast.
I hadn't meant to broadcast that thought. Evidently, our connection was getting stronger, more effortless. Or maybe I just trusted them more as I healed from the past, without the changeling's darkness spreading inside me.
That's a fine idea.
Aiden lifted his arms and folded his hands behind his head casually, as if he was settling back to binge a new show on Netflix.
Say how many times you can make her come.
Rising on his elbow, Keen dropped soft, gentle kisses on my stomach. My muscles twitched, making me jerk involuntarily against Warwick's hold. Pausing, Keen looked up at me, checking in, making sure I was okay. Now that I was more aware of our connection, I could feel their presence hovering in my head. Not to listen to my thoughts. Not exactly, just making sure that I was okay. More than okay, that I was enjoying every single touch. Heat radiated from the spot he'd kissed, sinking deeper through layers of skin and muscle. Almost like a drug in my bloodstream, liquefying everything it touched. His lips quirked into a smug, sensual grin.
Would you like another hit?
I'd known his kiss was powerful, but it hadn't dawned on me that he could kiss me anywhere and send that kind of energy pulsing through my body. If he ever put his mouth there? My eyes squeezed shut, and I shuddered, almost coming at the thought.
Exactly,
he whispered.
Especially if I take off the gloves.
A ragged, whimpery sigh tore out of my throat.
Was that I? I think that was I.
I somehow managed to nod my head, even though my brain had already turned to mush. Warwick released my hands, picked me up, and set me down over the top of Keen's face. My eyes flared wide. I sucked in a deep, desperate breath, like one final gasp for air, before my head sank beneath the waves. His lips closed around my clit, the epicenter of a massive climax that tore through my body. My lungs seized. Everything clenched down hard, jerking and trembling under the assault. I still somehow managed to lock gazes with Aiden, who watched me thrash and flail like a starving wolf, waiting for his turn to feast. Hands stroked over my body, spreading delicious heat, bringing every inch of my skin to life. The rasp of leather, distinct from bare skin. Warwick's palm on my throat again, holding me upright, keeping me from falling forward. Panting, I tried to lift off Keen's face to give us both a little breathing room, but he gripped my thighs, pulling me down harder. His tongue stroked and swirled, sending another wave of climax rolling through me. The same? Another? I wasn't sure. It didn't seem to end. An endless, rhythmic rolling tide that lifted me higher and higher. I struggled against their grip, trying to get away, trying to get more. I wasn't sure. Sensation poured through me, surely too much to bear. Sweat dripped in my eyes, my thighs ached, my lungs burned, yet my aching core squeezed tighter. "Please," I gasped out, not even sure what I was begging for. Warwick leaned me forward.
Hold on for dear life, love.
I seized handfuls of bedding, twisting my fists for leverage, not sure whether I needed to try and drag myself to Aiden or shove back down Keen's body so I could take him inside. Kneading my ass in both hands, Warwick pushed inside me on a long, smooth thrust to the hilt. While Keen sucked my clit into the heat of his wicked mouth, he breathed a long pulse of molten heat into me, another magical wave that crashed through me. Screaming, I buried my face in the sheet, bucking and shuddering in agonizing bliss. Warwick leaned down over me, fisting his hand in my hair, pinning my head down against the bed, which lifted my ass up higher. He thrust again, an endless stroke that made me writhe and sweat and babble incoherently. More. Enough. Please.
Look me.
Warwick growled against my ear.
Which is it? Are you wanting us to stop?
Harder. I heard the word come out of my mouth, but it didn't sound like me. He laughed roughly.
Aye, love, with pleasure. Chapter 19. Warwick. Gritting my teeth, I fought for control. Deep, hard strokes as she demanded, rocking her body, grinding her pelvis down harder on Keen's tongue, making her breath thud out heavily with each fierce thrust. I wanted to make this last as long as possible. I might only taste her pleasures this one time. I didn't think she understood the brutal reality of what it meant to be the treasure keeper. What it meant for her treasures to be spun back to the mortal plane over and over in an endless war. Mortals were born and gone in the blink of an eye, brilliant kaleidoscopes of emotion and beauty, yet gone just the same. I could not bear to think of her dead and gone, let alone the thought of her inevitable suffering. Grief, when her treasures died as they always did, returning to Tir na Nog. Her own brutal death as Evil Eye's grip tightened on her world. Whether together or one by one, the treasures would be destroyed, and without them, she too would die. This glorious light would wink out, and I would spend all eternity in darkness, trapped like her painting that had stolen away to the summer isle. Another wave of her pleasure slammed into me like a visceral punch in the gut. I grunted, wavering a moment on a towering precipice. Crystalline rainbows of magic danced around the bed, spinning out from her. Pure magic, the brightest light of her soul, and she had no idea. I clutched her desperately, aching to keep her safe, cursing myself for bringing her back to the mortal plane when I could have kept her forever in the summer isle. She wouldn't have to die. She wouldn't have to suffer her other lover's death. I could have made her forget it all. But then she wouldn't have this. Keen's gift sending another wave of pleasure rolling through her body. Aidan waiting in the wings with his burning, ravenous gaze. Dorn and Ivar moments away, ready to rush to her rescue or join us at her request. As much as I yearned to have her safe forever in my domain, she wouldn't be fully happy without them. Without the incessant pull between conduit and treasures, she would never have found her way into Shamrock in the first place. She screamed, a wordless plea that made me shove deep, aching to fill her up. To be so deep inside her that she'd never forget me. Her magic rolled through me, leaving me shaken in release. Out of my head, bathing in her pleasure, I barely remembered to capture all the magic we released before we lit up the Kansas City skyline like the 4th of July. Even if the changeling didn't dare attack 4 united treasures, I'd be a fool to mark our location for Evil Eye's minions. He had plenty of dark fae at his beck and call to send an entire army against us. But it was too much magic for me to absorb. Straining to keep it contained, I pushed back as much as possible into Rianne, giving her all that her mortal shell could hold. Treasure Keeper magic braided with Leprechauned green and gold. Such a marvel to behold. Panting in a sweaty heap, I fought to keep my face easy. My eyes bright, or at least soft and full of emotion. Not grim or full of dread. Abject terror at the thought of watching her suffer and die. She lifted her head, brushing her hair out of her face. Hers, mine, a glorious tangle.
Help me up. I think I suffocated Keen.
Nonsense. Still mostly underneath her, Keen let out a long, pleased rumble of satisfaction. Now that was a feast indeed. Blushing hotly, she heaved up to her hands and knees in an awkward scramble and flopped back down as if she'd used the last of her reserves. Indeed, as I assessed her condition, her mortal body felt paper-thin despite the elixir she'd drank and ferried to heal her injured leg. With a thought, I pulled an ice-cold glass of spring water into my hand and pressed it to her lips. "Wait," Aiden barked, quickly sitting up and reaching for the glass. "What is it?" She arched a brow at him and took the glass from me.
What does it matter? I'm dehydrated and dying of thirst. Thank you, Warwick.
Her eyes were shadowed and heavy, her face pale, though her tart tone made Aiden settle back against the pillows with a humph. I inclined my head, a wry smile on my lips. Providing hydration is the least we can do after such a precious gift, Mostor. She drained the glass and handed it back to me with a glum look tightening her face.
I'm wiped out, and only one of you actually,
Crimson flooded down her neck, drawing my gaze to the hint of luscious breasts beneath the leather coat she still wore.
If we were grading sex scenes, that's only a 33% completion rate. I'd fail for sure.
Sitting up to grab her by the lapels, Aiden dragged her closer to him, tucking her down against his side. "You couldn't have been more wrong. For one thing, Keen blew his load just as hard as the Leprechauned did, so you're 2 out of 3 in that regard. But you failed to realize that some of the points on this assignment are weighed more heavily than others. The 3 of us are fucking lightweights in that regard. The only one who matters is you. You fucking aced the exam, won a shit ton of extra credit, and now can skip a few grades and sleep for a fucking year."
But...
He glared down at her and jerked the sheet up around her. "No ifs, ands, or buts about it. You fucking rocked our world off its axis, and then some. You're alive. You're breathing and smiling and screaming with pleasure just fine, thank you very much. When it's my turn, it's my turn, and I'll have your screams and pleasures then too. For now, I'm grateful that you'll let me watch. I'm even more grateful that you're now going to fall asleep in my arms, safe and sound." Keen crawled up the mattress to spoon her other side. Quietly, I rolled to the edge of the bed.
"Wait,"
she called softly.
"Where are you going?"
Surprised, I paused on the edge of the bed and looked back at her. Eyes heavy, hair tousled, lips full and lush, cheeks and throat rosy, her skin gleaming with afterglow magic. "Did you want me to stay?" A crestfallen look of sudden doubt swept over her face. In the blink of an eye, I knelt over her legs and cupped her face in my palms. "Forgive me for ever putting that look on your face, Mostor. I would rather Aiden hack off my head for good than leave you a single moment. But if this is to be your home in the mortal plane, then I wasn't sure of my welcome. A visit is a fine thing, but guests stink like fish after a few days." She hooked her forearm around my neck and lifted herself up to press her face against my throat.
"If you're not welcome, then I'm not either. You're more than a guest to me."
Aiden gave me a deceptively sleepy look. "I didn't take you for a fuck 'em and leave 'em kind of guy." I couldn't help but laugh. "Sure now, though I'm betting that one of you warned her I'd be exactly that sort." She loosened her arm so she could slide back down to the mattress, though she kept a handful of my hair threaded through her fingers.
"Actually, it was Doran who said it first. He said he'd kill you if you hurt me, and that the only pot of gold you have is what's in your pants."
I dropped down on top of her, though I shifted most of my weight down toward the foot of the bed, with only my upper body draped across her stomach. Well, it's certainly true that I'm pure gold in my pants, but I assure you I have plenty of gold elsewhere. Laughing softly, she combed her fingers through my hair and gave a shy, soft look up at Aidan. The kind of look that cracked open the coldest, grimmest heart of stone ever to walk the earth.
You don't mind?
His jaw worked. His eyes shot daggers, but he swallowed hard and cleared his throat gruffly. Fuck no. The leprechaun stays.
Chapter 20. I wasn't sure how long I slept, though my body insisted that years had passed while I lay sleeping. My muscles were so stiff that I winced as I sat up. I swung my legs off the edge of the bed and sat there a moment, waiting for my thighs to stop quivering. I had a good solid ache in my core, but this muscle soreness was from that endless climax Keen had given me, while Warwick fucked me. Just remembering made my cheeks scorch, though there wasn't anything shy about my pussy. Like a cat, it woke up with a luxurious stretch and purr, wondering where the guys were. Whether we could go for round 2 with Aidan this time. How hard would I come if Keen took off his gloves? I slowly shifted my weight off the bed to my feet, making sure I could stand. I wavered a little, but managed to shuffle toward the bathroom. Sunlight poured in through the window, illuminating the bedroom that I paid little attention to last night. The room was plenty big, even with a massive bed and a couple of chairs in front of a cold fireplace lined with large river rocks. I hadn't really noticed last night, but everything was wood, even the ceilings. Was this house a log cabin? The furnishings were nice, but dated, as if someone had picked out a bedroom suite in the 90s. Huge cream-colored pieces with fake gold trim and knobs. Even the curtains were an odd paisley and green and maroon, though the fabric was heavy and expensive-looking. I scooped up the robe I'd used last night and hopped in the shower again. Now that I was looking and paying attention, I realized the bathroom was also outdated, though pristine. The sink was a clamshell shape, though the tiles were timeless marble. Not a speck of mold in the shower, and the glass door was crystal clear. Either the place was rarely used, or they had an excellent cleaning crew. Back in the robe with my hair in a towel, I headed toward the bedroom, not sure what I was going to wear. I shouldn't have worried. Aidan sprawled in one of the chairs, jean-clad thighs spread wide, plain white t-shirt, and, of course, his leather jacket back where it belonged. A tray sat on the small table between the chairs, with 2 paper cups and a box. The familiar duffel bag waited on the bed, probably with fresh clothes from Vivi's. "Coffee?" I asked hopefully.
You know it.
Not bothering to get dressed first, I sat in the other chair and picked up the paper cup, still nice and hot. I took a sip and closed my eyes in bliss. I wasn't sure what time of the day it was, but damn, I had really needed a shot of caffeine.
Is it all right?
I hummed out a pleased sigh and took another longer sip. Delicious, thank you.
When Red brought coffee to the warehouse, I didn't taste any sugar or flavoring, so I kept it simple.
I thought a moment, replaying that day in the warehouse. I'd been nervous for the guys to meet my gorgeous best friend. So nervous, in fact, that I'd been thinking some not very nice things about myself. To silence those negative thoughts, Aidan had grabbed me close and kissed me thoroughly. Our first kiss. 2 kisses, actually. I couldn't remember him drinking any of Vivi's coffee. So if you hadn't tasted sugar or flavorings, it'd been the taste of coffee on my tongue. A man of few words, most of which were growled or cursed or muttered with a dark look. Yet he'd been the one to fetch me a bag of clothes, not once, but twice now. Even more impressive, the clothes he brought made sense and went together. He'd picked up fresh coffee, made perfectly because of the way I'd tasted when we kissed. It's exactly right.
We'll be back with more in just a moment. Until then, take this time to simply relax and enjoy this peaceful tune. Thank you for listening.
Whispered. Thank you.
Figured you'd need to eat.
He replied gruffly.
I'm sick of fast food, so I got something better.
Curious what he meant, I set the coffee down and looked in the cardboard box. Buttery, flaky croissants that smelled divine. Butter, yeasty bread, and chocolate croissants? How'd you know that was my favorite? He smirked.
Lucky guess.
Bullshit. I bet you texted Vivi.
I don't even have Red's number. You look like a decadent chocolate croissant to me, so that's what I got. I cleaned them out.
Now that was a compliment if I'd ever heard one. I took a bite and fought the urge to shudder with bliss. So good. Washed down with cappuccino. The breakfast of champions. So what's on the agenda today? He leaned forward, bracing his elbows on his knees, his hands clasped.
Our first priority is to get this place as secure as possible. One of us will be on the lookout every bloody minute we're here. Plus, we're bringing in our weapons cache, and several of the men offered to help guard the perimeter.
Sounds like you're getting ready for war. I tried to keep my voice light, but the faint quiver betrayed me.
We are.
Because of me? He shrugged.
It's our purpose.
Sitting here in the quiet room with no distractions, I concentrated on him. In my mind, he was like a steel and concrete high-rise tower. No windows, no doors, infinitely strong, and so tall that the walls disappeared into the mists above. I flicked my focus to each of my other men briefly. As soon as I thought of them, Ivar's glow filled me, endless warmth and burning energy of the sun when needed. Keen's luscious purr of satisfaction backed with a formidable hunger that would never end. Warwick's lush green energy and riotous garden of colorful flowers. Even Dorn Stoneheart was wide open to me. As soon as he felt my faint touch, his gargoyle turned toward me, wings unfurling slightly, talons unsheathed, ready to leap into the air to rush toward my defense. We were open to each other, little bits of thoughts and emotion flowing between us on the same currents of magic that allowed us to communicate silently. I brought them together. They couldn't do their job without me, and I needed all of them to feel the spinning wheel inside me evened and balanced so the magic could flow. Aiden was here, the closest to me, yet he was completely shut off. I couldn't sense any of his emotions. Could he?
Aye,
he said hoarsely.
I do. I listen to you constantly. You know I am shut off. It's for the best.
When he'd first kissed me, I caught a few images from him. War, death, pain, suffering. He'd apologized for letting any of that touch me. Fighting back tears, I whispered. I can't imagine how much effort it takes to keep all those memories locked away in such a massive tower. He shrugged again and picked up his cup.
It's the least I can do.
I watched silently as he drank, draining the cup in a few long swallows. My heart ached for him, but I didn't know what to do. I didn't need to reach him or break those walls down. He was here. He was with me. He wasn't avoiding me any longer in some misguided attempt to spare me. The wheel was balanced enough to cast their magic when they needed it. But was that enough? Or would I do more harm than good if I tried to get inside those formidable walls? He thumped the cup down on the table so hard that the bottom edge crumpled.
You've done more than enough, Mostor. All I need you to do is survive as long as possible.
Pain splintered in his voice, unspoken heartache after heartache. He had suffered so much through lifetime after lifetime, only to blame himself for losing Doran. Without their leader, he'd taken on that role out of a sense of guilt. He'd carried their failures himself, an endless punishment. He died the hardest, the worst possible torment. He took the riskiest approaches when they tried to free Doran, paying his due over and over again. Wallowing in pain and death, deliberating, trying to pay in suffering to bring Doran back. Trying to make amends, to atone for his mistake. My throat ached, my chest tight, but I held back the tears. I didn't want to add to his guilt by making him think he'd made me cry. But I couldn't sit here and leave him hurting either. I set my cup down, quickly stood, and dropped down into his lap before he could react. Straddling his hips, I curled up against him, nestling down into his body so I could put my face against his throat. He swallowed, his heart thudding heavily against me. Rigid and tight, thighs and chest braced for impact or war. His hand settled on my back gingerly, as if afraid I might explode, a million jagged fragments that might injure him. Or tear that massive wall down. I don't care about that, I whispered against his skin, trying to soothe him. You don't have to let me in. I just want to hold you.
It's not that I don't want to let you in,
he grumbled, rubbing his mouth against my hair.
I don't want to hurt you with all those memories. You're light, Rian. I'm darkness and pain and death. I'd rather die than let any of that taint you. Aiden. Curled against me like a warm, soft kitten, she breathed peace into my skin, warmth into my stone-cold heart, light into the deepest, darkest corner of hell that made up what was left of my soul. She smoothed my rough edges, derazored the concertina wire, and took a jackhammer to all the concrete, without saying a word or even lifting her fucking pinky finger. She hummed against my throat, a pleased little sound that made my dick throb beneath her, which only made her wiggle deeper into my lap. My eyes sealed shut so I could focus on every inch of her against me. I'm starting to suspect that I was set up. She laughed, her breath tickling my throat, her lips wandering over my skin.
How's that?
I hoped that you'd fuck me if I bribed you with coffee and chocolate croissants. She breathed into my ear, her tongue flicking over those whorls.
You'll never have to bribe me.
My fingers dug into her back. I fought down the intense wave of lust threatening to obliterate me, insisting that I rip the robe off her, bare her flesh for my teeth and tongue, drag her kicking and screaming to the most insane, intense climax.
Yes.
She punctuated that single word with a playful bite on my earlobe. My entire body shook beneath her, not because of her assent. She'd heard. She'd seen what I wanted to do. Inside my head. She'd managed to worm her way inside my own personal hell. A vicious wave of regret crashed over me. I'd failed to protect her. I'd failed to keep her wholesome and light and clean. Then a wave of mindless panic threatened to send me leaping to my feet, dumping her on the floor. She'll see, she'll know the truth about me. The selfish, jealous bastard who'd destroyed a legendary fellowship for a heartless woman, who'd left his friend trapped in horrific darkness to try and save his treacherous lover, who'd paid for that sin in blood and flesh for centuries to no avail. All the deaths I caused, the pain I delivered and suffered. She knew the general circumstances about how we'd lost Doran, but the reality of being spit back out to die over and over, the crushing defeats, the agonizing suffering that my actions had caused, not just to me, but all of us, Doran might have forgiven me, but... Her fingers stroked over my face, butterfly kisses over my eyes and nose, stroking away the cobwebs of dread.
There's nothing for me to forgive. I love you, Aiden. Here and now. That was another lifetime ago, and it wasn't even me. Why would I keep punishing you for something that happened hundreds of years ago?
It was me, though. My voice cracked, raw granite crumbling to dust. I betrayed us all.
Balor.
No, damn it all to hell. Me. I did it. I broke Doran's heart. That was fucking me and no one else. She sat up sharply, squeezing the back of my neck to hold my attention. Her eyes blazed with a torrent of emotions, too many for me to name.
You think so little of Doran Stoneheart?
My eyes flared with surprise. I couldn't track where this was going. I'd expected her to flinch away, shudder in horror, and withdraw to leave me eternally alone as I deserved. Block me from her bed and her heart. Again, as I fully deserved. Not challenge what I thought of Doran, the greatest hero to ever walk this earth, let alone glare at me like a little spitfire.
He's Stoneheart for a reason. His heart isn't fragile or easily broken, let alone mine. I'm not a flimsy paper heart drawn on tissue paper, Aiden. I've been through shit, too. I've lived in darkness for years. I have regrets. So many regrets. But I'm still here, still fighting and kicking and trying to make a life for us. Isn't it time you lived, too?
Weariness suddenly weighed me down. Mountains from the past. Guilt and shame and regret. My arms fell down limply against the chair. My head sagged back, and I slumped in defeat. I don't know how to live, Rian. I only know how to die. Staring down at me, her head tipped slightly to the side. I was too tired to try and read her emotions or listen inside her mind for clues to what she was thinking. For the first time in this incarnation, I felt as old as the earth itself. I'd seen it all, done it all, died every way imaginable. I just wanted it all to end.
Then let it end, she said. Let this be the last time you come back.
I blew out an endless sigh, my eyes fallen shut. Then the world falls to darkness. Evil eye wins.
Then let him have this worthless hunk of rock.
Despite my bone-deep weariness, I had to chuckle. If only it were so easy.
Why can't it be easy for once? We'll be dead and gone. Why must you keep coming back to fight a war that only you care about? Let someone else lead the battle next time. You've earned your rest. You've more than earned your paradise.
When you die, she broke in.
Everybody dies. It's inevitable.
You don't understand.
Then help me understand. What happens when you die? Where do you go?
My hands tightened on the armrests, making the wood creak. Back to Tir Nanog.
Which is like a paradise, right? What I saw in Warwick Summer Isle was beautiful.
A muscle ticked across my jaw. My teeth ached. It's fucking hell, not paradise. She cupped my cheek, smoothing her thumb over my lips.
Why?
My eyes flared wide, and I practically howled like a wounded beast. Because you won't be there. Don't you see? You're mortal. You'll be dead and gone, and I'll still have to live eternity without you.
Chapter 21. I'd never been a religious person. I didn't know what I believed about the afterlife. It never really mattered to me, as long as I went to the same place as Vivi. I'd never really thought about what eternity would look like, let alone what it must have been like for him, sent back over and over for thousands of years to die in a ceaseless, useless war. How many treasure keepers had they known throughout history, if they'd received a new one each time they came back? Always a woman meant to draw them together. Then they died and lost her forever, never to see their lost love again. None of them were waiting on the other side for them. No wonder he'd been so reluctant to even speak to me, let alone get close to me. I was no fool. I didn't assume I was the best treasure keeper they'd ever had, let alone the one they loved the most. Why should I be any different compared to the dozens, or hundreds, of women who'd acted as their conduit? I wasn't special. I wasn't unforgettable. I certainly wasn't their greatest love in 1,000 years.
You're dead fucking wrong.
He scowled at me, but his voice remained flat and even without his usual bite.
That's the problem, Rian. That's why I didn't want to be anywhere near you. I knew as soon as I turned to face you that I'd be obliterated. You'd suck me in like a supermassive black hole and blast me to bits.
I grimaced, shaking my head. That sounds terrible. He huffed out a humorless laugh.
Agreed. That's why I stayed the fuck away as long as I could. But some ballsy-ass chick stole my bike and forced my hand. She dragged me back to reality and made me face what I had become without her.
What's that? Without knocking, Keen stuck his head inside the room.
A whiny, mopey bastard wallowing in the past?
Rubbing his knuckles across his forehead, Aiden grumbled.
Fuck off. I'm tired is all. Ah, is it help you're needin'?
Keen's voice brightened, his eyes dancing with mirth.
Perhaps a bit of a show like last night to wake you up, get you fired up and in the mood? Funny, though. I thought you were horny as hell this morning when you left to get coffee.
Aiden threw one of the cups at him.
Get the fuck out. You've done had your turn. This is my time. Tick-tock, motherfucker.
Keen winked at me, flashing a dimple in his cheek.
If you need assistance, Mostor.
A low, vicious sound tore out of Aiden's throat. His body coiled beneath me, all tight muscle ready to start a war against his friend. But I had other plans. So did he. I just needed to remind him. I sat back on his knees, untied the robe, and let it sag open, slowly slipping off my shoulders. I didn't say anything. I didn't have to. Eyes blazing, Aiden stared at my breasts. The long column of his throat worked on a rough swallow. His fingers gripped the chair, making the wood groan. I turned to look at Keen over my shoulder, giving him a smile of gratitude for helping break Aiden out of his funk. Bye, Keen. He blew a kiss and quietly shut the door behind him. Aiden didn't say anything, but his breathing quickened. I shrugged the rub off completely and sat there, letting him drink his fill. It wasn't easy for me. I'd never been very confident in my body, especially compared to my gorgeous friend. Too short, too round, too shy and quiet.
You won't be quiet for long.
His gruff voice sank into me. Goosebumps flared down my arms. I shifted slightly, feeling the rough denim of his jeans beneath me. The rock-hard outline of his cock, so close but so far away. My core burned like molten lava, aching with emptiness. As if my pussy couldn't remember what it felt like to be filled up with a man, despite the great sex I'd just had a few hours ago. At this rate, I was going to leave a damp spot on his jeans. He huffed out a laugh and lifted his hand toward my face. The pad of thumb stroked over my bottom lip, ungentle and rough. The hand of a warrior, calloused and worn through centuries of wielding those swords.
I'm no Keen with his soft magical hands. I'm no Ivar with his glowing warmth. I'm certainly no Doran. I might be as hard as stone, but I'm not as stalwart and honorable. Even the Leprechaun has me beaten in that regard. At least he plays by a twisted set of rules that he never breaks.
He gripped my chin, digging his thumb and fingers into my jaw. His voice dropped into a basement growl that made my spine tingle.
I'm a hard, jealous, bitter man, Rian. I want to break myself into 1,000 pieces in your pretty little cunt. Claim every inch of you as mine, At least once. Sweeten my lousy disposition on your screams and feast on the honey that pours out of your body every time I touch you. I want to take you where no one else can or will, and then see if you'll still open your arms and love me."
With a jerk, he released my chin and dropped his hand back down to the chair. His jaw flexed, muscles ticking. His eyes blazed. The chair creaked beneath his grip, as if any second it would explode into kindling. Trembling, I stared at him as his words sank into me. My heart pounded, my nipples ached, rock hard and standing at full attention. Adrenaline jacked through my veins, fine hairs rising up along my nape. I waited a moment to be sure. I'd been hurt before. I was sure of it, though I couldn't remember exactly what Jonathan the Changeling had done to me. Surely I'd been scared of him, terrified he would eventually kill me if he wearied of trying to learn whatever secret I supposedly had buried deep inside me. Enduring the torment in hope that I would somehow escape, long before I even knew about the 4 Irish treasures waiting in the wings for me. I'd known the horror of being helpless, trapped, unable to protect myself from a man. I didn't feel any of that fear now. Not with Aiden, only anticipation. I didn't say anything as I scooted back on his knees. The skin around his eyes tightened, another muscle tick across his jaw, as if he thought I might leap up and run as hard and fast as I could. Instead, I reached down to unbutton his jeans. Eyes heavy, he watched me fumble with the zipper and pull at his clothes with increasing desperation without saying a word or lifting a finger to help me. My breathing rasped loudly in the room. Skin hot, eyes fevered, I couldn't think of anything but getting him inside me. His cock finally sprung free, nice and thick and long enough that if I hadn't had Doran already, I'd be a little hesitant about taking Aiden inside me the first time. I crawled up his body, my breath sighing out in a rush as I pushed him inside me. Lungs burning, I twisted and swayed my hips, working him deeper, seating him all the way inside me with a final heavy thunk that almost made my heart explode. Panting, I lay against his chest, my arms tight around his neck. Little twitches shivered through my body. I couldn't sit still. He was so hard and thick inside me, unbearably full. I squirmed and wriggled until I groaned out loud. I needed more, less. I wasn't even sure. Tension strained inside me. "Please," I finally whispered, locking eyes with him.
"Please what?"
He drawled in a rough rasp that made me shiver, which made me whimper, every nerve ending screaming with sensation. "Touch me. Make me come." He licked his thumb and slipped his hand down between us. Fingers splayed over my stomach, he worked his thumb down my slit until my eyes rolled back in my head.
Jackpot.
The roughness of his thumb, the pressure, it was too much. Climax crashed through me, jerking my muscles like I was a puppet tossed aside in a heap of sweaty hair and boneless limbs. I lay against his chest, trying to catch my breath. I couldn't. Not with him balls deep, as thick and hard as ever. I gulped, tried to get my jumbled thoughts together. His fingers played in my hair, smoothing the damp strands away from my face.
"That was for you, Rian. A sweet, juicy little appetizer. But the next one?"
He tightened his hand in my hair, drawing a ragged sound from my throat. Part whimper, part plea, for mercy, for more. I didn't even know. He growled in my ear.
"The next one's for me."
Chapter 22. Between one breath and the next, I found myself slammed face down on the mattress hard enough that my breath whooshed out. My scalp burned and tingled from his fierce grip in my hair. Pinned, I lay there panting, trying to control my breathing. The last thing I wanted to do was hyperventilate or pass out. Not before the best part of the scene.
Stay.
He hissed in my ear, his voice echoing with menace. He released me, and I heard the rustling of his clothing. I lifted my head, hoping to get a glimpse of rock-hard muscle covered in tattoos, begging to be traced with my tongue. A sharp smack on my ass startled me.
I said stay. Don't move a fucking muscle, or I'll use your mouth instead of that glorious ass.
Too many thoughts bounced around in my head at once. How surprisingly nice that smack felt. I'd never really thought about getting spanked before. But oh yeah, that could definitely... My mouth watered, my jaws aching at the thought of taking him on my tongue. Straining wide around his meaty girth, seeing how far I could take him down my throat before I gagged. That could... And holy shit, my ass? Did that mean... Did I want... Cold goo dripped down my crack, calloused fingers smoothing up and down between my cheeks. An embarrassing sound squeaked out of my mouth before I could stop it. My back arched, my hips automatically lifting my ass up into his caress. I didn't know I was into butt stuff. Had I ever done anal? How had he known? His forearm braced over my shoulders, his palm on the back of my head, holding me down, his weight settling against me. My heart pounded so hard that black spots floated through my vision. Something stirred deep in my memory, uncurling a tendril of shadow before disappearing again. Aiden's cheek pressed against mine, the rough stubble on his jaw bringing me back to the here and now. The rich scent of leather still hung around him, softening his harsher scent of gunpowder and war. He hadn't hurt me. He never would.
Are you with me, Rian? If it's too much, we'll do something else. I'll still tear you up missionary style.
I couldn't help but laugh, even as said pussy convulsed with sheer bliss at the thought. I'm okay. A low rumble vibrated from his chest.
Okay isn't what I'm after.
He wanted to be unforgettable, to leave a mark on my memory, maybe even my body, that I'd never be able to wipe from my mind. Of all my men, he was the most possessive. His jealousy had torn the treasures apart in the past. Their treasure keeper at that time had reveled in his fierce attention, the strife that she brought among the four friends. She'd played them against each other, which had only worsened his darker tendencies. His fear that he wouldn't be enough to hold my attention, that I wouldn't love him as much as I loved the others. Or worse, that I might be too intimidated by his darker urges, that I might be scared of him. No, that wasn't quite right. He wanted me to be a little afraid. He wanted to stomp along the line between out-of-control lust and outright violence, yet still be absolutely confident in my trust in him. I let out a fragile whimper, exactly the kind of sound that would excite him, while I arched my back again, lifting up my ass, inviting him to do his worst to me. He shifted up to his knees, keeping his forearm against my shoulders.
Doran's your safety net, yeah? You say his name, or you reach for him in your mind, and I'll stop. We'll both hold you and keep you safe.
I don't need Doran Stoneheart to keep me safe. My voice sounded breathy, my heartbeat still pounding like runaway horses. Not when I've got the slaughterer at my back.
Aiden. I tried. I honestly tried. I tried to go slowly, to be gentle and tender and kind, even when I didn't have the barest ounce of tenderness in my body. Gritting my teeth, I fought the urge to bite her shoulder hard enough to leave marks on her flesh, to plunge deep inside her, drawing out a ragged scream. I didn't want to hurt her. Lies, I told myself. I wanted to hurt her. I wanted her to scream, and still love me, still desire me enough to beg me for more. Keeping an iron fist on my lust, I tested her asshole with my fingers, opening her up, seeing how much she could take without telling me to stop. Fucking hell, another one of those sexy ragged little cries came out of her throat, and she arched into me, begging for more. I squeezed and kneaded her full plump buttocks, stroked the swell of her hips, the dip of her waist, fighting to keep my big head in control, when all I wanted to do was spread her wide.
Aiden.
The plaintive cry of my name on her lips sent a massive fissure through the towering concrete defenses I'd built to keep her safe.
Aiden, please.
I reared back on my knees, pushing her thighs wide enough to make room for me. Filled my palms with her incredible ass, squeezing and pulling her open. Torturing myself with the sight of her puckered hole, knowing how tight she'd be. The sound she made when I plunged my thumb inside to rub around her tight ring. Incoherent babbles and kitten mews that made my dick throb. So easy. I could come on her ass right now and just watch the way my seed ran down her crack. But it would be so much better to be inside her. I pushed against her asshole, kneading her cheeks, squeezing hard enough to leave fingerprints in her flesh. Her voice climbed an octave, and her hands scrambled against the mattress, fisting in the bedding. Heaving like a freight train, I tried to pause so she could adjust, even though it felt like all the veins in my skull were about to explode. But she moved. She fucking lifted her ass, inviting me in, and I couldn't stop. I shoved deep, fighting through the tightness of her body, all the way, balls deep. Her cries ringing in my ears, her body shuddering beneath me, captive, pinned. I yanked her up by her hair enough to get my forearm around her throat, locking her against me. She struggled and twisted in my grip, her breathing as loud as mine. For a moment, horror strangled me. Regret churned in the pit of my stomach. If I hurt her, drove her away from us? One flailing arm managed to reach back over her shoulder. She snagged my head, pulling us tighter together, not trying to escape. I sank my teeth into the ridge of muscle between her neck and shoulder, a primal bite to mark her as mine, a moment where I could hold her flesh inside me as she held me. The taste of her skin in my mouth blew through the last remnant of my sanity. A burning fist of lust tore through my spine. Guttural sounds rattled my chest. I plunged deep, shuddering on a climax that seemed to reach inside my abdomen and drag my guts and organs out of my body. Still spasming, I fell on top of her, crushing her I knew, but I couldn't have moved an inch if Balor himself strode into the room. Sweat cooled on my skin, my heaving chest steadied. I had the presence of mind to loosen my fingers, to let go of the vicious grip of my jaws on her shoulder. She didn't move beneath me. Her hair was a tangled mess, still damp from her shower. I swept my hand over her face, trying to see if she was all right. Conscious, injured, terrified, if she hated me now. My hand trembled, trying to uncover her eyes. I had to see for myself that she wasn't afraid or hurt, that I hadn't ruined everything yet again. Terror didn't twist her lips. She didn't glare at me with fury or recrimination. She didn't even open her eyes beyond a sexy, sleepy blink. Then she turned toward me, curling up against me with a soft little sound that blasted the last bit of concrete and steel encasing my heart. Relief pulsed through me, making my eyes burn. I pulled her closer, trying not to squeeze her too hard. She needed to be able to breathe, not have her ribs crushed by an insane man who wanted to beg her, "Don't leave me. Don't ever, ever die."
Aiden,
she whispered, her voice raspy and hoarse. I made a low hum, my lips brushing her forehead. She didn't reply. Wondering if she'd fallen asleep, I leaned back enough to search her face. Her eyes were open, though she stared intently at the ink swirling around my throat rather than my eyes. She bit her lip, flicked a quick glance up at me. My dick stirred. More than interested in round 2. Her cheeks reddened, her teeth tugged on her lip.
Could you maybe spank me? Next time, if you don't mind?
My chest ached as if my rib cage was going to explode. I was the tough guy, the meanest, baddest motorcycle-riding bastard of the group. I couldn't go all soft and gushy, even though what I really wanted to do was fall down to my knees beside the bed and beg her to let me worship her all over again. Next time, I hadn't ruined everything. She'd let me fuck her again. In fact, she was already laying the groundwork for us to do it again. Harder? I managed to say, though it came out harsher than I intended. My throat was too tight with unspoken emotion, relief, gratitude, undying devotion for all time. Or longer. She nodded.
Mm-hmm.
Then she nestled her head beneath my chin and promptly fell asleep. Meanwhile, I wasn't ever going to sleep again for fear of missing a single moment with her. How long did we have before Evil Eye killed us this time? Not fucking long enough.
Chapter 23. I woke up briefly when Keen came back. Aiden left, but Ivar joined us, then Doran and Warwick. Every time I woke up, a different man had joined me on the bed to cuddle. It took me a couple of wake-up times to realize they were still wearing clothes. They weren't coming to see if I might be up for round 3, or was it 4? I couldn't even remember. Finally, it dawned on me that they were taking turns guarding me while I slept. Of course, that melted my heart, but it also scared the shit out of me. I wasn't safe. I wasn't ever going to be safe. Not while Jonathan was trying to get me back. His trap at the apartment had almost succeeded. The guys hadn't been able to come after me. If I hadn't been carrying Warwick's gold... I shuddered enough that Doran made a low, soothing rumble and tightened his arms around me. I snuggled closer to the broad granite plains of his chest, breathing in his scent. Wet stone after a thunderstorm, a hint of lightning still in the air. "Do you think the changeling has other traps set for me?" I asked.
I think it's highly likely.
I tipped my head back so I could see his face. I knew he wouldn't lie to me, but I'd rather see the open honesty in his deep dark eyes for myself. How do we stop him? He brushed my hair back from my face, tucking the strands behind my ear.
Our best strategy will be to stay one step ahead of him.
Because we can't actually stop him? He nodded solemnly.
Through you, we treasures have been blessed with more power than we've known for centuries, but he's nearly as powerful as Evil Eye himself. Our best hope is to weaken him enough to force him back to Fairy.
How many times have you fought Balar?
Too many to count.
Have you ever won? He lifted one mountainous shoulder in a careless shrug.
We've forced him from the mortal plane before, though not in the last several hundred years.
Even then he comes back, though, right? So what's the point?
It's a mythical legendary cycle. A villain rises, heroes answer the call. Battles rage. Sometimes we live to fight another day. Most times we don't, and the world slips deeper into darkness.
What happens then?
I suppose we won't return to this plane any longer. There won't be any need. The spark of magic that we bring with us will die out, and the only magic left in your world will be Evil Eyes.
So man-eating monsters will overrun the world?
Eventually. Though even Evil Eye doesn't want all of mankind dead.
My stomach pitched on a queasy roll, but I managed to force out a laugh. He's got to feed his imps somehow.
Exactly.
That didn't make me feel any better.
It's curious to me that Brez would be so invested in defeating Balor,
Doran said.
At one time, they were allies.
They're at war in Fairy?
Not that I'm aware of, though Evil Eye has been spreading his dark influence through the realms.
My mind felt muddled with too much information. like a giant ball of yarn had unraveled and tangled up in my head. Everything I needed to know so that I could understand what we needed to do was here, but I couldn't begin to find the end of the string. Worse, if I did manage to find the end so I could pull on it, I had a feeling I'd end up with a knot the size of Texas. Everything was supposedly gigantic in Texas. There's still so much about Fairy that I don't understand, I finally admitted. Warwick mentioned High Court Fae before. Are the courts like separate countries, with alliances or ongoing wars? Doran let out a low hum that vibrated through my rib cage.
Not exactly. I could try to explain what I've come to understand, but I think it'll be best explained by Faye himself.
A light chime sounded in my head. It took me a second to realize that it wasn't an actual doorbell and that Doran hadn't heard it. I opened the metaphorical door to Warwick. Are you free to... Materializing in a puff of green, he plopped down beside us on the bed.
How can I help?
As I rolled over and sat up so I could talk, I had to bite back a groan. I'd definitely been sleeping too long. I was stiff and sore, again. Whatever healing agent that had been in the elixir had definitely worn off. Doran fluffed up the pillow for me.
Mostor has questions about Fairy. Of course. I'll tell you anything that I'm not directly forbidden to share under a geisha.
I sat back against Doran's side, his arm around my shoulders. Taking a deep breath, I held it a moment, letting all my thoughts churn, hoping they might naturally fall into some kind of categorization or natural order. You said before that Aiden is the king of the Fallen Dells. He said his kingdom was called that because it fell to Balor thousands of years ago. Is that a realm in Fairy?
It was, yes. When the 4 treasures were first incarnated into mortal bodies, they were honored with their own fairy realms and titles.
He's a king, and you're princes. Why? Doran gave me a wry grin.
I couldn't care less about titles and such, but in one of his human lifetimes, he was known as King Eden. The name has been modified over his many lifetimes, but the title stuck.
Do you actually have land somewhere in Fairy called the Windswept Moors?
No, not any longer. Once, yes, but it was so long ago that I can barely remember a rocky cliff with a grim-looking castle. Waves crashing against the rocks, the wind blowing in my face as I perched on the parapet.
What happened to your home?
It faded back into the forgotten mists.
Because of Balor? He sighed.
I'm sure that played a part, though I didn't explicitly raid the castle and burn it to the ground, if that's what you be thinking. Everything in Fairy is sustained by magic. As my powers faded over time, so did my place in Fairy. It is no more.
I frowned. Like an island sinking into the ocean? Atlantis?
You're thinking of Fairy as physical ground and land,
Warwick said.
That's not the way Fairy works at all. It's not a place on a map that you can go to. It's a dimension, an alternate plane of existence that few mortals are even aware of. That's how Shamrock moved in the mortal world, depending on where the treasure keeper was located. You pulled that dimension of Fairy to you just by existing.
But I walked in your garden. It was real. I could smell the flowers. I could touch them, see them. They were real.
They're real, just as I'm real. But I do not naturally exist in the mortal dimension. There's a cost for me to be here, which I pay gladly.
He added quickly, giving me a wicked knowing grin.
The longer I'm here, the more power I must draw to remain. As I pull more power to this realm, Summer Isle will shrink, wilt, and eventually fade away if I don't return to sustain it.
I stretched out my hand and gripped his knee. Then you must go back. I won't risk your home just so I can see you whenever I want. He picked up my hand and pressed a kiss to my palm, his fingers stroking my knuckles.
Never fear, Mostor. I would pay any cost to simply see your face and hear your voice, but it would take decades of constant mortal life before I would begin to risk losing Summer Isle.
I still don't really get how you can travel back and forth to Fairy if it's not a physical place. Shamrock is a real place that I can see and walk into from the street. I frowned, remembering when I'd taken Vivi back in broad daylight, only to find an empty, abandoned house. Though I guess it did look different. I thought that was your magic working to protect the bar. Was it not actually there? Until night?
How good is your understanding of mathematics?
My involuntary grimace made him laugh.
Very well. I'll see if I can explain it in a way that you'll understand.
He adjusted our hands so that my index finger pointed upward.
The tip of your finger is one point in this room, a three-dimensional space. The tip of Doran's impressive nose is another point in space. Once you know the 2 points, you can draw a straight line directly to his nose, right?
He released my hand, and I moved my index finger straight up to lightly touch Doran's nose. Of course.
But when it's just the tip of your finger, a single point, you could go in infinite directions. Some you can see with your eyes, or at least comprehend as a part of your physical existence. A point on the ceiling, a point on the floor, a point in the bottom of the lake where the Kelpie's remains lie rotting. Some points you can't see with mortal eyes, but you could at least imagine, like a point on the surface of your sun, an impossibly distant planet in a galaxy you've never even heard of. Then there are places of mythology and legend born of magic, like the roots of Yggdrasil, the top of the brightest golden pyramid in Heliopolis, or the land beneath the waves, Tir na Nog. These points lie in alternative magical dimensions that I assure you exist, even if you've never seen them with mortal eyes or walked there with your own 2 feet as you did on the Summer Isle. But if you have the power and know a point in that dimension...
Between one breath and another, the bed suddenly sat in the middle of Warwick's lush garden. Flowers tumbled down overhead in colorful curtains of fragrant blossoms. Everything was slow and stretched out, as if time didn't matter. Bright sparkles hung in the air, making it thick with glittering stardust and fragrance. My ears rang with heavy, slow notes. Chimes, or strums on a harp's strings, drawn out over infinity to enjoy every last nuance. Ever so slowly, I turned my head and met Warwick's gaze. His emerald eyes flashed with spinning golden bursts of power, dazzling to behold, sucking me down in a dizzying whirlpool of magic. I blinked, and we were back in the bedroom. My stomach quivered, my heart jolting in my chest as if startled by the sudden change in gravity and time, though I could still smell the spicy fragrance of flowers in my nostrils.
Faye don't need to draw a line from point to point. We simply pull the locations together so they overlap, or they're so close they're part of the same dimension, at least for a time. Like a wrinkle, a small pocket of an alternative reality.
With his other hand, he used his fingers to gather up the sheet, folding it into a messy accordion.
It's not a physical distance we travel, but a fabric of space and time that folds, stretches, and bends to our will.
I took in a shaky breath. My heart skipped a beat, quickened, and then finally settled into its normal rhythm. Wow. They let me think in silence for a moment. Warwick holding my hand, Doran's thick arm around me, steadying me. I looked up at him suddenly. If your prison was in an alternate dimension, a plane like the Summer Isle, then theoretically, I should have been able to access it from anywhere here, right? I didn't need to drive down to the lake to find you.
You were reaching me when you dreamed me. We were together. We touched. That was real. A shared dream where I wasn't trapped in stone. You made that possible. So you could have freed me from anywhere. But sometimes you need a physical journey to reach a destination because it gives you the mental space and exercise you needed to make the leap.
What's to keep Jonathan from pulling me into his reality? My voice trembled and a chill crept down my spine. Whenever he wants. Doran let out a deep, low growl that vibrated my bones.
That's why one of us will be with you always, ready to defend you at a moment's notice. Anything could be a trap like the fucking fountain. At least she doesn't know your current location, which makes the task more difficult. That's the main reason we chose this place outside of the city where none of us have ever been before.
Shivering, I closed my eyes a moment. Any moment sucked away into Frog's lair. Or even worse, trapped. No way to reach Doran. Jonathan was too smart to make the same mistake twice. Next time, he'd figure out a way to keep even Warwick out. Not to mention Balor, who is even more powerful, bent on a hopeless, endless war that would end in my treasure's death. While I endured a changeling's nefarious attentions and Fairy for the rest of my mortal life. Fucking hell, what kind of bullshit legendary story was that? Warwick squeezed my hand gently, drawing my gaze up to his face.
It's not as bleak as all that. High Court Fae agreed thousands of years ago on what they can and cannot do on the mortal plane. Granted, not all Fae still abide by the old rules, but for the most part, Elder Tuatha do. I find it encouraging that you said the changeling offered his hand, but didn't touch you without your permission. That's an old rule put upon us long ago to give mortals free will. Plus, not all Fae can move through the veil to this plane as easily as Warwick.
Doran added.
The darker, lesser Fae, like Balor's imps, can't bear sunlight and don't have enough power to penetrate the veil between without assistance, which is the sole reason we've been able to keep your world from being overrun entirely, despite losing ground to Evil Eye the past centuries. Even he needs time, resources, and power to move his Fae army to the mortal realm.
Nervous energy pulsed through me. As much as I loved the idea of being able to lay around and cuddle with the guys as long as I wanted, I needed to do something. Anything. I couldn't wait like a sitting duck, picked off because I was frozen with fear. Tipping my chin up firmly, I turned to Doran. Isn't there a fight somewhere that I can help with? A nest of imps you need to drive out? Something I can do to help? A wide smile softened the formidable planes of his face. He leaned down, cupped my chin, and pressed his forehead to mine.
While I admire your indomitable courage, Mostor, leave the killing of imps to the slaughterer.
But isn't that what I'm supposed to do? I'm your conduit. I'm supposed to help.
Your gifts lie elsewhere,
he broke in gently.
1,000 years ago and more, sure, the treasure keeper went into battle with us. But we've lost too many treasure keepers in the past, and I refuse to miss even one breath with you as long as this body lives.
But, he squeezed my chin and gave my head a little shake.
Leave the killing and warfare to us.
My throat ached, my voice breaking. I don't want you to die in this useless war against Balor and leave me alone the rest of my miserable life. The door slammed open, making me jump. I pulled my chin free of Doran's fingers and turned to see Aiden glowering in the doorway, arms crossed over his chest.
You think so little of us, Mostor? A few dark Fae be no match for your treasures now that we have you at our side.
Keen and Ivar came in behind him. They were all dressed in black military-style garb. Aiden's swords hung on his back, the hilts poking up above his shoulders. Keen carried the massive flamethrower he'd taken to help rescue Doran, and he'd painted the red slash down the middle of his forehead. Just like in my original painting before I ever met them in real life. They're ready for war.
Chapter 24. Keen. Wearing war paint once more tapped into something I had lost long ago. A faint ghost of the mortal warrior I had been before I began to carry my immortal gift. Forgotten long ago, until she painted me in a dream. The man I had been, the man I could be again. Rianne's gaze lingered on the red stripe, making me even gladder that I had painted it. This is your gift. I drew my index finger down over the red swatch of paint, pulling her gaze down my face to my lips. Your artist's eye that sees through the mists of time, piercing even the veil to reveal long-forgotten truths. Staring at my lips, she swallowed hard. A delicate shiver made her shoulders tremor.
Promise me one thing.
Anything. She dragged her gaze back up to mine.
When you get back from wherever you're going, I want you inside me when you kiss me.
After I spank that glorious ass again. Aiden slapped me on the back. Harder this time.
Deal,
she replied. I had never been one to shirk my duties, especially when it came to war. I was as hungry for battle and blood as I was for sex and food. It was my nature to be ravenous in all things, but I involuntarily took a step toward the bed, my eyes burning like bonfires in my skull. Aiden gripped my shoulder, dragging me back. Not so fast, lover boy. We've got to clean out a nest first. Where? Dorn asked. Roanoke Park, Ivar replied. On the news this morning, they said the concrete that's been blocking the cave entrance for decades crumbled and cracked open overnight. Sure sounds like an imp party waiting for nightfall. Agreed. Dorn lifted his arm from her shoulders and moved to the side of the bed. How many of your men be ready? All of them, Aiden replied. 10 wait for us in the city, and 5 more are making their way separately to locations near here to keep watch for anything suspicious.
Even Hammer?
Rianne asked. Red and her beau are back in town. She scrambled to the other side of the bed and grabbed her phone.
She texted me, but I didn't hear it.
While she was quickly typing a reply, Doran pulled on pants and joined us. What's your plan? We head into the cave while the demon hunters guard outside, Aiden replied. They're tough as nails and excellent shots, but they don't do as well in dark or tight locations against Fae, even lesser Fae. I'd rather they pick off any stragglers that get by us and make sure we don't have a surprise attack from outside. Doran lowered his voice, trying to whisper. I meant the plan for most doors' protection.
Excuse me?
Rianne strode toward us in a magnificent display of naked flesh, eyes sparking with fury, her hair mussed and tangled from Aiden's manhandling. I tried not to ogle her while she was obviously upset, but I couldn't keep my gaze from sweeping down her frame to drink in the full delicious curves of her body. Her breasts would fill my hands, not to mention her ass. No wonder Aiden hadn't been able to resist the urge to redden those lush cheeks at least a little. My mouth watered at the memory of her taste on my tongue, the heat and wet flesh over my face. I would gladly die every day for eternity, as long as I could wake between her thighs again. As I said earlier, our powers deal in war, Doran said. Your gift lies elsewhere. We won't risk you. She marched right up to the big man and poked him in the chest with her index finger.
I can't stay behind twiddling my thumbs while you're in danger either. I won't.
He gently gripped her shoulders. We're not the only ones who'll be watching the city for signs of dark Fae activity. Anyone who knows about the treasures will come to the realization that such a cave collapse will draw our attention. If they know about us, then they know about you. If we take you with us, you'll be exposed.
And if you leave me behind, I won't be protected, right?
Warwick
is no match for an old powerful Fae like Balor, she broke in. Not alone, and especially not when he's bound by the oaths he had to swear, right?
Her head swiveled back toward the leprechaun.
No offense.
Despite being fully clothed, Warwick managed to look positively decadent in a careless lounge across the foot of the bed. His ridiculously long black hair swept out around him like a silken cape. He huffed out a laugh. None taken, Mostor, and you're absolutely right. If the changeling showed up, there's very little that I could do. I couldn't raise a finger against him, even with your life at stake. A geisha bound by a leprechaun's gold is unbreakable. Doran glowered. Aiden looked like he was about to start spitting coffin nails, and even Ivar's normally soft golden light carried a glittering diamond edge. "Let's think this through carefully," I said, lifting my hands in a soothing gesture. "She makes a valid point. This house is an unknown location as far as we know, but it could track by scent, like you, Aiden. Could you find her by scent alone, even if there wasn't a trail?" He grunted sourly. "Aye. It would take me longer, sure, but I'd know almost immediately that she wasn't in the city. Evil Eye's focus be here and now, so I'd assume she remained close enough to return. I'd loop around the city in growing arcs until I picked up her scent. A few hours at most, and I'd have her location."
There has to be a reason he didn't scoop me up when he had the chance.
Rhiann gnawed at her bottom lip, her brow scrunched.
When I thought he was still human, he fought the divorce in court for almost a year. He knew where I was living and working because I had to provide all that detail to the court. I didn't know anything about you yet, so why didn't he nab me then before I could free Doran and learn more about what's going on?
Warwick joined us. "He wanted you to lead him to something that he believed would help him kill Evil Eye once and for all. Maybe he thought we had to be with you to unlock that possibility." Her gaze focused on me.
When you were telling the story about Braze and Balor, you said they were allies. Why would Braze want to kill Balor now?
"I would guess that he wants to protect Mage Torrid. Magic is slowly weakening across Fairy in all dimensions except Balor's. He takes more and more for himself, gorging on the magic and devastation of others. While the rest of Fairy fades, Dun Balor only grows stronger." Warwick nodded. "Very true. Her Majesty says the veil thins more and more every day."
The veil between my world and Fairy? What happens if that comes down?
"Neither Tir Nanog nor your world will exist any longer," Warwick said softly. "All realms will be absorbed into Evil Eye's domain."
Let's assume that I really do have something that Jonathan wants, even though I have no idea what it is. He did argue over the property settlement several times. My attorney thought that was especially strange since I left with very little property of my own. He also kept demanding I come get my things that I'd left behind, but I refused. I told my attorney I didn't want any of it.
"He wanted you to trigger the trap," Aiden growled.
Yes, probably, but he kept acting like I was lying about taking something. Could it be the painting you saved?
"It does have a great deal of power in it," Warwick replied. "The longer you stare at it, the more you see, especially in light. Though I haven't dared study it much for fear of drawing Evil Eye's attention to it. If a High Court Fae wants into my court, I won't be able to keep him out for long. I thought it best to suppress all traces of its lingering magic as much as possible." A sinking pit of certainty weighed heavily in my stomach. "This cave-in is a trap. I don't think it's an imp nest at all." "Oh, there's gonna be imps." Dorn shook his head slowly. "And pukas, and likely red caps, too. The changeling be clever enough to get us to strike Evil Eye's minions and expose our treasure keeper at the same time." "A 2-for-1 with a cherry on top," Aiden added grimly. "We attack Balor and weaken his forces, or we die, or better yet, both. Either way, the changeling takes the opportunity to steal Mostor. That painting will be in the bleeding bastard's slimy hands before our bodies are cold."
Every trap can be sprung.
Rhiann's chin lifted, her shoulders squared bravely, despite the faint quiver in her voice.
Knowing is half the battle, right? So what can we do?
I looked from man to man, the cold dread in my stomach worsening. We all knew the truth, though I would give my last breath to spare her any pain. Doran gave her a gentle push toward the bathroom. "Why don't you get dressed, love? The lads and I'll have a chat and see what we come up with." She crossed her arms over her chest and spared each of us a hard look, despite the growing pink in her cheeks.
Don't you dare try and sneak off to leave me behind.
"We wouldn't dream of it," Doran replied. She didn't notice that his voice cracked like a 1,000-pound granite boulder, reducing itself into rubble.
Chapter 25. Swiping tears away, I called Vivi as I pulled on my clothes.
"I hear there's some bullshit about to go down,"
she said.
"How soon are you heading back into the city?"
"I don't know. I think the guys are going to try to pull some bullshit of their own." Her tone sharpened, and though I couldn't see her, I felt her intensity radiating through the phone screen.
"Yeah? Let me guess. Spare you any danger, send you away, blah, blah, blah?"
I sniffed and nodded. "Something like that. They think they're headed to a trap, so naturally they're trying to protect me." I gave her the 5-minute rundown, though not as good as Keen's story. I kept hopping around too much. "Do you remember me painting something that would have been on display in Crown Center? Probably soon after I entered the Institute. It had a glowing doorway and a young girl standing in front of it."
"You painted a lot back then, but I don't remember a door specifically. You usually painted forests and creatures."
I scraped my hair back into a sleek ponytail. "What happened to all of those old canvases? Maybe there's other clues in them that I'm missing."
"You took them all when you moved out."
I blew out a sigh and slammed my hairbrush down on the counter a bit too hard. "I guess they're all destroyed then."
"Well, you certainly didn't have much of anything when you moved back in with me."
"What did I tell you that night?"
"Not much. You were too upset and I didn't want to push you too hard. You'd already been through so much."
"What, though? Had I told you?"
"You didn't have to say a word."
Vivi's voice hardened.
"I could see it on your face. You looked positively ill, pale, drawn, exhausted, huge dark circles under your eyes. You slept for a solid 24 hours. When you finally came out of your room, you seemed so much better that I didn't fight you when you insisted you didn't need to go to the doctor."
"That's how bad I looked?"
"Yeah, I was afraid you'd been assaulted."
She paused, her voice catching.
"Repeatedly. You wouldn't say anything, and I didn't want to trigger you. But you weren't right those first few days. Then you seemed to come out of a dark cloud. I was thrilled, though I was worried about your memory. I assumed you'd blocked most of it so you could heal in your own time."
"I don't know if I'll ever remember exactly what happened. I probably don't want to remember now." I gave myself a shake and stared at my image in the mirror. "I'm stronger now."
"Oh, honey, you were strong then too, or you'd never have survived as long as you did."
My throat squeezed around a giant lump. "I didn't feel strong."
"You were,"
she replied firmly.
"And you are. You're the baddest bitch I know. Now what are you going to do about these blockheads who think they're going to send you away for your own damned good? Hold on a sec."
I heard a man's voice, though I couldn't make out what he said.
"Hammer said we're headed your way. I guess the plan is for you and me to be shipped off together somewhere."
I nodded slowly as a plan began to shimmer in my mind. Not just any plan. Chills rippled down my arms. I hugged myself, briskly rubbing my arms. I could feel the magic humming around me. In the mirror, my eyes glittered like jewels. Their magic? Or mine? Did it matter? "I have an idea. Can you bring a few things for me?"
"Absolutely, as long as it'll fit into my purse. Hammer says we've got to move quickly and we'll be on his bike."
"In my room, there should be a watercolor palette and a small pad of thick paper. Also, a set of charcoal pencils."
"Done. Anything else?"
"That should be enough. I'm guessing the guys will have a bunch of weapons we can choose from."
"You got it. See you in about 30 minutes.
I bent down and rummaged through my jeans until I found the gold coin. Stroking my finger over the faint outline of a woman's face, I whispered aloud, "For luck." Chapter 26. I stared doubtfully at the huge black SUV. I might be mistaken, but it looked like some kind of military vehicle. "Why can't I ride with one of you again? I like your motorcycles."
"You'll be safer inside a closed vehicle."
Aiden jerked open the back passenger door.
This beast has bulletproofed glass and armored panels.
I scowled at him. Which won't keep out a Fae.
Right.
Ivar said in a light, cheerful voice that didn't match his eyes. Normally shining with warm golden tones, his eyes were almost completely brown with only a hint of amber lightening them.
Which is why we've loaded the car down with salt and bare iron. They despise that shit.
I've also put a glamour over the vehicle, Warwick added. Most eyes will slide right over it without even seeing it. They were sending me away. It was as obvious as the huge crooked break in Doran's nose. All of them were walled off in my head, concrete and granite, cold and hard and impenetrable. Only, they'd been taking lessons from Aiden in that regard. A muscle ticked across his cheek, but he didn't deny it. I see, I said softly.
Don't make this harder than it has to be.
I looked from him to the other men. Keen couldn't meet my gaze. Warwick looked sus as hell, nervously twirling his hair into long, thin braids. Ivar turned away so hard his black coat fluttered about him like wings. Doran offered his hand to me, but only to help me step up into the big vehicle.
We'll see you on the other side.
I blinked back tears as I settled into the seat. Vivi and Hammer were already in the front. Don't lie to me.
'Tis not a lie, love. I'll find you, whether on this side of the veil or beyond.
I stared straight ahead so I wouldn't have to see the lie in his eyes. Like you found all the other treasure keepers, right? Yeah, that's what I thought.
I didn't want to spend eternity with any of them. Only you, Rhiann Newkirk, and find you I will, so swears Doran Stoneheart.
He shut the door hard enough the vehicle rocked beneath me.
Drive.
Aiden growled in a thunderous voice.
As hard and fast as you can. Don't stop for nothing until you're on fumes.
Hammer floored it hard enough the tires squealed. Vivi twisted around in her seat, offering me her hand. I grabbed her hand in mine, squeezing gratefully. I'm so glad to see you.
Are you okay?
Now that they couldn't see my tears, I indulged in a few moments of messy sobs. I will be. Bleedin' idiots. Which only made me cry harder, because that was something Doran would have said. They didn't even kiss me goodbye, even though they expected to die. Tell me something good. Vivi spent the next few minutes regaling me about the weekend she'd spent with Hammer. They'd ridden long hours through the day and night, just the two of them on his bike. When they got tired or hungry, they pulled off the road. Quaint diners, rustic cabins, no change of clothes until she bought something new.
And not designer stores either.
She gave the beefy man behind the wheel a playful growl.
Only thrift stores, that was the rule.
I gasped and clutched invisible pearls. Oh my, however did you survive without Prada or Versace? She nodded.
I know, it was quite the challenge, but it was fun. Besides, I was out of my own clothes more than I was in them.
I plugged my ears and sang loudly, La la la, I'm not listening to the gory details of your sex life. Laughing, she snuggled up against him, peeking back at me over his shoulder. Her eyes glowed with happiness, her hair was loose and casually tousled, rather than her normally smooth and perfect waves. No makeup, and she'd never looked more beautiful. Love looks good on you, I whispered, grinning.
You too, honey. Even if they're assholes. Want to see what I brought?
Sniffing, I nodded. She jerked her head toward the other passenger door.
Lucky for you, I've been using my largest tote.
Gucci, of course, with plenty of room for even the sketch pad. I pulled out my artist's supplies. You don't have any water by chance?
Check the rear cargo section,
Hammer replied.
They loaded a ton of shit in the back. I'm guessing they would have thought to send water and snacks because they didn't want us to stop anywhere.
Dangling over the back seat to reach, cursing my short arms, I found a large case of bottled water, along with an arsenal of what looked like farming equipment in the back. Old rusted spikes, the ends of spades and hoes, even a few crowbars. A case of cheap salt. My duffel bag. Of course, Aiden would have made sure I had something to wear. Blinking back round 2 of Waterworks, I focused on getting my paints ready. "You're going to have to pull over once I start painting." Hammer groaned.
"You heard the man. I can't."
"Sure you can, babe." Vivi leaned up and whispered in his ear. I didn't look up, but from the sounds, I was pretty sure she was using her tongue more than her words to convince him. I pulled out my phone. "What do you know about Roanoke Park?" "Not much," she replied.
"Is that where the action is going down?"
"Yeah. Evidently there's a cave in the park that had some kind of break-in."
"Oh, I heard about that on the news,"
Hammer said.
"The cave was walled off over 50 years ago because some kids got lost inside. At least, that was the excuse. Now the concrete blocking the entrance was knocked down overnight. Some joggers noticed and called the police. I'm guessing it's being guarded to keep people out."
With the current news story, I found several images online. A rocky cliff jutted up from the ground, covered in moss and vines. A large tree grew to the side, branches stretching out over the hole like a leafy roof. Though in this picture, the hole was covered in cement. I'd have to do some modifications based on the time of year. The tree wouldn't have any leaves, and there'd probably be some ice and snow gathered in the ridges, especially along the ground. Which way did the cliff face? Would the sun have melted everything already? I'll have to guess. Trust the magic. Let my brush find the answers as I go. "Okay, I'm ready to start painting. Can you pull off the road?" He blew out a sigh.
"I'll take the next exit, though Aiden'll have my hide."
My lips quirked, my cheeks heating at the thought of what Aiden would do when he found out what I'd done. It wouldn't only be my face burning. Let me worry about him.
"Are you hoping to paint a clue?"
Vivi asked. I shook my head as I lightly sketched out the cliff and tree. "Not exactly. I'm not even sure this is going to work. Give me a few minutes, and then I'll tell you what I'm hoping to do. These aren't my normal mediums, but I didn't want to worry about cleaning my brushes. Besides, even in that giant tote, you wouldn't have had room for my smallest canvas." They let me work in silence. The sound of the charcoal gliding over the paper was soothing, familiar. The smell of paper, the pigments that flowed across the page. My nape prickled and goosebumps rose on my arms. My fingers tingled. I could feel the magic filling me as I breathed, flowing in and out of me, pulling me closer to the picture beneath my brush. I painted a tiny bluebird sitting on a limb, and I could almost hear its song. A yellow butterfly floated like a delicate leaf. The sun showered the cliff in golden sparkles that spun in a slow dance that I choreographed with my brush. My heart thudded heavily. I set the brush aside, letting the last strokes of pigmented water settle deeper into the paper. I'm not sure that this will work, but I'm going to try and travel like the Fae do. If I understood Warwick correctly, then Fae can fold locations together without moving at all. If I had time, I'd experiment and see if I could take you to the Summer Isle first, though I'm not sure that I could enter it without him.
"My home is always open to you, Mostor. No word could keep you out, even if that be my intention."
I laughed in my head, relieved that he could still hear my thoughts. "Don't tell Aiden what I'm going to try and do."
"Never in a million years. I quite like my head on my shoulders where it belongs."
A muffled rumble echoed through the concrete that they'd built between us. I could almost see Aiden slamming his fists on the wall, yelling with fury. To be safe, I shut every mental door of my own, imagining myself locked inside 4 steel walls. Letting out a nervous giggle, I looked up at Vivi. "We need to hurry before they figure out what I'm up to. Hammer, can you grab some of the iron in the back? Maybe some salt, too? I'm assuming you're both going if this works, that is."
"You're not leaving me behind,"
Vivi said stoutly.
"Not this time."
"There's a cave," I warned. She paled, but tipped her chin up and gave me a nod. She hated dark, tight spaces.
"Then it's a good thing I've got a big, beefy man who'll carry me. Right, babe?" "Without question, V. I'll be carrying your cute ass straight to safety."
She rolled her eyes.
"What are we expecting to see when we get there?"
A trap. The guys think there's a nest of imps and other nasty creatures like before, but that the cave-in was triggered by Jonathan to draw me out into the open. Vivi's eyes widened.
The changeling? How do we stop him?
This was the part that even my very best friend was going to balk at. We don't.
What? No fucking way, Rianne.
She grabbed at the still damp watercolor, likely to rip it up into tiny pieces before I could try and use it.
You're not going to use yourself as bait, or worse, a sacrifice. I won't allow it.
I only need him to think that's what I'm doing. I'm the bait and trap together.
Tell me the plan down to the last detail, or I veto this whole thing.
I can't, I whispered, shaking my head. This is the kind of thing I don't dare even think of, let alone say out loud. I'm not sure what's listening, even in my own head. I hesitated a moment, trying to decide how much would be safe to tell her. The changeling had a seed planted inside me. A bit of his darkness was still inside me this whole time. I think it's gone now, but what if it's not? What if he has some other way to read my intention? Then we're screwed before I can pull this off. The less you know, the better. I don't even dare think it aloud for fear he or the guys might see what I'm going to try and do.
If they wouldn't want you to do this, then I don't either. They love you. They only sent you away with us to keep you alive.
I swallowed hard. I know. I love them too, but I can't sit back and let them die, even if that means I escape. I'll never be free anyway, not as long as Jonathan can track me down. And trust me when I say I'd rather die 1,000 times in every horrible way you can imagine than be forced to spend an hour at his mercy again. Her lovely face firmed. Resolute, I nodded silently. She had my back. I had hers. Hammer would help keep her safe. I wouldn't even have to ask. I just had to get us there. Chapter 27. Breathing deeply, I tipped my face up to the sunlight. There was still a bit of snow on the ground in places, and the air was still too chilly to call it spring, but I could feel the promise of warmth and green growing things on my skin. Vivi stood on my left, her arm locked with mine. Hammer had his arm around her waist. I wasn't sure if we all needed to be touching or not, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. Something buzzed in the corner of my mind, trying to distract me, threatening me. That was Aiden. He still didn't know what the hell I was doing, but he sure didn't like it, not one bit. I fought the urge to reach out to him, or to Warwick. I'd love to tell him what I planned, talk through my options, and make sure it would work. But I needed the element of surprise if I had any hope at all of succeeding. If all else failed, I had to hope he would make sure I died quickly rather than end up in Jonathan's control. Ready? My voice sounded sure and loud. Too loud. Vivi squeezed my arm encouragingly. I stared down at my painting, letting the brushstrokes pull me in. This was my magic, my power. I only had to believe it. Believe in the magic. Believe in myself. Easier said than done. My heart pounded, waiting to see what would happen, if anything. As the seconds ticked by, I focused on the colors and the way they bled together, creating new shades. The intricate details my muse had been led to add to the painting that hadn't been in the grainy website photo. Sticks in the rocky cracks promised green plants in the spring, stubborn plants that would bloom and grow despite the lack of soil. The lone tree with sweeping branches shielding the dark hole of the cave. Wait, the concrete was gone. Had I painted the walled-up spot or the hole? I couldn't remember. Movement on the page drew my attention to the butterfly. Its wings flapped so that it dipped and danced against the darkness of the hole in the side of the cliff. The cheerful little bird on his branch bobbed his head, inviting me to come inside, welcoming me. A gust of air rattled the paper, making me clutch it harder for fear it would be swept away. "Oh," Vivi gasped. "Ree!" My name drew out into an impossibly long syllable. The ground jolted beneath my feet, making my stomach pitch. I reeled slightly, my body sluggish as I caught my balance. "And—" The last syllable of my name ended loudly with a jarring crash that reverberated through my head. Hot air blasted past my face, stealing my breath. The stink of smoke and cooking meat, foul, rotten meat, made me gag. Keen's flamethrower. Metal clanged, swords hacking and swinging. Aiden, Ivar. The ground shook, an earthquake rocking me off-center. A bellowing roar made my ears roar. Doran's gargoyle. I couldn't move for a moment, as if my physical body was still back at the SUV, while my mind tried to focus on what was happening around me. Shaking my head took all my effort, but helped clear some of the mental cobwebs. The cliff rose above us directly ahead. Chunks of concrete and rock lay tumbled on the ground. A handful of men stood outside the cave, armed with sawed-off shotguns and brutal hatchets. Another man lay on the ground, a policeman, I thought, from his uniform. I didn't see Jonathan anywhere. Would he look the same? Or would he take on another form to disguise himself? He could be one of Aiden's men for all I knew. I had no idea how often a changeling could take up another human body or what kind of limitations he might have. Warwick hadn't recognized Jonathan as Faye when he'd first stepped into Shamrock. Though I suspected the changeling would keep Jonathan's body, it was another way for him to torture me, to remind me of our former connection. I couldn't remember much of what I'd lived through while married to him, but my body still carried an imprint of the haunting memory of pain and misery. Another screeching roar rumbled the ground, making even the tough demon hunter guys back up a step. That didn't sound good. At all. I couldn't imagine Doran making that kind of sound, but it sounded big and furious. Hammer offered me one of the rusty tools, a short trowel with a pointed, sharpened end.
"Are you sure about this?"
I nodded stiffly, quickly folding up the watercolor and shoving the paper into my back pocket so I could wrap numb fingers around the wooden handle of the trowel. It wasn't sharp like a knife, but I could probably do some damage with it. It wasn't my primary weapon. If it came down to close combat with an old garden tool, I was dead anyway. Picking my way through the debris, I entered the mouth of the cave with Vivi and Hammer right behind me. I crouched down off to the side, hopefully hidden and out of the way until my eyes adjusted to the darkness. It smelled of old earth and dampness, sort of like the cellar on Summer Isle where Warwick had hidden my painting, though this cave smelled rank, as if some animals had been using the cave as their restroom, made even worse by the stench of smoke and burning flesh. Definitely some nasty shit. I strained to see deeper into the darkness. Was it a narrow tunnel or an open chamber? I couldn't tell. The roars and crashes echoed all around us, making me think it was more of an open space. My ears throbbed with all the noise, yet I couldn't see them. Surely Ivar's light or Warwick's glowing green aura would be visible if they were so close. I risked popping up for a better look, scurrying several feet forward. Water splashed up on my jeans. Gingerly, I stretched my toe out, testing for the depth. But I didn't immediately feel ground beneath my shoe, even though cold water inched up over my knee. Involuntarily, I shivered, remembering the kelpie dragging me down to the bottom of the lake. Would there be another horse octopus here, guarding the nest?
"Let me check."
Hammer whispered, coming up beside me. He carried a hoe on a long wooden handle, testing the water in front of us. He poked the stick around, and something brushed against my calf. I bit my lip, trying to stifle a sharp inhale. "Don't move." Vivi clutched me, shivering against my back.
"What is it?"
"I don't know. Something touched me in the water." Her breathing quickened, her fingers digging into me so hard I winced.
"Oh shit, not again.
Can I use the flashlight?" We'd found a slim emergency flashlight in the glove compartment. With her claustrophobia, we'd agreed that Vivi should carry it, though we'd only use it if we had no other choice. In a dark cave, a flashlight would be like a giant bullseye marking our location. But given the situation, I didn't think we had a choice. She was about to hyperventilate, me too, and I needed to see where the guys were. Yeah, but be ready to switch it off quickly. We may have to make a run for it. She fumbled a moment, and then a ray of light shot out of the slim canister, surprisingly bright and strong for such a small flashlight. She aimed down at my leg, illuminating a huge hairy rat floating in the water. I flinched back against her before I realized it was dead. Also, not a rat, but an imp. At least we're in the right place, I muttered. But where is everyone? Vivi kept the light low, shining along the surface of the water. We stood at the edge of a large underground lake. More dark shapes dotted the water. Some were still moving, though they were swimming toward the center island, not toward us. It made me think of rats bailing a sinking ship. Two massive shapes wrestled in the center, wings flapping, jaws snapping. I recognized Doran's gargoyle immediately, but I wasn't sure what the other creature was. It looked sort of like a scaly bird, only it had 3 heads. A giant red lizard/buzzard with 3 sharp beaks and massive talons that screeched along Doran's stone hide. Other creatures milled around the island. Imps and pukas I recognized from before. Knee-high rat creatures with massive knife-like teeth and giant green swamp monsters. Even bigger creatures that towered over Aiden and Ivar, who stood back to back. Keen and Warwick fought another huge pack on the opposite side. I wasn't close enough to see their faces, but I could feel their grim urgency. Even though they'd walled themselves off from me, I could sense pain, blood. They were hurt. They were fucking losing. Then it dawned on me why they weren't holding their own. They weren't using their magic. Ivar didn't glow with the bright light of truth. Even Warwick fought with a long, graceful sword in his hand rather than a flash of green and gold power. The Irish treasures had been reunited after hundreds of years, but they weren't using their magical powers that made them immortal through the ages. Fury arced through me like a fiery bolt of lightning. They were protecting me, avoiding their magic in case Jonathan was waiting. They didn't want to expose me accidentally. Even if they'd sent me far away from them. They'd rather die and be eaten by hairy rats and swamp monsters than risk even a faint trail of magic that would lead back to me. Throwing my head back, I closed my eyes and spread my arms open wide. The giant wheel lay quiet and still inside me. I gave it a mental shove, trying to start the flow of magic through the spokes. But nothing happened. It was just a wooden wheel, creaking and slowing down to a bare wobble. Every other time I pictured the wheel in my head, it was already spinning and full of rainbows of light. They must have locked down the magic when they shut down our connection. Which made sense. If I was their conduit, and they cut themselves off from me, they'd cut themselves off from the source of their magic as well. Aiden roared above the din of battle.
"Don't you dare, Rianne!"
Bile burned the back of my throat. My fingers trembled, and I shifted my grip on the trowel so I wouldn't drop it. I'd been running for an entire year, avoiding my ex-husband, dodging his constant demands, sensing the trap. I'd been right, of course, though I had no idea the trap had been magical. I'd had no idea he wasn't even human. I'd been running, not from him, but all the hurt he'd caused me. The dark memories hovered beneath the surface of my mind like giant sea creatures waiting to swallow me. I didn't want to remember. I didn't want to think about how long I'd stayed, how easily he'd managed to trap me in the first place. It made me feel stupid, weak, like I was nothing, like I didn't matter. Nothing I said or managed to do had ever mattered. Which was only one of the many lies I'd believed for years. No more. I wasn't going to run anymore. Not from him, not from my fears. I wouldn't be controlled by my dread and fear any longer, not by him or anyone else. I dug deep down inside me, reaching for the artist, the confident woman who'd flirted with a cute leprechaun, who'd dreamed of a man with giant hands and a broken nose and believed in him enough to go on a wild goose chase to free him. The same woman who'd stolen a badass biker's ride for the sole purpose of infuriating him into a chase, who was confident enough to mouth back to him, secure in the knowledge that his growling and snapping was all for show. The woman who'd bathed in the golden light of truth and wasn't afraid of ravenous hunger, who'd painted with abandon and laughed with her friends and knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that they would always have her back. As if she knew I needed even a small gesture of comfort, Vivi lightly touched my back, reminding me of her presence at my side. I took a deep, cleansing breath, letting all my fears flow away, all my doubts in myself, the lies I had been told, both by others and myself, all the half-truths and secret shames that held me back.
"The changeling'll be watching for the treasure's magic,"
Warwick warned.
"It'll be like a beacon, calling him straight to you."
I gave the wheel a hard spin, willing the magic, my magic, to flow. Dazzling colors exploded around me, lighting up the cave in glittering rainbows. Good. I'm counting on it. Chapter 28. Magic surged through me like a geyser, raining down in crystal droplets of power. Ivar's light blasted free, a formidable solar storm that incinerated through the nearest creatures. Lightning arced from Aiden's swords, cutting down the larger trolls like they were nothing but papier-mâché. Roaring, Doran snapped off one of the winged creature's heads, but instead of tackling the other two, he whirled toward me. All of them, rather than fighting the Fae, they started to cut a path through them to get to me. A green and gold trail sparkled behind Warwick as he blurred. Time slowed. Or maybe I was seeing him through the Fae magic I'd called, moving through dimensions where time didn't matter. His hair swept around him like a black cape, his eyes burning green fire. His mouth moved, but his voice echoed in my head.
"The changeling."
Still stuck in that in-between plane between worlds, I turned my head ever so slowly. Jonathan smiled at me, the same nondescript brown eyes and average stature of the mortal man I thought I married.
"So we meet again, honey bun, though I dare say that this time you won't be so happy with the outcome."
Ice crackled through my veins. I lifted the trowel slightly, drawing his attention to it. "I'd like to make a deal with you." My voice echoed in my head, high-pitched, but steady. He smirked.
"Ha! The old folklore still lives. Incredible. I suppose you'd throw garlic at a vampire and try to shoot a werewolf with a silver bullet, too."
For all his bravado, I couldn't help but note that he didn't move closer. He didn't try to touch me. Maybe he couldn't without violating the old ways, or maybe he really didn't like the iron. Out of the corner of my eye, I tried to measure the distance between me and Warwick. He still moved toward me, but at a snail's pace. I could still see the cave behind him and smell the smoky stench, but everything seemed stretched out and thin. As if Jonathan had lifted this spot up into fairy, or brought fairy down to this cave, changing the rules of physics in the process. Vivi threw something at Jonathan over my shoulder.
"Eat salt, bitch!"
Lightly, he stepped aside, though he shuddered and swept one graceful hand over his other sleeve, knocking stray particles away. When he looked back at her, the narrow, dark slant of his eyes made me involuntarily push her backwards, away from danger. I'd seen that look in his eyes all too many times.
"Stupid human plays stupid games. Control your pet, honey bun. You know what happens to your pets when they don't follow my rules."
I opened my mouth, unsure what I was even going to say. The words weren't there, only a blank spot in my mind. Not empty. I could feel something swirling, fighting to break free. A crying, screaming tornado of fury and pain that had left a lingering ghostly imprint on my core.
Ha! I forgot.
He lifted his index finger on his right hand.
Here, you can have that one for free. Such a tasty little morsel.
I knelt on the ground in perfectly trimmed green grass at dusk. I could still see, though the light was fading quickly. It was the in-between time between day and night, where the sun had slipped beneath the horizon, but the sky hadn't darkened to full night yet. "You have to go," I whispered urgently. "Please, I don't want you to be hurt." A black cat stared back at me. I didn't recognize it immediately, even though I was talking to it like it was my pet. She was mine. I knew that now, though it was also like meeting her for the first time. Her eyes were golden with hints of green, reminding me of both Ivar and Warwick. Staring back at me with large, sad eyes, she meowed plaintively, and I could almost understand her. If I listened hard enough...
"That's Vanta,"
Vivi said.
"You could never tell me what had happened to her."
I didn't move, afraid to disrupt the vision and lose her again. "You see her too? You know her?"
"She was your cat before we moved to Kansas City. She was roaming around in the woods behind the trailer park. As soon as she saw us, she started running toward us, yowling and purring like she'd been waiting for us."
Her voice softened with awe.
"For you. Now that we know, she recognized you, Rianne. She'd been waiting to find you."
My breathing sawed in and out of my chest. Jagged edges slipped and sliced inside of me. Something bad had happened to her. My stomach churned, and clammy sweat dotted my forehead. I wanted to turn away, bury my face in my hands, and sob. Her rumbling purr grew louder. She rubbed against me, twining around my leg, insisting that I pet her, hold her. She was heavy and large in my arms, her black fur silky against my cheek. "What happened to her?" Vivi whispered. I flinched. On my hands and knees in the garden, I vomited into the grass, wailing, sobbing, begging him to stop. She hissed and clawed at him, but she couldn't get away. She wouldn't leave me. He'd killed her. Not just once, but over and over. My mind reeled with the snippets of horrible nightmares. All the evil, cruel ways he'd devised to torture us. Because that was exactly what it was. He tortured and killed my cat to torture me. So he could feed on my pain and fear. Night after night, the same horror. Vivi's arms tightened around me. I could feel her solid body against my back, her hands smoothing my hair, her voice, trying to calm me, as she'd done when I'd first come to her house in the middle of the night. For weeks I hadn't been able to sleep without waking up screaming and sobbing, though I couldn't remember why. "You killed her," I rasped. "Over and over. Then you took that memory from me so I wouldn't leave, so I couldn't warn her. Did you resurrect her just to kill her again?"
"Oh no, honey bun. She did that all on her own. That's how much she loved you, which only made each night's feast more sumptuous."
Vanta's purr rumbled louder. She looked into my eyes, and I finally saw the magic spiraling through her. She was no ordinary cat. She'd been trying to tell me the truth about my husband and why I was in Kansas City. All the things I needed to be doing to find my treasures. But he got to me first when I was away from her, and once that seed had been planted, she hadn't been able to save me. She'd been trying to wake me up from the unending nightmare, even if that meant she was killed and tortured too. She headbutted me softly, rubbing her cheek against mine. Then she was gone. I brushed my tears away. "I remember now. I remember how I got away."
"Ah, yes. I would love to hear how you escaped."
His smile widened, all white, perfect teeth and glittering eyes of malice. He didn't have to say so that he could prevent me from escaping again. I didn't mind telling him. In fact, I wanted to tell him. I wanted him to know what had saved me. Besides, I needed to delay. Warwick wasn't close enough yet. You were finished with her. With us. I shuddered, not ready to look at the full memory in all its gory detail. You were in the shower. I was locked inside the bathroom with you, so I wouldn't hurt myself trying to get away, you said. You hadn't wiped the memory away yet. I was huddled on the floor in the corner, as far away from you as I could get. In that moment, I knew the full scope of what you were doing. I knew that you would make me forget again, that it would happen over and over, and I had no hope of remembering. I'd tried to leave messages for myself before, but you'd always found them. Under the guise of taking a shaking breath, I risked a quick glance toward Warwick. He was still running in slow motion, his hair spun out behind him, his eyes blazing, his mouth slowly opening, moving. Perhaps he was talking to the rest of the guys or trying to tell me something. I wasn't sure. I realized that I was beside a full-length mirror. It fogged over, so I started to doodle in the steam. I hadn't painted or created anything in so long. Even drawing on a steamy mirror was a relief. I drew Vanta on the glass, the way her tail flipped up when she was happy. I'd recognize that image anywhere, even just a few quick lines. I honestly expected you to see it and wipe it away, but you didn't. You got out of the shower, wiped my memory like you always did, then left me to clean myself up, safe in the knowledge that all the horrible things you'd just done to me were forgotten. Crying softly, Vivi hugged me close. You got out of the shower and saw her on the mirror. I nodded. Vanta, right there staring at me. A sick, horrible feeling clutched like a giant fist in my stomach. I didn't know for sure what had happened, but it was bad. So bad that I had to go. I didn't stop to think. I just threw on some clothes and climbed out the window.
Well done, honey bun.
Jonathan clapped slowly, mockingly.
That was an incredible tale. Yet I must admit that your plan to distract me from your would-be saviors is in vain. They can't help you, especially the leprechaun.
He gave a careless wave of his hand, and Warwick shot up beside me, stumbling at his change in momentum. He whirled so hard and fast that his hair slung back into my face, enveloping me for just a moment in the warm scent of summertime flowers.
Rhian, I can't. Please, don't.
I searched his face, trying to make sense of his words. His eyes were wide and panicked, guilty and heart-wrenchingly apologetic. I know.
You don't. You have no idea.
Jonathan's smile widened, and he waved to my other men. Frozen between dimensions, they barely moved. Doran's teeth were bared, his eyes blazing with rage. Aiden's neck corded, his chest and shoulders wide, reared back on a deep bellow that I could feel in my bones, even if he didn't make any sound. Cold blue ice, his eyes locked with mine. He could hear me, see me, but was unable to move. For him, for them all, it was the worst kind of torture. Exactly why Jonathan wanted them to see. Ivar's light boiled like a solar flare in slow motion, unable to break free. Keen had one hand near his mouth, the tip of one black-gloved finger gripped in his teeth. Even filled with rage and desperation, his eyes were sultry, locked on me, silently trying to tell me something. No one would ever walk away from him unsatisfied. Then why did his eyes burn with never-ending hunger even now?
3 wishes for a single gold coin. What did I ask for, leprechaun?
Warwick's face twisted into a miserable grimace of shame.
I could not lift a hand or weapon, magical or mundane, against you. I was forbidden from searching for the treasure keeper. I could not say your true name or any identifying information to anyone on this plane of existence or beyond.
Jonathan clapped his hands again, this time with a giddy, excited happiness that twisted in my stomach like a rusty knife.
Oh yes, so much fun! I enjoyed watching you stew and fret around the city. almost as much as I enjoyed watching the slaughterer drink himself into a coma. Knowing that he refused to even lift a finger to help you only made it sweeter."
He'd been watching me this whole time, even though I'd left him. My nape prickled with unease, imagining him trailing me on the dark, abandoned street to the diner, or watching me stumble into Shamrock that first night. Aiden had been there. He'd known who I was and had ignored me. Jonathan knew that he'd refused to help me. I thought I was free of him, especially after the divorce finally went through. I thought I would have a new beginning, a new life where I'd never spend another moment thinking about my ex-husband. I'd never even seen him again. Meanwhile, he'd been listening and spying on me this whole time, waiting for me to fall into his trap. I couldn't even kill the bastard because he was immortal. I inched my hand down into my pocket and wrapped my fingers around Warwick's coin.
"Ah."
Jonathan licked his lips, making me shudder with revulsion.
"So many emotions just flickered across your face, honey bun. Rage, despair, hatred, and now resignation. You'll never be free of me. All of this magic and power at your fingertips, yet the treasures are helpless to save you. They're not the saving kind, darling girl. They're meant for war and killing, death and destruction. Come with me and escape the brutal death that awaits you if you remain as their treasure keeper. You might think my techniques are cruel and unjust, but I assure you that I'm kind compared to what evil I will do to you. I'll have no need to feed on you to sustain myself in fairy. I'll be much gentler than he will ever be."
Lies. I could see the hunger lurking in his eyes. Not for my body, though, yes, I would suffer pain and humiliation and degradation again. He wanted my pain. No, it was more than that. He wanted to experience the complete range of human emotions, playing me like a delicate instrument that he could enjoy at his leisure. Pain was just the appetizer.
"Be nice,"
he warned softly,
"and I'll reward you by not taking your friend, too."
Vivi stiffened against me. He must have done something to her, because it wasn't like her to remain silent. He must have really hated that salt, or her words, or both, which gave me hope that my plan would actually work. Dropping my gaze to the ground, I let my shoulders sag, and I gave him a faint nod. "I'll do what you want. Just don't hurt her. She's not part of this." A deep rumbling roar rolled up through the soles of my feet, vibrating through my body.
"No!"
Doran's howl of agony echoed like he was 1,000,000 miles away. I gently untangled myself from Vivi's arms, turning to see her face. Her eyes rolled frantically, her mouth working, though no sounds came out of her throat. "Everything's going to be okay." Her throat strained, her lips tight and pale as she tried to speak. I touched her cheek lightly and turned to Warwick. His jaw flexed, muscles flinching across his cheek. His eyes were dark pits of desperate rage, the eyes of a wounded animal unable to escape. I leaned up to brush my lips against his. "I have only one regret."
"Only one?"
His voice broke, but his mouth softened beneath mine, his lips trembling. "You were supposed to leave green sparkles on me." A choked laugh escaped his throat, and he pressed his forehead to mine.
"The sparkles be on the inside, love." "Remember your oath, Greenshanks,"
Jonathan warned. Warwick jerked his head up, his mouth twisted into a snarl.
"A leprechaun's oath on his gold is unbreakable."
"Good." His eyes flared at my words, and he jerked his gaze back to mine. I shoved the gold coin into his hand. "I want my 3 wishes." Chapter 29. I sensed movement behind me, as if he only now had realized that I, too, had a piece of Warwick's gold on my person. "Eochu Bress!" I shouted. "High King of Mage Turret, pillars on the plain! Names have power, changeling, and I know your name. You cannot hurt me." Well done, Mostor, Warwick drawled out in a sinister voice that made me shiver. She's evoked me gold. I'm powerless to object. The ground rumbled and rocked so hard that I was afraid the roof was caving in. Stone engulfed me, hands gripping my face, holding me tight. Deadly silent, my other 3 treasures surrounded the changeling, weapons at the ready.
You've no such promises from me.
Aiden slowly circled the Fae, both swords twirling casually in his hands.
I'm only deciding which body part to hack off first.
Jonathan drew himself up and gave him a sneer that dripped with disdain.
Not even the mighty spear of Lu can kill me. I'll return when you least expect it and drag your pretty little treasure keeper to the bottom of my tallest pillar. Or Evil Eye will eliminate you for me. Then who'll stop me from sampling that fine flesh again? She's quite tasty. My hunger is almost as immense as yours, Cauldron.
Keen's breath hissed out.
I'll kill you with pleasure, changeling. There won't be enough for the slaughterer to chop up once I'm done.
I already know what my first wish is, I said.
Be careful, love,
Doran said.
They be wily creatures who'll wriggle their way out of most anything.
I focused on Jonathan, making sure to look him in the eyes. The man who'd trapped me, hurt me, crippled my artist, broken my spirit, and wounded my soul. It's only fair to give him what he wanted to give to me. His eyes narrowed, and he reached up to smooth his hair, running his hands over his neck. Even now, he enjoyed the sensations of his skin, as if touching his stolen body soothed him. I'd seen him do that small gesture before, never understanding its significance. He enjoyed having a human body, just as he'd enjoyed torturing me to feed himself. I want Iachu breasts and the human body he inhabits trapped in Frog's stomach forever. His eyes flared wide, his lips peeling back from 2 sharp teeth that clanged with each word.
Impossible. Greenshank swore to never harm me.
Warwick winked at me.
Oh, but it's not I who'll be hurting you.
He reached out to take my hand and bowed low, pressing his lips to my knuckles.
Your first wish is granted, my lady. You bloody bit!
Jonathan disappeared.
What's a frog?
Vivi asked faintly. A giant immortal frog who'll slowly digest him for all eternity.
The perfect comeuppance for such a monster.
Then she threw her arms around me and burst into tears. Chapter 30. How bad is this going to hurt? Hammer spun around on his stool with an ink gun in his hand.
It's different for everybody. It really depends on your tolerance for short, sharp bursts.
Don't be a baby, Vivi teased, admiring the delicate petals of her freshly tattooed rose on the side of her arm.
If I can do it, the badass treasure keeper can do it.
I don't really like needles, though. Sprawled on a ratty-looking couch, Aiden huffed out a heavy sigh.
Don't think of it as needles, but as art. You'd gladly suffer for your art and drag us all along for the ride, too.
I rolled my eyes, fighting the urge to flip him off. He'd been especially grumpy since the cave incident. I thought that after a few hours, a day at most, that he'd get over being mad at me for showing up, but we were going on 48 hours of him barely speaking to me. I got it. He'd been trying to protect me by sending me away, and then I'd fucked up his plan by coming straight into the danger zone. I'd disregarded his wishes in the matter. I'd put myself at risk. It didn't matter that we'd won, that I'd won. I'd stood up to the monster who'd tormented me for years. I fucking won. I stewed silently while Hammer worked. I'd taken the 4-leaf clover from Shamrock's logo, but I'd added, "Get lucked," instead of the bar's name to the design. I thought it was hilarious, but we'd see what the guys thought of it once it was finished. The pain wasn't bad at all. It stung, but I'd do it again. Maybe one of Vanta on my other arm.
Huh.
Hammer swiped a rag over my arm.
That's the weirdest shit I've ever seen.
What? I twisted my arm, trying to see the outer side of my biceps. Black ink smeared everywhere, but I didn't really see a design, just streaks from where he'd wiped it. Is it supposed to look like that?
No, not at all. It's like I didn't put the needle in. You felt it, though, right?
Yeah. It wasn't horrible, but I definitely felt the needle. Did it leak? Aiden shoved up off the couch and came closer. He dragged his finger across my arm, smearing through the ink to reveal untouched skin beneath. The grooves between his eyes deepened in a furious scowl.
What did Warwick say when you asked him why he didn't have any tattoos?
He said that face skin doesn't take to ink. I replied slowly, unsure what that had to do with anything.
Exactly.
Aiden leaned down into my space, nose to nose with me. His eyes searched mine, looking for something. My eyes widened. The tattoo hadn't stuck. The ink. Spilled. Like it wasn't going into my arm at all, but... Impossible, I whispered. I didn't even know about all this magical shit until I found Doran's statue in the bar. I'm just a regular average woman. I'm mortal. Even Warwick said so when I asked, and he swore not to lie to me. I'm not. Aiden shook his head slowly, his voice gruff.
You're no more mortal than pointy ears, Rian. You be fucking Fae.
This concludes Leprechauned by Jolie Sue Burkhart. Narrated by Megan Kelly. Copyright 2022 by Jolie Sue Burkhart. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jolie Sue Burkhart and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.